破産待ちビデオを見ながら解説を一緒にしてよみむなストリームでね何を待ってるの破産待ち今日は何するの橋のを開けてみなキャンバでオール日ね何を待ってるの破産待ち前は政治のために来たけど下のはくしおいライブ中
おうなんて大きくてセクシーな男なんだハサン
破産待ち
なんて素晴らしいんでしょう
What's going on, everybody?
イカれた変態野郎
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, prenoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It's the last day of October. We are entering November. We're entering winter. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Halloween. We're finally putting the Halloween weekend to an end. And my God, has it been a long one for me. I hope you guys have had a fun one at least, though. I've had a relatively fun one, but also a very busy one. And boy, oh boy, do I have a long-ass fucking day full of news today. Yes, I am wearing a sheep onesie. That's true. How hungover are you? Not even remotely, my friend. You thought that I would be out drinking last night at the streamer party? Are you out of your fucking mind? I literally left 15 minutes in. I went there, had a slice of za, had some pizza, and then immediately left and went to sleep because I was so fucking tired. Woke up early as a motherfucker. Woke up super early. You gonna talk Dolphy murders or what? Okay, I'm banning that guy. Brazucas, don't start with that. Come to Brazil, pal hakada pelo amor de Deus. No, this is a come to Brazil day today. Okay, you can say it. You can say come to Brazil today. This is a day that you're allowed to say. Anyway, so yeah, not the Zaza, but the pizza is what I had. Okay, listen, folks. After some Valorant victories and Valorant defeats last night, I ended the broadcast and I went and I put on a costume. And I went to a party. I went to a party that Cutie Cinderella was throwing. And saw some friends, and that was a lot of fun. But for me, it was tumultuous. Okay? It was tiring. I was tired. I was really fucking tired. This whole weekend has just like kicked my ass, you know what I mean? Because I'm, unlike many of my peers, I wake up at around 7 every morning and I work out. I wake up at 7 and I go and I work out. Did that on Saturday, went out that night, dying by the end of it. Didn't do that on Sunday, but streamed all day Sunday, as you guys remember. And this morning I was also going to go and work out, which is precisely why I left the party early. And I woke up early this morning and I worked out, did some leg stuff today, and here we are. This is also the last day of the month of October. So what that means is come tomorrow, my new Twitch contract kicks in. It means we're going to have more ads. And I've been thinking a lot about how to do it, how to serve it. Yeah. For a lot of you, it's probably not going to mean anything because you guys are all fucking subscribers anyway. Okay? Hey, what the fuck? Stay in your lane, Hassan, says Comrade Lamb. Dude, I've been a fucking lamb for a minute. How dare you? For some of you, you know, you're going to have to figure out how to do better ad block, okay? It's just that it is what it is. Okay? Are you shaving your face for November King? No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. Run them when you go to the bathroom or go get your food? Yeah, no, but that's not, no. It doesn't work that way. I can't tell if it's raining or if Austin is just taking a shower right now. Mustn't be raining because it says it's mostly sunny here in California, Los Angeles. So I guess Austin is taking a shower. Why as a streamer do you promote ad block? Isn't that not helping yourself? Lol, no hate, just seems odd. Because I don't give a fuck about you watching ads. I don't want you to watch ads. I have a contractual obligation to run ads, and the density is going to go up a lot. And I'm trying to figure out if I should do it, if I should cut it into two, do 30-minute intervals, or if I should do it in the top of the hour again. I've been talking to Ludwig about it. So the last time when I first came when I first did my negotiation 2 years ago, 2 years and change with Twitch, I knew that Twitch wanted to run more ads. No more ad segues, please. This bitch, 30-month subscriber. Of course, you don't want to see ad segues. But if I do top of the hour, it's going to be 4 minutes of ads. That's the density. Last time I did the contract, they wanted 3 minutes minimum. And I said, fuck no. No shot. Well, you guys have seen the number or the density that everyone else has been showing. They want people to run way more than that. 4 was the minimum. 4 minutes would kill your stream for non-subs. So I don't know if I will. There no chance to go to YouTube? No, man. No, there is no chance I will go to YouTube. YouTube's, like Ludwig has talked about this already. YouTube's community functionality is not there yet, okay? You dumb motherfuckers don't understand it. Like, it is worse for you overall. It is a worse experience for you overall. I would go, but it's worse for you overall. The moderation is worse overall. The chat culture is worse overall. There's no fucking actual sense of community overall. Like, you say go to YouTube, but there's nothing there at the time, for the time. If YouTube's chat culture was better, then I would experiment. I would do it. No, don't say there's no chance. You surrender negotiating power. Like, it's yet another instance where, chat is chirping, thinking that they're providing a good solution, when that solution that they're providing hurts them. Be honest, 4 minutes will turn me into a highlights viewer. Love the content, but it would just be too disrupting. So most people already run that. Most people already run longer than that, more than that, as it stands currently. A lot of you are oblivious to this reality because you only watch me. A lot of other content creators are, once again, because I'm the first to always get their contract, I'm the one who takes the fucking fattest L's over and over again. Just like last time when I ran 1 minute of ads, everybody thought I ran the most fucking ads. So I knew that this was going to happen once again. But it doesn't matter. A lot of smaller streamers have already started running 6 to 7 minutes. And I think like the maximum that they're experimenting with is 8, which is so much. People are always going to complain. No matter what happens, it's gonna happen regardless. As I respect it now, Chad is bitching will get over it or buy a membership. Yeah, I think so too. So I saw an 8 stream and it was almost unwatchable. Does 4 minutes of ads mean 4 minutes of ads? Because when I was in a sub 2, a lot of times I would only get 1 or 2, as it wouldn't be a full minute. Yeah. Have you been okay lately, buddy? You seem really agitated lately. I've been tired. I've been kind of sick. I've been tired. It's wild how TV is 60 minutes an hour. How the fuck did I do that for years? No, I know. And no, I don't have the dog shit sub split. No, I don't have the dog shit sub split. Anyway, listen. You're right. I started watching Buddha when you were in your RP phase and I could not sit through the amount of ads he played. Anyway, listen. Listen. You guys still get paid if we have ad blocker? No, but I don't care. So do your thing. Pre-roll ads are gone, though. At least you will never see a pre-roll ad, if I'm not mistaken, ever again. So there's that. Which is significantly worse than anything else. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people on this platform run ads randomly. They just have an automated ad running system. They have a bot that runs the ads for them. I got a pre-roll in your stream just now. Yeah, this is the last day because I am still on my old contract. So I have 3 different options. Okay? I have 3 different options. Either I just never announce ads ever again. Okay? Here, I'll write it in here right now. Never announce, use a bot. I've been thinking a lot about this. I have 3 options for ads. Okay? Either I just never announce again and I use a bot, which is what like is very common. Okay? Or I announce when the ad is coming. Okay? I announce when the ad is coming and either do that twice an hour, which will feel like it's more than twice an hour because it'll be like literally in the beginning and also at the middle point. Twice an hour, 2 minutes, or once an hour, 4 minutes. On top of that, like, you know how I do the barrier ads? Like, I'll do a bumper ad, a 3-minute ad in the beginning, and a 3-minute ad in the end. I'll probably kick those up as well. And instead of doing like obviously 3 minutes, I'll probably do whatever the max is, like in the beginning of the stream and in the end of the stream. I'll max out so that there is like some leeway in between. You know what I mean? Why is there no ad option? Because I have a contract with Amazon. I'm a contracted exclusive streamer on this platform. Because I love capitalism. I hate socialism. I'm a fake grifter and I love capitalism. That's the reason. If I don't run the ads, Amazon's going to run them. So no matter what happens, ads are going to be run on this inventory. This is the most socialist streamer. Once an hour, 4 minutes, twice an hour breaks up the flow. I think so too. You want a poll to see to how 5% of the chat that vote feels? Yeah, no, I don't care about that. What if you don't have a contract anymore and people just donate? There's a reason why I'm a streamer and you're watching, okay? We are having a conversation and I value community feedback, but ultimately, like, you got to understand there's probably like a thing that you are not comprehending in this circumstance. Okay? Just start a new platform. Don't you have a hard enough time remembering one ad break an hour? I know. So here's the thing. These are the options, okay? These are the options that we have. Either I just never announce and it like sporadically and randomly serves 4 minutes, 4 minutes of ads an hour randomly throughout the content, but that is incredibly disruptive. I don't know when the fuck that ad is running, okay? I only will find out when people go L ads, and spam it. 3 out of 7, 4 out of 7, oh my God, right? Or I run it myself in the beginning of the hour, and then I announce it, I debate it, I segue it, or I segue once at the top of the hour, and then once in the middle of the hour. I will most likely keep gamifying it because I feel like that is the most fun way to, the most interactive and fun way to do it. Just don't announce and use the bot. It's a waste of time to announce. Yeah, because you're already subscribed. So you've never seen an ad. So, of course, you're going to say, don't announce it. But, like, let's be real. It's kind of not for you. You know what I mean? Like, this is more so for all the people that are like, well, what the fuck? I just got hit with an ad. Motherfuckers will be like, I've been a 38-month subscriber. Please do not announce when you're running ad breaks. It's like, yeah, no shit. You don't give a fuck. You'll never see the ad. You've never seen an ad for the past 3 years that you've been watching this content. I know that, like, if it were up to some of the subscribers, I'm sure they would say, let's do subscriber only chat. As a matter of fact, it's like, yeah, of course. That would most likely make it easier to monitor the community. That would most likely make it less annoying. But I want to make it so that, like, people that don't fucking see, people that are getting hit in the face with the ads, the ones that are actually seeing the ads, have at least some level. Everyone here knows how to get around ads or a sub. Maybe ask again later. I think 2 times an hour seems like a lot to factor if you, a lot to handle if you factor in forgetting and or stun locks. Yeah, I think so. I think I might just do once. And that was Ludwig's take too, because I've been talking to other content creators about this a lot too, because I was like trying to figure out like what is the most, and I'm obviously not going to stop. I'm still going to try to figure out ways of like cheating as best as I can and making it as fun as I can. There's also like ad tech that would obviously make it way more fun if ads were more interactive or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Or less disruptive, one or the other. Neither of which is in my control, obviously. It's still up to the platform to figure out how to do any of that shit. But as far as like what is in my control, you know, interactive ads, yeah. Like you remember how they used to do like those survey ads where you would get bits or whatever? I feel like that's more fun if everyone is using it. And you can probably justify higher CPMs for that too. You know what I mean? Like that's ad tech that's like decent and disruptive, but in a fun way. Because ads are always going to be disruptive. They're always shitty. Why is Twitch this desperate? Because Twitch runs a fuckload of inventory that is unmonetized. I've known that this was going to happen since day one, as I have told you since day one. The original reason why I even got any ads in my original contract was because I knew that they would, if we don't get the ads ourselves, if we don't fucking sign on for ourselves, if we don't do the positive, like the you sure did, buddy. You're so smart. I mean, this is literally what my job was before I became a on-camera person. I did ad tech. I did advertisement operations. I did advertisement sales. So I know what it looks like when you're a fucking company and you have a boatload of inventory and you can justify high CPMs on that inventory and you're just not fulfilling it. All right, buddy? So yeah, it is something that I do know. Not gonna lie, Chief is really hard to take you seriously in a Chicken Little costume. First of all, I'm a sheep, okay? Pussy, you should have fought for 1 minute, glue yourself to the Mona Lisa or something. Yeah, exactly. Where's the round lenses they used to wear? I can't find them. I don't know where they went. I'll find them eventually. I always lose my glass. I have like 4 now. You should still announce it the Gamify, but instead have 1 minute of ad every 15 minutes. That's crazy. I think doing 1 minute, if I'm going to do 1 minute of ad every 15 minutes, I'm going to the bot. I'm letting the bot handle it. That's insane. That would just be, my entire content would just be me announcing ads. Best choice, 4 manual announcements per hour and mandatory black and tans. What if you ran 5 seconds of ads every minute? I don't think there's a 5-second inventory. What about 8 minutes every 2 hours? No, man. An 8-minute break is entirely too disruptive. Anyway, all of this is ultimately still subject to change. What do I mean by that? Like, let's say I do 4 minutes of ads and I find that it's too disruptive and people are getting really fucking annoyed and they're leaving because it's like, that's too much. Or let's say I do twice an hour and 2 minutes and people are annoyed by that, or it breaks the content too much, right? Then I could inevitably go to using the bot or some shit like that, or potentially figuring out other ways of announcing it. 4 minutes every hour and you take a pee break. Yeah, we'll see. I want to figure out a way to merge it into the content. I want to figure out a way to merge this into the content. And I will. Eventually. But if your idea is like, ads should be like this, well, yeah, you have wonderful ideas. I agree with you on this, but it's not up to me. It's up to the platform. And once again, for people who are saying, just switch to YouTube, duh. I like YouTube, okay? but you don't know what you want. You don't know what's best for you. Sorry to report this, but you just don't know. YouTube streaming, and there's a reason why Ludwig openly states, unless you get a fat fucking contract from YouTube right now, it's an L to switch over to YouTube. He's right. Worst part is we can't hear you while the ad is running. Yeah, I know. So I'm thinking of ways around it.
Do you really want to know where I was January 6th? You know there's many different ways that you...
Wait, I've never seen this. I didn't like this. Is Austinox accidentally fucking liking shit on my TikTok thinking that, oh my God. These motherfuckers on my TikTok liking people, dude. Liking people's TikToks, brother.
You can kill consciousness. Do you really want...
I've never seen this TikTok, and it's already pre-liked. He controls my TikTok. Changing my fucking algorithm. He's just... .4 minute okay buddy reviews during ads. No, that's not happening. I'm not gonna stop the content completely for that 4 minute duration anyway. That's crazy. Anyway, what if you collab with a smaller content creator to pre-record 4 minute segments so you can run it as an ad break for your audience and pee break for yourself? Wait, what? No, I don't want to stop. Look, guys, that's not happening. Like, I'm not gonna like fucking walk away from the camera. That's not a thing that's gonna happen. Okay, I love you guys for trying to come up with different unique solutions, but why not host chat off platform and go to YouTube? Once again, you do not understand. That breaks so much. That makes it so much harder to build a fucking robust community. People want ease of access. Why don't I have subscriber only chat? Even though I'm a political content creator, why do I only have a follow only mode on, which we change usually? Do you know why? Because I want to make sure that I can hear from everyone that comes into this community, every unique perspective, right? Sometimes people abuse that and it's fucking annoying, but in most circumstances, that's the entire reason. Now, if I were to do a insulated secondary chat, all of a sudden I'm filtering so many people and I'm only hearing from people like yourself, people that have been in the community for 10 months. People who are, more invested in the stream, which is great. I mean, I love you guys, but I don't want to just hear from my long-term community members. I don't want to have an insulated community. Okay? There are so many people, including you guys in this chat that originally probably started off as a gray name. Okay? And you didn't think about it. But like you became a permanent member of the community when you, just like everybody else, initially started out as like a random guy who was probably surprised that they could talk in a fucking 30K chat and have the streamer literally directly respond to you, which is a unique experience for many people. Yeah, with these 8 easy steps and some easily downloadable software, you can become a part of this community. It's like, that sucks. What about running closed captioning on your end as an OBS overlay so people can read what's going on during the ad breaks? I mean, it kind of. I already kind of do that. Tattoo one brand's logo on your forehead forever and never run ads. Good one. What is this? Val didn't follow with the Ray Publican meme shaking my head. Oh, God. The hour, 4 minutes of ads is good. It doesn't ruin the current flow of the stream. Yeah, I mean, it's the minimum. It's the minimum allowed. Just like 1 minute was the minimum. And once again, I know that I'll, because I talk about it instead of just doing it without ever fucking discussing it with you, I'll probably get my ass blasted again. But those are the, those are the boundaries. If that's the case, multi-stream on all platforms so you can bring in even more crazy outsiders in. Yeah. Once again, I'll tell you, because you are probably unaware of this, but even though I have an incredibly privileged life, and streaming is not real work Omega Law, streaming and the way that I do it takes up a lot of your attention. But because it's my hyper focus, I don't have a hard time with it. Now, when I'm hyper focusing on one chat, even then, it's kind of hard to pick up everything that's going on. If I divide multiple chats into YouTube chat and TikTok chat and fucking Twitter chat, I feel like that would make the content worse. So these are the decisions that I've made, and it's not one that I, didn't put a lot of thought or effort into. It's something that I've been thinking about a lot, and I think this is like the least it's the least annoying, least disruptive way to do it. Yeah. People think you could just like be a fridge for a day. Okay? Try living life as a refrigerator every single day. Okay? Sometimes you don't know if you're going to fit through a door. Sometimes you don't know if you're going to fit through a hallway. Sometimes you're walking on a motherfucking sidewalk, okay? And you literally have to stop and get off the sidewalk so a family can walk past you. People don't understand what it's like to live as a fridge every single day. My culture is not your costume. Okay? My culture is not your prom dress. My culture is not your Halloween outfit. Sick and tired of it. You guys don't understand it. You do not understand it. You don't know what it's like. Catching the wind as much as you do is a hazard in itself. Tipping risk much. Thank you. You're right. I have a lot of surface. I have a lot of density, bro. Walking sideways through doorways, you don't aggressively bump somebody. Yeah. Repost economy class airline seats to spook Hassan this Halloween. Stop. Don't bring that up. That's a terrifying thought. Don't do it. Anyway. I forgot to blast off. We talked about the ad density and shit, and I totally forgot to blast off. You have privilege when setting a screen in basketball, though? Yes, it's the one advantage that I have. The first time I saw a stream where you weren't in your regular setup was you bending down to look into a fridge that you were wider than. It blew my mind. I don't know. I don't know if I'm wider than an actual fridge. Okay, maybe a little bit. Lula wins in Brazil. Bolsonaro still hasn't conceded. Affirmative action is under fire at SCOTUS. Okay. Korean Halloween disaster. Blast off tweet. I promise this one is worth it today. No. Okay, fuck it. Sure. Thoughts on mothers? What do you mean? What is that even? What the fuck? What? I don't even understand what you just sent me. Let's be honest. What is Twitch paying that OnlyFans could not? I love moms. You guys know that already. Anyway. Where the fuck was I? God damn it. Oh, I was writing my blast off tweet and I totally forgot. Hold on. Lula wins in Brazil. Bolsonaro still hasn't conceded. Affirmative actions under fire. SCOTUS. Korean Halloween disaster takes 140 lives. And there was one other thing that I wanted to talk about, and I'm like not remembering right now. What the fuck is wrong with me? That's annoying. I have not watched White Lotus season 2. No. UFO report? No. Oh, Pelosi. Elon Musk posts Paul Pelosi shit. That's where I was going to talk about. Okay. Musk promotes Paul Pelosi is gay propaganda. And more news. On later. I might have Curtis Connor coming over later, by the way. That's right. I said it. Yeah, the mayor himself, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's blast off. All right, here you go. He's a essay guy and a stand-up comedian, mayor of Curtistown. He's goated. He's the king. He's great. All right, blast off. Let the people know we're live and alive. Okay. And we'll get into the news in a second. What is this? There was another meme that you wanted me to watch. What the fuck is this?
Best Valkyrie tall moments. Oh my god, yes. Yes, I love this. Valkyrie tall moments. So tall. Thanks for watching.
Fucking got him, dude.
Okay. That actually is messed up. I was so excited. How dare? How dare?
Bro, that motherfucker just come from jail for stealing the people and now is presidente again. Oh my God. Bro, listen, unless you're a fucking psychotic Bolsonaro supporter, This notion that Lula is a fucking criminal is a silly one. Please, bro. We are not in like 2016, okay? Why are you still saying these things? Is it because they are like, you're living in the past, brother? We already know that he literally was acquitted, okay? They took him out of prison and they openly stated that the guy who fucking put him in prison was a Bolsonaro supporter who colluded with the fucking prosecution to jail him. It's fucking insane. He is not a criminal, dude. What the fuck? He was unjustifiably jailed. And there's so many dumb motherfuckers who are running with this shit. Could you explain the criminal Lula acquittal situation most of Latino America believes is a criminal? Dude, it is crazy. In response to Lula winning, truck drivers are blocking the highways and refusing to work. These motherfuckers can't even take a loss, and now we might have a shortage of supplies in the next few weeks if things escalate. Turns out the right wing don't like law and order when someone is acquitted. It just doesn't make sense. They put him in jail for like the lightest of goddamn charges they could fucking possibly find in a country that is so goddamn corrupt to the fucking bone. Okay? He was deeply popular. He was still popular even in jail. The reason why this is a continuing fucking narrative is because right-wing memers are blasting it and continues to say like he's a criminal, he's a criminal, he's a criminal, he's a criminal. And then also Western propaganda, despite the fact that Western leadership is actually very supportive of Lula overall, let's be real, okay? They are. Like Joe Biden immediately said, congratulations to Lula for winning. This motherfucker went to jail unjustifiably, okay, and unjustly by Bolsonaro and Bolsonaro allies, and they still, like, people are still going, oh my God, he's such a criminal. Meanwhile, the streets of Brazil are lit, okay? People are celebrating. I've got a Brazilian coworker who says Brazil under Lula was the most graft since the Roman Empire, but his family owns a ranch in Brazil, so I think I understand his POV. Yeah. Anyway, don't even, I know that the meme, the meta is to say Lula is a thief. He stole my heart. He is a criminal. He stole my heart. But like, I don't even know if that's the best way to counter it, because clearly like there's a lot of staying power. Okay. Bolsonaristas are crying and praying away their loss to Lula. This is awesome. Like, what are you doing, little guy? What's going on? Do you even have any idea what's happening? The judge who ruled Lula's case became the Bolsonaro justice minister. I know. And you know, Bolsonaro didn't even show up to talk to them. I know. They didn't even do that. Bolsonaro didn't even give them the dignity to you know, talk to them and be like, hey, I know we lost, but like we'll win again or whatever. He just fucking hid in the palace, and his wife unfollowed him on the day of his major L. And then now he's just potentially plotting a coup, maybe? Who knows? Here in LATAM, the propaganda is insane. They say Lula is a criminal. AMLO is a socialist. Lol, imagine. Even though he's a neolib. And Evo is a dictator. A lot of people believe these lies. Yeah. Box's vid on Lula's history, if you haven't already watched on stream. We did watch this on stream. It was terrible. It basically doesn't even cover It basically doesn't even cover the accusations and how they were falsified. And Sergio Moro, the judge from Lula's court, he was a Bolsonaro justice minister and fought with him because Bolsonaro controlled the federal police to save his ass, and his sons dismantled completely the car wash operations, but they came together again in the second turn in the most shameless way. I thought Lula was a sock them at least. No, he is. People in Latam take accusations of corruption very seriously and hold them above all else. Yeah, the irony is Latin American governments are insanely fucking corrupt, okay? Left, right, doesn't matter. There's so much fucking corruption happening in Latin American countries, in Latin American governments, and Lula, ironically, is is less corrupt than like 90% of Brazilian politicians, and they still jailed him in what I would consider to be the most corrupt way. That's the irony. The irony is that not only was Lula significantly less corrupt than most other fucking Brazilian politicians, he literally was jailed. You don't know that? What do you mean? Yes, I do. I live in 2022. He's out of jail. He just became the president. How do you think that happened? I don't understand it. No, Emil's not a socialist, dude. What the fuck? He said he claims he is, but like not really. Talking about corruptions in Latin American governments when you literally live in the US. Brother, corruption in Latin American governments is also US backed. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway. Anyway. Let's see. In the electric trio, they ask for prayer for God to intervene in the TSE and say they will not accept fraudulent election at the expense of fake news and judicial interference. Projection, by the way. I love the fucking copium and the projection coming from the right here on this issue. Okay? Specifically because like they literally do fake news. Part of the fake news is saying that, Lula is a criminal. Lula is a criminal. These are the anti-vaxxers, okay? These are the anti-vaxxers. These are the people who, like, unironically spread so much fucking fake news. Not only that, but also, they also engaged in election interference. They engaged in voter suppression in northern territories where Lula is more popular. It's the exact same shit that we do. Our hogs are like identical to their hogs. They also say they will wait for Bolsonaro to make a statement before leaving the Esplanade. Electric Trio, which was announcing percentages every 10 minutes, refuses to announce that Lula is elected president and Bolsonaro has been defeated, but Bolsonaristas already know.
A sua orientação. Então vamos aguardar aqui juntos o pronunciamento e a orientação do nosso presidente. A sua orientação. Então vamos aguardar.
And for people who are saying, like, why is the CIA not intervening if they think, fucking Bolsonaro was good or that Lula was bad or whatever? I think that realistically, a lot of the left-wing movement that you've seen in Latin American countries as of late are otherwise inoffensive to American hegemony. Like, I want to believe that they're actually like there's a robust coalition out there or anything like that. But I think that they just don't, like, it's not as disruptive as it once was. Either the CIA does not have the same bandwidth it once did, or I think that they just think that you can still operate within the boundaries of Western hegemonic status. The PT's government was the biggest increase in against corruption with big laws, and they interfered in less in the federal police, so much that Dilma was kicked out because she didn't stop the car wash. They didn't even full impeachment her, knowing how bullshit it was. Any idea why they're linking Lula with criminal organizations? I mean, what do you mean? Liberal media in Brazil, just like everywhere else, is hyper anti-left, okay? So they've been pumping. What? Evil defeated good. If you don't understand that as a colonizer, then you can shut your mouth. You will never understand the pain that Brazil feels at this moment. We are destroyed. What? Evil defeated good? Unfollowing for several minutes? What the fuck? Are you okay? You're a 4-month subscriber. There's no fucking shot that you unironically are like a Bolsonaro supporter. There's no way. How is this person? I think they're just trolling, right? There's no fucking way they're being serious. I was joking. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. Bolsonaro didn't survive 15 bouts of COVID to lose this election. Hashtag recount. Stop. Do you see this insane thread saying criminals and cartels are celebrating dude, narco traffickers celebrating the election of corrupt ex-convict leftist Lula da Silva as president of Brazil? Dude, they're making him look so badass, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, Lula came out of prison looking like fucking Iroh. You know what I mean? That's my favorite meme. Someone needs to make that if you don't have that. Look. Lula coming out of prison, okay? Uncle Iroh coming out of prison. Ironic because it's the exact same, okay? I'm telling you, this is how it happened. This is how Lula got out of prison. So was Lula actually corrupt or what? Was he innocent? Yes, bro. Yes. He was innocent. They jailed him because he's a fucking leftist and was popular. I wonder why the fucking fascist administration and his supporters colluded with prosecution and the judges to ensure that this dude went to jail. I wonder how. Like, what are you stupid? The guys that are saying he's a criminal are literally saying that they want to fucking kill Lula supporters because they're socialists. Please. He was held in prison for 580 days. And then he came out of prison looking like this. It's crazy.
Look at you. You're just a fat, disgusting old man. You do nothing, you say nothing.
Wait, are you genuinely happy that Lula wins? You know he was the head of one of the biggest corruption scandals in the world, right? He was only released because of Bolsonaro himself. Yeah, dude, Bolsonaro is so fucking nice. He's such a nice guy that he released Lula from prison, dude. Yeah, no, totally. Bro, how about he literally put him in prison? How about his supporters put him in fucking prison? Why? Why don't you? I don't understand. If you live in Brazil, how do you not know this? How do you not understand that at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break, which is slated to increase, okay? 4x. Last day. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. I haven't even run the ad yet. What are you talking about? Why are people fucking doing? Oh, stop. Oh, the numbers are actually still giving me a fucking segue debate rating. Brazil Supreme Court literally ruled Lula innocent, and he was let out after serving only a fraction of a sentence. It was all bullshit. The jail a popular leftist candidate, and there's still so many fucking idiots who are unironically claiming that is what happened. Kami Cole, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. And Dr. Decomposing, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 55 people to no longer see the ads. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
You just eat and roll around in your own filth like a pig. You're a disgrace.
This is real. This is actually Lula in prison.
What's going on in there? Crazy old man. You used to be the pride of the Fire Nation, our top general, the Dragon of the West. Now look at you. Look what you've become.
That's it, bro. 258 days in prison, and this motherfucker came out like that, bending fire, okay? Rishi Sunak in a major crisis is deeply unhappy. Tory MPs are already drafting letters of no confidence in him. That's awesome. The Tory party is falling apart. It's great. No, that photo isn't real. That photo is not actually him. Come on, bro. Chill. Like, obviously, that's not real. Real photo, though. I mean, he is hot. Look at his legs, bro. Look at how vascular and how big his legs are. And he's got a fat one, too. Kind of bricked up. Dude, you know what the funniest part about this conversation is? Because Brazilian politics is so similar and like so baby America that like whenever I'm talking about Brazilian politics, it almost feels like I'm talking about American politics while we're simultaneously addressing like for the 700th time, and this started literally yesterday, that Lula is not corrupt or a criminal because television man told you so for years and years. The irony is, like, we have this exact same shit happening in America in our backyard with, like, Republicans saying that DePipi was a male prostitute and Paul Pelosi was having homosexual sex with this male prostitute. It's just the same brain rot in every fucking avenue, in every corner is the exact same, okay? Fascists are great at tearing down people who are actually good in power, but when the time comes to be in charge, they show that they share one brain cell that died in a bunker in 1945. We covered, is Lula Bernie or is he more like Biden? Oh, he's definitely closer to Bernie than Biden. For sure. Are we getting any crime on the broadcast today? Big cold case from 2017. Delphi murders had a major development. I literally banned a chatter who's been screaming about the Delphi murders earlier today. Have you seen that Bolsonaro and Michelle, his now ex-wife, were covering up their marriage for 2 years now after losing yesterday? She unfollowed him on Instagram, tarnished and maidenless. Yeah, I know. He took major L's, dude. I mean, look at what MAGA country is saying. They have the same speech as they did for the U.S. elections. Brazilian military insider contacts. Lula will win the election because they stole it as usual. Bolsonaro will wait to receive reports of the election results plus all the evidence of fraud. This is exactly the same as America, except the only difference is the Brazilian government has a closer history to a military takeover and a military dictatorship than the American government does. Okay, it's viable, and also almost 50% of the country voted for a guy who had time and time again said that military dictatorship in Brazil is far more preferable. So there's definitely some differences there because they have more mobilization than the American hogs do, because American hogs are only mad about fucking Applebee's and jalapeno poppers. But they don't have the organizational capacity that like Brazilian fascists do. So this could be a little bit more dangerous than, America. Okay. Al Jazeera
Let's
on
talk
the lead up.
about the
Here.
race to become Brazil's next president. It's a contest that really comes down to just two men. The current president, Jair Bolsonaro,
He is seen as the Trump of the tropics.
and former president Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva.
That's so funny. Okay, Brazilians are Turks too, straight up. Brazilians are also Turks.
Both the most loved and the most hated politician in Brazil, maybe seconded by Jair Bolsonaro.
Lula's ahead in the polls, and the big question...
No. I hate the fucking analysts that talk about Brazil in terms like this, bro. I hate it. Their analysis is always like... Their analysis is so libbed up. I hate that shit. Think about it from the frame. Americans, Westerners, think about this from the same framework as though you were listening to BBC talk about Corbyn or you're listening to MSNBC talking about Bernie Sanders, okay? Understand that this moral equivalency or even this analysis that makes it seem like these guys are, equivalent or makes it seem like these guys are both equally fucking hated. Now, Al Jazeera is pretty good. But the analysts that they're tapping into are still going to be libbed up, okay? So understand that whenever they talk about people like Lula, it's the exact same kind of coverage. Liberal media that maintains this like center-right attitude and genuine disdain for the left is always going to engage in this propaganda operation to tarnish and destroy and disrespect viable leftist candidates. That is precisely what's happening here, okay? That is what happened for the past 10 years, and that's the reason why. That is the reason why there's so many people who are still to this day going, oh my God, Lula is actually so corrupt. The fucking cartels are celebrating his win or whatever the fuck. Anyway.
The question is whether he can win outright in the first round. He'll need more than 50% of votes to do that, or it'll go to a second round runoff. And if Bolsonaro loses, it doesn't look like he'll go quietly.
Não é uma luta da esquerda contra a direita. É uma luta do bem contra o mal. E nós vamos vencer essa luta.
He's already been talking about election fraud.
Bolsonaro has challenged the very validity of the electoral process. He keeps flirting with a coup. Sometimes he says it explicitly, sometimes he just hints at it.
So who are these two rivals? And why are Brazilians so divided over them? In some ways, Bolsonaro and Lula represent a right versus left-wing rivalry, but there's also so much more going on. And a good place to start is the early 2000s. Lula became president in 2003 and served 2 terms until 2010. He was a former union leader and Brazil's first working-class president. It was a time when the economy was booming, and for a lot of Brazilians, life got better.
There was the commodity super cycle that made a lot of dollars come to Brazil. His administration also did a lot of measures to protect low-income families.
Lula left office with an 83% approval rating. The next president, Dilma Rousseff, was from the same workers' party, the PT, and was seen as Lula's hand-picked successor.
President Rousseff, Dilma Rousseff, was enjoying pretty high approval rates at the time, and all of a sudden Brazil went into this long turmoil. And one of the big questions that many people ask is, what happened to Brazil after 2013?
Well, a couple of big things happened. First, the economy turned. There was a recession, people were losing their jobs, and prices were going up. And then there was Operation Car Wash, what became a huge corruption investigation that went on for years. It basically uncovered a multi-billion-dollar money laundering and bribery scheme linked to the state-run oil company Petrobras.
They revealed during the car wash operation that there was an involvement of pretty much every single major political party in Brazil with corruption scandals.
That included Lula himself. In 2017, he was convicted of money laundering and corruption and ended up with a 12-year prison sentence, although he was released after about 18 months. Lula maintained he'd done nothing wrong and that all the charges were politically motivated. And by the way, the Supreme Court later annulled his conviction.
I wonder why, dude. That's crazy. How did that happen? How the fuck did that happen, dude? It's because, I guess it's because he was, fucking, what's his face? Bolsonaro was like a really big, criminal justice rehabilitation guy, you know? Of course, obviously, the United States would never be involved in such things in Brazil. The FBI released an interview with the Pelosi attacker. Oh my God, that's awesome. We'll definitely look at that.
So let's look at the last presidential election in 2018. It was a really messy time in Brazil. The economy was recovering from a deep recession, the corruption scandal was going strong, and violent crime was on the rise. And that's where Jair Bolsonaro comes in. He's a former army captain who became a member of Congress in 1990. He wasn't really a political heavyweight, but
he was literally a torturer too, and has talked fondly about torturing.
He got a lot of attention for making statements like this.
Eu sou favorável à tortura, tu sabe disso.
Oh yeah, there you go. He said, I'm pro-torture, you know this, and the people are too.
E o povo é favorável a isso também.
Maria do Rosário, fica. Há poucos dias tu me chamou de estuprador.
He's gonna say, I would never rape you, you're too ugly for me to rape you.
No Salão Verde, e eu falei que não ia estuprar você.
I said I wouldn't rape you because you don't deserve it.
Porque você não merece. Fica aqui para ouvir. Eu quero uma polícia civil e militar.
I want a civil police force and military to defend the people and that shoot to kill.
Que defesa do povo.
I didn't pre-watch. This is last time, bro. Brazilians listened to this man and said, that's my fucking guy. You understand? He was dishonorably discharged for trying to bomb military quarters. Bro, I'm telling you right now, this guy literally was like, he was saying all this shit. And people were like, oh my God, that's so wonderful. I love that. And this guy goes, so would you if crime was that high? Bro, no, I wouldn't. You know why? Because I'm not some fucking suburbia living liberal who is deeply terrified of fucking living in an urban city, an urban environment, okay? I have a 3-inch dick. Yeah, we know already. The only way to solve crime is through solving the socioeconomic conditions that create crime. We've been over this a million times, okay?
Now, he ran for president in 2018 on a platform all about making Brazil great again. He was up against Lula, who was campaigning from jail.
Come to Brazil and try to solve it like that, lol. Hey, you dumb bitch. I don't have to do that because Lula's there. And part of his appeal for a very long time was literally that. His anti-poverty initiatives were so profoundly popular. So profoundly popular that 10 years of fucking counter Lula propaganda by liberal media and also, Bolsonaro's regime jailing him still didn't hurt his fucking chances of becoming the president. He's president again. Why? Because that's what happens. People don't fucking forget. When your parents and your grandparents were lifted out of poverty as a consequence of where they were able to get food on their table, where they were able to get electricity, okay, after a brutal fucking dictatorship, all of a sudden, that's the kind of life-changing improvements that they're not going to fucking forget. There's a reason why even fucking Chavez in a country like Venezuela still has a gigantic amount of supporters. Chavistas are the only reason why Maduro ever even maintained his power in the country. Do you get it? Despite the many coup attempts. Why? Because people don't forget. When you teach them how to fucking read, when you improve the literacy rate, when you give them food, when you give them shelter, when you put roads in their fucking otherwise impoverished neighborhoods, they don't forget that. Okay? Chavez's policies were so fucking overwhelmingly popular with an otherwise silent group of people that you will never hear from in Western media that they even got Maduro, okay? That lifted Maduro up, okay? And he's not exactly great.
Until he was barred at the last minute. And Bolsonaro won.
Bolsonaro seemed to be, as early as 2016 or 17, the man who embodied all the frustration and all the bad blood that was going around Brazil at the time. And his platform was music to many people's ears at that point. So he would say that he was an anti-system candidate. He was fighting corruption.
He has mastered political communication on social media.
The only reason why he was able to do this, by the way, the only reason why he was able to do this is because he, as a fascist, took advantage of anti-socialist liberals, okay? A lot of wealthy people who control the media in Brazil, just like in the United States of America, were interested in advancing capital interests. If you want to advance capital interests in a country, you have to destroy and vilify and turn into the enemy every single viable leftist candidate, because leftist policies are anti-capital, okay? So you do that with a non-stop disinformation campaign. You do that by basically chipping away at the popularity of popular figures, okay? And by the way, Lula is not even a fucking like full-blown out and about socialist, but he's definitely a trade unionist. He's like he's always been a fucking pro-union guy. And also he has regularly spoken out against America's imperialist attitude towards countries like Iran and shit, but not to a certain, not to such a degree that like I think the American State Department considers him to be an enemy. I think they personally, judging by what the Democratic Party has come out with so far, okay, it doesn't seem like they are too afraid of him, like to a degree that they would Salvador Allende his ass in the same way that they've done time and time again. Yes, he is pro-Palestine, yes.
Media like no one else in Brazil, especially no one on the left. And he has successfully shaped a lot of conversations in the country. That's what allowed him to go from backbencher to a competitive presidential candidate to being the president.
Yeah, I love Bolsonaro, the anti-system candidate, despite being a congressperson for 30 plus years and military before that. Okay. Like, it's just like Donald Trump running around being like, I'm against the wealthy. Owning you, owning our politicians is like, bro, you did that though. Like, you literally did that. The fuck are you talking about? You are a billionaire. You are the system. You are more, when you're a billionaire, you are more the system than politicians are, because politicians serve you and your interests. But of course, you know, try explaining that to some fucking idiot, okay? No, you can't do that.
Now, some Brazilians look back at the last 4 years of Bolsonaro as president and see disaster. Many blame him for not taking COVID seriously. More than 680,000 Brazilians died, the second highest death toll in the world.
The highest. I can't remember who was. Oh, that's right. This is also the other reason. This is also the other reason why I'm saying, like, we're number one, baby. We're number one. Brazil tries to be the United States so bad. Brazil wants to be Cardi, but they can't, okay? Bolsonaro wants to be Trump, but he can't do it. He can't be Trump.
Then there's his environmental record. Deforestation has accelerated under Bolsonaro, and he's rejected the idea that Brazil has any special role to play in the fight against climate change.
É uma falácia dizer que a Amazônia é patrimônio da humanidade.
He said it's a fallacy to say that the Amazon is the heritage of humankind.
E equívoco, como a terra.
And a misconception confirmed by scientists to say that our Amazon forests
afirmar que a Amazônia
are under attack, or are the lungs of the world, I guess. Yeah, are the lungs of the world. Oh, that's so sick. I love that. He's like, no, dude, you guys don't understand. It's actually super sick that I'm destroying the Amazon. I mean, he's right, though. You're right, brother. He is right. Fuck the Amazon forest, brother. You're right. Fuck them trees, dog. No, you're right. Fuck them trees.
The accusation that Bolsonaro has deliberately weakened state.
It's so dumb. Who needs oxygen? Honestly, who the fuck needs oxygen? I'm sick and tired of what Mr. Beast is doing too. Like, oh, wow, super sick, bro. You want to plant trees? How about you plant bitches, okay? How about that? Couldn't be me. What are you, a fucking baby, dude? You need oxygen to breathe? Me? I'm running on fucking carbon monoxide, okay? Not even carbon dioxide. I'm running on carbon monoxide poisoning, which is precisely why I think that there's ghosts. Ghosts are real now, okay? I've been doing lung training this entire time, okay? Sucking on an exhaust pipe.
State institutions.
Bolsonaro has moved very quickly ever since the very beginning of his tenure to undermine and to hollow out political institutions and bureaucracies, especially those who might put obstacles or limits to the actions of some private interest groups that have supported Bolsonaro from day one.
But a lot of Brazilians really like what Bolsonaro stands for. He's seen as more supportive of the private sector, and he's got a lot of support among people with more conservative social values.
Is always the same shit. God, nation, family, and freedom. And all the fucking capital owners are like, capital owners love, even just, and America as well, love even the slightest hint that you're going to privatize, like nationalize industries. You know what I mean? They come so hard. They love that shit. They love that shit the most, okay? During Lula's first time in office, deforestation of the Amazon fell by 80%. Under Bolsonaro, it surged again. A recent analysis by Carbon Brief shows that Lula's victory could bring deforestation down 89% by the end of the decade. Today's election was crucial for the climate. Dude, this is so bitch made. Straight up, I don't need trees, okay? I don't need trees, and I certainly don't need oxygen to breathe. What? Oh, that's funny. Wait, when are you leaving? I'm talking about Bolsonaro and shit right now. Oh, well, thank you for the coffee, by the way. That's very nice of you.
I didn't even message him. Tell him I didn't even message him.
Yeah, he didn't even let me know. He just got me a cold brew. Yeah. Coffee showed up at the door. He's asking what time checkout is. Yeah, you can get a late checkout, bro. Don't worry about it. Why oxygen if we can have copium? That's what I'm saying, dude. People have bitch-made lungs, okay? I'm a fish man. I don't even need it, okay? I do not need oxygen. I will live under the water. Call me a fish man, okay? Sorry, I've been watching the Arlong Park saga. Yeah, I'm Mr. Arlong, bitch. Fish still breathe oxygen. Shut up! Fuck the O2 tank. I hit the Benjamin. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Shut up, nerd. Talking about fucking how fish need oxygen. Like, shut up, dude. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your fucking fake news, dog.
Família e liberdade. Brasil acima de tudo. Deus acima de todos.
He projects himself as a man of faith, of Christian values, who wants a traditional family, who's against abortion. Those that vote for Bolsonaro.
That abortion flag is so stupid, dude. I love that.
Want people to be talking about gender identity in school. They don't want abortion, definitely. They don't want drugs to be legalized. They'd rather not have gay rights. These people, there are people that believe in this agenda.
So in this election, with Bolsonaro up against Lula, you've got this epic political showdown. Both of them are huge personalities, both are controversial in their own way, and both of them inspire love and hate from different parts of society. But putting the political theater aside,
yeah, love and hate. Bolsonaro inspires love from the absolute worst pieces of shit piglet hogs you've ever seen. Lula, on the other hand, inspires the working poor, working class people, everyday citizens, okay? And also other marginalized identities, indigenous populations, the LGBTQIA community, you know, working class people. It's just both sides. Who's to say which side is better than the other, you know? I'm in the liberal media, so I can't distinguish between a bunch of piece of shit, psychotic, neck-bearded, mouth-breathing fucking weirdos who want to murder every marginalized community and regular old working poor people, you know? I can't distinguish between one another. It's great.
For a moment, the big issue for most Brazilian voters is the economy, because a lot of people are struggling right now. More than half the population is food insecure, even though Brazil is one of the world's biggest food producers. And prices are going up for food and fuel, just like in many other countries.
Nós sofremos, meu filho, não é brincadeira não. Ela vai pra rua, arruma lá, pede, os amigos ajuda, tudo, tô dizendo a você.
Tem mês que aperta mais, né? Tem mês que aperta, mas tem a semana que melhora mais e outras é mais fraca e assim vai.
Economic conditions in Brazil have been extremely challenging, especially for lower income voters who are the majority of the Brazilian population. So that's why the economy is the number one, number two, and number three priority for voters.
So both candidates are trying to convince voters that they're the man to deliver on the economy. Bolsonaro has been pointing out that inflation and unemployment have gone down, and in July he got Congress to approve $7.6 billion in emergency aid. That includes a 50% increase in monthly cash payments for Brazil's poorest until the end of the year. As for Lula,
people conflate the fact that Lula was at best complicit in corruption, okay, with Bolsonaro being an out and about fascist, anti-environment bigot directly responsible for thousands of deaths. It's like the most fucked up whataboutism ever, except it's one that we are accustomed to, okay? I mean, Biden is significantly worse than Lula in many respects, okay? Straight up. He is not like Lula at all. Lula is infinitely better. I would say Lula is very close to Bernie Sanders. But people also say awful things to Bernie Sanders and about Bernie Sanders. It's like when people were coming out and claiming that, like, you know, the Goldman Sachs CEO was coming out and claiming and being like, you know, Trump might be like kind of a fascist or whatever. He's kind of racist or whatever. But like if Bernie became the Democratic primary nominee, I think I would probably have to vote for Donald Trump. We do that here as well. Regarding the rainforest, Bolsonaro co-opted anti-imperialist sentiment by saying things like the Amazon belongs to Brazil and the rest of the world shouldn't be making decisions about what they do with it. Yeah, typical.
he's been pushing the message that the economy was much better back when he was president.
O país que eu deixei é país que o povo tem saudade. É o país do emprego. É o país em que o povo tinha o direito de viver dignamente de cabeça erguida nesse país. E esse país vai voltar.
He's able to tap into people's perception that their lives were better back in 2010. And the fact that is that it was better. People's lives were definitely better.
Se ele entrar, vai ser beleza. Aí a gente vai poder voltar a comer carne. Agora com o Bolsonaro a gente vai voltar a comer pé de frango.
Lula has basically run on the platform, I know how to do stuff, I have done in the past, and I'm not Bolsonaro.
But that works the other way around too, with some people supporting Bolsonaro just because he's not Lula.
There are people who vote for Bolsonaro because they hate Lula. These are people that are furious at the corruption scandals, and they feel that they're now having to...
No, they're not. They're just angry at shapes and colors. They're angry at what they've seen on the television, okay? They're angry at what they think, okay? They're angry at what they think is like Lula's doing. That's it. Why? Because liberals have fucking routinely shit on LULA and the left in general, okay? And there are valid reasons to talk about the corruption, okay, within the nationalized with the national the whatever the fucking company's called, the Petro, whatever the fuck. So was Lula personally corrupt? No. At most, he was complicit in corruption that was happening in his party, Petrobras, Brazil. Why didn't I know the name of that off the top of my head? It's pretty obvious. Okay? But the reason why he was going to jail for 12 years was fucking ridiculous. They tried to tie him with everything. But ultimately, it's the same energy as giving serious coverage to, I don't know, dumbasses in fucking West Virginia, for example, let's say, reading whatever they see on WhatsApp or on Facebook and getting upset about people shitting in kitty litter boxes, right? Like teenagers shitting in kitty litter boxes and making that the fucking centerpiece of the political campaign. And then some other foreign outlet covering the news story like, Americans are genuinely upset at Biden for forcing children to take shits and pisses in kitty litter boxes in schools. Like, it's basically that. It's the same exact energy. I think watching Hasan lowers your IQ. Yeah, totally. Also, Bolsonaro's political party from when he won in 2018 had much more responsibility. Yeah, also Bolsonaro is like infinitely more corrupt, but in a way, because he's like Trump, openly and brazenly corrupt, that people find honesty in that corruption. Because ultimately, people don't care about corruption. They care about whether or not the guy is on their side, ostensibly, okay? And a lot of people, especially evangelicals, psychopathic fucking, vaccine truthers, the far right, the center right, a lot of these people, and of course the middle class, that watches way too much television and is like brainwashed by anti-left liberal propaganda, saw someone like Bolsonaro as a guy who's on their side because at least he's not Lula, right? But when Bolsonaro is openly and brazenly corrupt, like utilizing the federal police force, the highway patrol to stop fucking Lula voters from going out and voting, for like he did literally yesterday, okay? They don't consider that to be a bad thing. They consider that to be a good thing because, hey, those guys are corrupt, but they're corrupt at my behest. You understand? This guy's so honest, he put a 100-year top secret classification on shit regarding his sons. Yeah, he also may or may not have been a cuck.
Pick between a crazy guy and a robber. It's like, which one would I rather have?
A robber.
All of this is creating a really tense election atmosphere. There's even been violence. 2 Lula supporters have been killed by Bolsonaro supporters, and Bolsonaro doesn't seem to be doing much to calm things down. He's been questioning the voting machines and setting up the idea that there could be fraud.
He's trying to sow distrust in the country's electronic voting system, which in almost 30 years has never faced one single credible fraud allegation. And Bolsonaro has swamped the Brazilian public discourse with vitriol. He has portrayed this electoral race as a battle between good and evil.
So there's a lot of nervousness in Brazil about the state of the country right now and where this election could take things.
What I feel about this election is like there's no hope for the future. It's more of an election like, let's avoid falling into a hole. So
Why?
People are.
Why do you feel like that? Why do you feel like Lula is bad? Why are you automatically fucking engaging with anti-Lula sentiment as though it's anywhere near as though it's anywhere near fucking another 4 years or however many years under fucking Bolsonaro. It's crazy. Look, man, here's the reality. If it doesn't impact you, whether or not fucking Lula or Bolsonaro is president, then don't make it seem like either side is genuinely the same. I hate when liberals do this shit. It's like, yeah, it doesn't impact you, so you don't like it. Because Lula's impact will be potentially, I don't know, hurting your friends that you go to cocktail parties with. You know, the mega elite in Brazil, the super wealthy, or even the upper middle class, okay, who think that they have a vested interest in maintaining a hyper-capitalist psychotic dystopia in Brazil. Or you just, you know, you just don't care if Bolsonaro fucking ruins the Amazon rainforest and continues trying to butcher LGBT people. It just doesn't matter. Brazilian here and live in the southern part of the country where Bolsonaro won the most. Yesterday was crazy. We who voted for Lula wanted to go out in the streets to celebrate our victory, but couldn't do it. We were afraid to do so and get shot or run over by Bolsonaristas. In some towns, they beat people up, and today they're closing roads. Bolsonaro hasn't come out to speak yet. Imagine when he do. We just want this madness to end. Yeah, it's crazy. The interesting part about Lula is that it's not like he was like, let's murder the bankers type socialist. You know what I mean? He wasn't even a socialist. He's a social democrat. Like here, at 33, he's leading the 1979 Steelworkers Union during a fucking military dictatorship, okay? The meeting endorsed the first large-scale 200K worker strike in the country since 1968 after years of repression by the ruling military dictatorship. So he's putting his... he's putting his life on the line this way in a meaningful capacity. But when he's in a position of power, he's like helping out the bankers. You know what I mean? He created a weird center-left and leftist coalition that worked. Meanwhile, Bolsonaro, on the other hand, is tapping into some of the most insane, unhinged psychopaths in Brazil and turning otherwise center-left people who are brainwashed by liberal propaganda for years and years into psychotic far-righters. No joke, ever since I started following U.S. politics, I get a big sense of deja vu every couple months. We literally copy our country's dumbass shit. I wanted to celebrate yesterday and thought better of it. I live in a Bolsonarista town. Yeah, I mean, Brazil is one of the countries where, like, I think it's a damn near carbon copy. If Democrats wanted to learn anything from Lula or left-leaning victories in Latin America, they would run on things like ending hunger and then actually do that. They don't want to learn much but just some free advice anyway. Helping people survive is popular. Here we have to continue building power and capacity from the ground up, but just in case this reaches anyone or helps a politician sort this out. Yeah, it's not going to happen. American brain rot is so fucking insane and so permanent that when Joe Brandon did a profoundly popular thing by eliminating student loan debt, right, for $10,000 to $20,000, motherfuckers said that's stealing. That's buying votes. Americans are so permanently brain broken by a genuine disdain that politicians have for the working poor that any kind of popular provision that helps the working class is seen as a negative thing. Like, we are so geared towards being cucked, it is unimaginable to me. Being this cucked is wild.
One of the most stunning political comebacks, Luis Inácio Lula da Silva has been voted in as Brazil's next president. It was a very tight race. The former leftist leader, who served 18 months in prison for corruption charges later annulled, took nearly 51% of the vote. The far-right incumbent Jair Bolsonaro won 49%. president. Mr. Bolsonaro becomes the first sitting president in Brazil ever to lose re-election. Our South America correspondent Katie Watson reports.
Celebration on the streets of Sao Paulo and a sense of relief. They predicted a tight race, and it was a nail-biter to the very end.
I feel free, relieved, not only for the Brazilian people, but for the whole planet, for the Amazon, for the democracy, for the human rights. So we are very happy.
It's a very divided country, though. There'll be lots of people unhappy.
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
It was a very little difference, the small difference. So we have to be very patient, and we have to leave the anger and the hatred away.
What a comeback for Brazil's president-elect, a man who left power just 12 years ago with a sky-high approval rating, but who then subsequently fell from grace over corruption scandals. Here he is again, Lula 2.0.
It was the hardest campaign of my life. It wasn't man against man, party against party. It was a group of people who love freedom and democracy against authoritarianism.
The noise on the streets filled the silence from Bolsonaro's camp. The speculation was that he went to bed. While voting was largely peaceful, there was a lot of expectation and nerves on Sunday as people cast their ballot. In this unequal country, the divide was clear. Rich and poor, left and right. People had a stark choice to make.
I'm voted for Bolsonaro, of course.
What's the best thing about Bolsonaro? Why do you like Bolsonaro?
I don't agree with him like 100%. I think he has a lot of flaws, but he's a man of God. He has like the right principles and...
Bro, this is literally direct Trump. Just instead of him saying Bolsonaro, listen to him say Trump. It's the same. I have heard, this is what I've heard evangelicals say about Trump, dog. The same shit. He's a man of principles, you know, he's a man of God. Like, you know, how he said he was vibing with a 14-year-old girl who he found attractive. You know? The police in Sao Paulo legit said that they were allowing whichever party won to have their party on the street. Basically, whoever lost had to stay the fuck away so there wouldn't be fights. It's funny because Bolsonaristas assume the cops will always be on their side like in America, but Brazil's institutions haven't rotted away into that level of police state yet. Probably because we don't have a two-party system. I mean, that's a definitely regional thing. That's 100% a regional thing. There's no shot that that is the case, especially because Bolsonaro still very much controls the federal police, for example. Like you're talking about a country where yesterday the federal highway police, led by a Bolsonaro supporter who's like an avid open Bolsonaro supporter, was stopping people from voting. And the army also was trying to divert people from voting. They were going into fucking public transportation where the poorest of the working class are utilizing to go and vote. And trying to get them to not vote for the criminal, LULA. And by the way, he still lost, so, you know, get fucked. R.I.P. Bozo. The faces of communism. Fucking terrifying. Trigger warning, bro. Stop. What is... here, let's finish this.
He's not the biggest thief that ever exist in Brazil.
It's very sad, in my opinion, to see Brazil in this state where we have to decide between two candidates that just make Brazil such a polarized country, inciting violence, extremes, and I think especially they don't represent any of the young population, right?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Why is it so fucking devastating? I don't understand. What do you mean? Is she talking about Bolsonaro? How is she saying both sides on this? Also, holy fuck, dude. Western media find one non-white person in a Latin American country challenge, impossible difficulty, and make sure that that non-white person isn't the like fucking token Bolsonarista, okay? Holy fuck. They literally go to the heartland. They just straight up go to the heart of the fucking city and find the wealthiest, centrist, whitest fucking libs they possibly can, who have like gotten education in like liberal arts institutions in America, and then go back and they're like, yeah, my father, who owns like 8 fucking agricultural farms, is very upset right now with the way things are going, and I also have that same kind of resentment and animosity built into me because we recognize where we make our money. It was pretty sick when Bolsonaro made slavery legal, okay? It worked well for our agricultural output, none of which was going back to the Brazilian people who were starving, but it's cool, you know? So it's a real both sides kind of situation.
Any progress in the country. It's really very sad. So my vote is a vote of protest.
Amid such division, it was Lula who made it to the finish line first.
People here
That's
are
right,
shouting,
baby.
Lula has returned. Like him or loathe him, this is a historic moment for Brazil. 20 years after Lula first
Vocês forçaram a prisão dele quando ele ia vencer. Agora ele tá de volta, o que vai acontecer?
For Brazil, his job will be...
Esse ano Lula bota o Bolsonaro pra mamar. Vai dar PT, vai dar PT, vai dar PT, vai dar PT, vai dar. Esse ano Lula bota o Bolsonaro pra mamar. Vai dar PT, vai dar PT, vai dar PT, vai dar PT, vai dar.
Os ladrão, tá? Então tá bom.
Esse ano o Lula bota o Bolsonaro pra mamar. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Vai dar PT, vai dar PT, vai dar. Bro, Lemma, what are they doing? L is for Lula. It doesn't mean like you lost. When you throw up the L, you're saying it for Lula. Red is also the color of Lula's party and not Bolsonaro's. Like the liberals are also right wing. Most people don't understand these concepts because they're so fucking brain broken by American politics. But and this means Bolsonaro is gonna suck Lula's cock, right? Your Portuguese still sounds like an LA Chicano. Mamad, you forced his prison when he was about to win. Now he's back. And what's going to happen? This year, Lula will make Bolsonaro suck it. And yeah, like, despite Bolsonaro being a fascist, his party is the liberal party, for the record. Liberals are centrist at best, literally everywhere in the world, and people don't even realize. Yeah. So in many ways, in the United States of America, the Democratic Party being liberal is actually apt because it is a center-right party. It's true. But like liberals in other countries are openly center-right. Like everybody understands that that's not the only leftist option, okay? In other countries. When you are a leftist in other countries, you either join a socialist party, you join a labor party, you know what I mean? You join a communist party, depending on where you are in the world. You don't join the liberal party. The liberals, like the Lib Dems, for example, in the UK, are center-right. In classical liberal countries, liberals generally represent the status quo. I mean, they just... They only care about... Liberals care about private property above all else. And that's at the heart of capitalism. So they care about defending capitalism. And that's why liberals' anger towards people like Bolsonaro oftentimes come from not the leftist position, but a right-wing position, because they think that fascists are not able to maintain order under capitalism because they get too ahead of themselves and want to kill too many gay people. You know what I mean? Crazy that they're saying it's time for Jair when they should be saying it's time for the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. 1 minute for now, 4 minutes tomorrow starting. That's right. Also, you can get gifted a sub. Dalden 710, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Boom. My dad is trying to tell me how Lula is doing so much bad after I used your talking point you said yesterday. Why does he look out of breath? Anyway. No memes actually go to Brazil. It's fun as fuck. I would. Especially now. I definitely would now. Anyway, let's move on. Bolsonaro voters pray as rival Lula wins Brazil's presidential runoff. Let's watch some fucking beautiful tears, dude. Keep crying, bitches.
Porque cair em tentação, mas livrai-nos do mal. Porque teu é o reino. Lula, ladrão! Feita a vossa vontade, assim na terra como no céu.
Fascist audio, Omega lol. Why does this have the same energy as the megachurch Trump cult shit? Why do right-wingers always ride the fascist dick so hard? Bro, this is literally the exact same. The energy is the exact same as Trump supporters fucking crying that Trump lost the election to Brandon, because it is the exact same. Do you understand? The audience is the exact same. The messaging is the exact same. The fucking attitude is the exact same. if you looked at the demographic breakdown, you would literally probably find an identical demographic breakdown of like, you know, a swath of the working poor who have been duped because of like anti-vaxxer conspiracies or anti-LGBT conspiracies, you know, that sort of shit. And then an overwhelming amount of like wealthy people. Here, look. Look at that. Yeah, there you go. There's functionally no difference between the two. Okay, look, I mean, literally, look at that. They're doing the same shit, dog. Because they are the same. It's the same picture. I really get pissed off as a Brazilian. It's really obvious as someone who follows international politics how our hogs are importing 100% of your brain rot here. Oh, dude. And they're using American applications. Like China, we talk about how China is like, by way of TikTok, breaking the brains of the American population, right? Okay, well, Facebook is doing that with WhatsApp everywhere on the fucking planet. We're doing infinitely worse than what China is doing with TikTok to America everywhere else with WhatsApp and misinformation. Everywhere around the fucking planet. Wherever you see these fucking pieces of shit prop up, crying because they can't, like, I don't know, murder trans people or some shit. Anyway, also, we got more information from the Bolsonaro crying hogs. It's Hogwatch time. Come to Brazil edition. Hogwatch, come to Brazil edition. Okay? Of course, they're saying, this is fraud. It's fraudulent.
Take a listen to some supporters from Bolsonaro's camp, where it was not so much of a celebration. Let's take a listen to those supporters of the incumbent President Jair Bolsonaro.
No movement for Lula exceeded 1 million people. Bolsonaro got 1.5 million on the streets here in Rio de Janeiro last year. This year it's also the same average. This is a fraud. And if we need to go to the army will have to intervene. Communism...
Yeah, they're calling for a fascist coup d'etat. They're calling for a fascist military dictatorship because that is far preferable in the eyes of, again, fucking fascists, than what they believe is a communist rule that is going to happen. Your Portuguese Brazilian accent is sick, dude. Thank you.
Will not come to Brazil.
Bolsonaro has his flaws like every man, like every human being has. These are the people who can no longer stand the Workers' Party. These are the people who can no longer stand robbery. And that's it. I wash my hands because I did my bit. I voted conscientiously. I voted knowing that above all, my Brazil cannot be led by a bandit.
Like, I don't understand. Why doesn't anybody be like, okay, what about Bolsonaro? You know what I mean? What about his corruption? How do you feel about that? Like, this motherfucker bought 51 properties in cash. Where did that come from? This motherfucker bought 51 properties in cash, dog. What happened there? You have an issue with that? He's going to be like, he's a man of God. Man, whoa, he's a man of God, Bolsonaro. He deserves it. He deserves the 51 properties. I wish he was my landlord. Bro, celebrate any of these two winning is so garbage? Fuck off, bro. What do you mean it's garbage? Listen, bro, I'm pro Lula, okay? I'll say it.
Honestly, victory is when we win. He did not win. This was stolen. The truth is that everyone is disappointed. We were expecting it because of the Supreme Court we have. For sure it was stolen. I sincerely hope that we can reverse this somehow.
de alguma forma.
So, Tim, some pretty strong denial there coming from Bolsonaro's supporters. We still have not heard from the man himself. What do you make of that?
Well, 4 years ago when he won,
he was in jail, nice president. You dumb motherfuckers would be like, Nelson Mandela is a bad person, okay? You literally just turn off a part of your brain that completely forgets that, like, good people, innocent people get locked up all the time. Yeah, that Nelson Mandela guy, he's a fucking terrorist, you know? He is. He's a terrorist. That's what the government said at the time when they locked him up. MLK, also a terrorist. You know, he was doing a lot of racial agitation. We don't like that. Terrible criminal.
you couldn't stop him. He was going to rid the country of leftists. He was going to ride them out of town. He was going to put a stop to activism. That's when he won. When he lost, broke with protocol entirely. Nothing to say. Some might see that as a lack of class.
I don't think that's a lack of class. I think that's deliberate. That's not a lack of class. I think that's straight up fucking deliberate, okay? It's terrifying.
Will he challenge the results? It's a possibility. But one thing that was very quick, as soon as the result came in,
Bolsonaro supporters have absolutely no idea what to do because their master is quiet. They don't know if they should protest or just shut up. It's honestly funny to go outside here in Rio. Honestly, it's better that he's shutting the fuck up at this stage, though. Like, obviously, the best possible thing would be for Jair Bolsonaro to come out and be like, I'm actually dying. I'm going to the hospital for the 700th time, and this time, you know, it's a real whodunit. I'm dying, actually, and also I concede. Like, that would be the best possible outcome, okay? Which is not going to happen. But currently, as it stands, him coming out and being like, the election was stolen, like Donald Trump has done, okay? My wife left me, brother, and the election was stolen by fake communist Venezuelans or whatever the fuck he's going to say. And then that the streets should, you know, you should take to the streets and you know, kill Lula supporters or whatever the fuck is not going to be the best possible outcome here. It would be significantly worse. I know his wife legit left him. That wasn't a joke. I know. I am aware that Bolsonaro's wife literally said, R.I.P. Bozo, I heard Lula eats pussy 9 times a day. I'm leaving you. I've seen his fucking fat hog and how veiny and vascular his gigantic quads are. Bye-bye. She said those things. Well, she didn't say those things. I just tied a bunch of different, like, random conspiracy theories together. But she did unfollow him on Instagram. Also, another fun conspiracy from the election cycle in Brazil was when they were saying that Bolsonaro was actually a cuck and that there was this, like, sexy firefighter that Bolsonaro's wife was actually fucking, and that Bolsonaro's kids were literally friends with the firefighter who actually was fucking his wife, and that you know, they gave him like a bunch of weird. I think they like raised money for him or something. Well, we will never know because there's a lot of secrecy shit that Bolsonaro also did for his sons. There's an explanation for the Insta unfollow. Yeah, the firefighter was the father who stepped up. Apparently, Carlos Bolsonaro is to blame. He often controls his father's account and got in a fight with his stepmother, according to Metropolis. Stay tuned for more information on this important story. Jair Bolsonaro and Michelle Bolsonaro reportedly unfollowed each other on Instagram. I want to believe. Wait, that's not a joke, though. The firefighter story is real. I'm not even kidding about that. Dude, Brazilian politics is insane, bro. Like, the Bolsonaro's not a pedophile line was pretty funny when it came out. We covered it yesterday. But also, the Bolsonaro literally was like, his approval rating dipped when Brazilians were like, no shot, you let your wife get fucked by that guy? I remember at the time, people were fucking mad at him. Like, his own community was like kind of mad at him about that. They don't give a fuck if he like steals money and buys like 51 properties. They don't give a fuck if he's a fascist. But like, God forbid you let your wife get fucked by a firefighter, you're cuck-pilled, no shot. Here. God, I love Brazilian politics. Just like when you always say politics here is just like team sports as well. People love your candidate, and that's it. Bolsonaro could rape children in the middle of the street, and the hogs would love him no matter what. I mean, yeah, he literally said he would. He said he had good vibes with a 14-year-old, dude. He was like, I met a 14-year-old, and I thought she was sexy, and I asked her to take me to her house. Like, and people didn't fucking turn around and say that was bad. Yeah, the eating pussy 9 times a day was anti-LULA propaganda, which is weird. That is another thing, but I'm not kidding. Bolsonaro a couple weeks ago came out on a fucking Brazilian podcast and said, I was driving around in my little fucking Vespa and I saw a sexy ass 14-year-old girl and we hit it off. We had good chemistry. He said that. He literally said that. I'm not joking. And he was like, can I come to your house? And then he went to the house of the 14-year-old girl and saw a bunch of other, in his words, attractive 14-year-olds getting dressed up. And he asked them, why are you getting dressed up? And they said, well, we're getting dressed up because we're working. And he was like, why are you working on a Saturday? And then he implied that they were prostitutes that were sex trafficked, which is a wild story because turns out they weren't, okay? But also, not only that they weren't sex trafficked and they weren't doing prostitution, if that was the case, why the fuck wouldn't you, as the president, do something about it? Like, he was the president at the time. He's like, yeah, like, even if the story was real, okay? Why would you say you were attracted to a 14-year-old? And then why wouldn't you actually, like, save these little girls from being sex trafficked? He was like, yeah, I didn't do anything. What could he do as the president? I don't know. Call the police? What he should have done is not try to fuck a 14-year-old, okay? That's what he should have done. Bolsonaro says he felt a spark with a 14 and 15-year-old girls, and video becomes ammunition for opponents. What he should have done instead is, like, not say that he had good chemistry with a 14-year-old who he followed to the house, okay? So he shouldn't have done that. And then lastly, you know, if there was actually like sex trafficking happening there, I don't know, maybe do something about it. You're the president. Lula explored the opponent's speech. Those of you who are mothers, those of you who are fathers, listen to what Bolsonaro said about 14-year-old girls. Says the 30-second piece produced by the PT campaign. He felt a spark with a 14-year-old girl. Is this the man who claims to defend the family? Which, by the way, how would you be able to call the police? They weren't they all defunded after those 2020 riots for BLM? Yeah. Bro, it's like Chris Hansen stuff. I just want to tell this miner how bad it is and save them. Yeah. He apparently had some cannibalism sound bites too. I didn't even know that. I'd eat an Indian. Rival sees on unearthed Bolsonaro cannibalism boast. I didn't even know about this one. I didn't even hear about this one. That's fucking wild. He says he went to Suracucu once, and then I started seeing Indian women passing. This guy got like 49% of the vote, okay? Like millions of people voted for this guy. This shit came out and millions of people were like, that's me. I'm writing for that shit, okay? Understand how fucked up and how similar to the United States of America Brazil is. But in many ways, by the way, Indian is indigenous in this circumstance, okay?
Mulheres índias passando com carregamento de banana nas costas, uma atrás da outra, e o índio passa
carrying bananas, and an Indian guy passes by picking his teeth with a grass blade. I asked, what's going on? I saw a lot of people passing by. An Indian died, and they're cooking him. They cook Indians. It's their culture.
Eles cozinham o índio, é a cultura deles.
The body. They put the body, but not to eat, right? To eat, yes. They cook it for 2-3 days and eat it with bananas. I wanted to see the Indian being cooked. Then he said, if you go, you'll have to eat. I said, I'll do it. He's always yelling. It's so weird. Like, he's always yelling. I said, I'll do it. Then the team, no one wanted to go. He said, come with me. But then the team said they didn't want to go because they'd eaten Indian. As for me, they didn't want to take me along, so I didn't go. I'd eat the Indian, no problem whatsoever. It's their culture. I subjected myself to that, okay? I'm from India and this is not our culture. No, he's not talking. He's talking about indigenous people. By the way, this never happened. That's the funniest part about his stories is that, like, his stories are just fake or a complete bastardization of what has actually happened, okay? There's a video of Lula being homophobic, by the way. Search it up, fake news Andy. Damn, dude. That's crazy. Fucking got him, dude. Yeah, who do I think is more homophobic between Lula, a person who has campaigned on LGBT rights, versus Bolsonaro, a person who has fucking campaigned on murdering gay people? Who literally said he would fucking kill his son if his son was gay. Even though he himself is a cuck. And, you know, I wonder who is more homophobic. I wonder if this chatter cares about homophobia or is just simply trying to weaponize it in this circumstance. You dumb, stupid motherfucker. You stupid, absolute imbecile in your fucking dumb, fake woman sock account. Who are you fooling? The funniest part about Bolsonaro's lies, though, is that, like, they also make him look awful. Like, to anyone that's not completely fucking brainwashed, this Lula's video was in 2002, and he was homophobic, but it was one moment compared to all the many times Bolsonaro did it. Dude, why the fuck would I give a shit about what Lula said in 2002 when he's running on literally defending LGBT rights? Are you fucking insane? Why would I give a shit about his homophobia 20 fucking years ago in an out of context clip when half of you dumb motherfuckers weren't even born? When the guy he's running up against, when he's running for LGBT rights, the guy he's running against is literally so anti-LGBT that he's made it a permanent staple of his fucking campaign. I don't care. Oh yeah. Remember this? Wasn't Jair Bolsonaro straight up saying that he was going to kill Elliot Page before this is a pre-transition where he literally fucking said to his face like insane, bro. Dude, it's the funniest thing. It's the funniest thing to turn around and be like, "Hey, don't look at this. Don't look at the 100 times that Jair Bolsonaro has stared directly at the camera and gone, I don't like gay people. I would kill my son if he was gay." Like, he said that, okay? And think about the one time that we caught Lula being homophobic in 2002. Wait, I want to hear what that fucking dumb bitch has to say. Where is he? Where is that fucking alt account, that fake account? Did we ban him already? Because I want to listen to the fucking dude. The weirdos are getting so they're not as good. They used to be better at trolling. I'm gonna unban him. I want to hear what they have to say, Lake McGroove, before we ban him again. Because like, oh shit, they already took down their fucking profile picture. Shut the fuck up. No way. Immediately changed the alt account profile picture. Okay, they're probably gone. I'll ban them again. It's just like, I don't know. I just, they're not even trying at this point. Like, to look at someone like Lula and to look at someone like Bolsonaro and be like, man, what do you have to say about Lula's homophobia is such a funny fucking take. You're not even trying at that point. You're relying on other people not knowing anything about Brazilian politics. You're relying on me not being able to adequately address that because you think I don't know anything about Jair Bolsonaro, like, at all. They're both bad, but one is clearly worse. No, fuck no. I don't give a shit about some fucking politician who's currently running on a pro-LGBT campaign against the fucking psychopathic fascist who wants to melt trans people, okay? Because they said something out of context in 2002. I don't give a shit. Get the fuck out of here. There's no both sides in this circumstance. Why are narcos celebrating Lula winning? There's two different reasons. One, they're not. But two, if they are, like if they genuinely are, it's because they're poor. And they think that the favelas will be able to have food again. Because remember, some of the fucking narcos literally control entire territories, entire favelas that they take care of. They're people that they take care of. The video is most likely fake, though. Let's be real. There's no fucking shot. Someone was like, oh, this is all of our narcos that are, having so much fun because Lula is going to make crime legal or whatever. They do that every election. But yeah, narcos literally were maintaining COVID lockdown provisions inside of favelas when Bolsonaro wasn't. So if they are actually celebrating, they're probably celebrating that like it'll be easier to help some of their people survive now. Dude, this is so awesome. Anyway,
Presidents Macron, Biden, so many around the world were very swift to congratulate Lula and recognize his triumph as if they're welcoming Brazil back to the international community and giving credibility to this remarkable political comeback by Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva.
All right, Tim, we're going to let you head to bed. Thank you very much for staying up to bring us the latest on Brazil's election. That's France 24's Tim Vickery.
Truckers are blocking roads in 12 states and asking for a Bolsonaro-led coup. I love that. My brilliant truckers, baby. I'm standing in solidarity with my brilliant truckers, as always. The video is a commemoration of the victory from Flamengo, a soccer team that uses red and black on their shield. Thank God Bolsonaro's out, but you do know Lula is very corrupt, right? I do, and I like it. I love his corruption. I'm a fan. Bolsonaro, on the other hand, not corrupt. Lula, super corrupt. Yeah. Why was he let out of prison? Also because of corruption. Even more corruption. This time by Bolsonaro. Everyone's corrupt. Most Brazilians are brainwashed by media. They fucking witch hunt the hell out of PT, nonstop bashing on TV, radio, and internet. This is why most people come out and say stupid shit about Lula. His lawsuit was reversed because his judge was deemed biased. Moro was trained by the CIA. There's a lot of stuff about that on the internet. A lot of American chatters don't understand how corruption is endemic to the developing world, mostly through lobbying and kickbacks. It's mostly through lobbying and kickbacks, or just selling assets to the state for peanuts for personal financial gain. Yeah. I don't know about Moro being trained by the CIA or whatever. That's Emma's main account, Lamau. She used the stock after you sniped it and came back on main. It was released due to formal mistakes. Doesn't add to his credibility. Brother, he has culpability within what his party was doing. Okay? He has culpability within what his party was doing, certainly. But the notion that he is like the singular force of corruption within his party is psychotic. Okay? The reason why he was let out is because what the association that they had with tying him to the petroleum company's bribery scandal was faulty at best. That's the reason why they fucking released him. And the prosecutors and the judge were openly colluding. Like, it's not like this is not out there, man. That's crazy. Like, Glenn Greenwald's last good work was this, okay? Investigating and uncovering the genuine, open corruption between the judge and prosecution in the Lula arrest. Anyway, here, let's listen to Michael Brooks.
I'm not saying to talk necessarily about President Lula to average swing voters. That guy, but that being said, no, but honestly, you know what's funny is that I know people through covering him, a former president of Brazil and political prisoner, guys come up to me at live shows who are like, you know, I mean, look, they're into my show, so they're into politics, but they're definitely not part of any type of college, academic, whatever. That guy's cool. I follow him on Instagram. The pictures of him playing soccer are awesome. You read his interview, you watch my interview with him. He's talking about how people buy beer. I had a program so people could get, you know, buy a cup of coffee. When they buy coffee, they, you know, I'm not doing it justice, but he's speaking, and I think that's another thing. You're talking about somebody who rose up from being impoverished, illiterate metal worker who lost a finger, never went to college, and then became the most popular and effective president in Brazil's history, and is brilliant statesman. He wasn't trained in one of these institutions. Now, it's not black or white. Of course, people come out of these institutions who are great leadership, and we're not trying to demonize college, but no, don't embrace being part of a subculture, and make a distinction between substantive rights and commitments, which are non-negotiable, and cultural practices and preferences, which just reflect your cultural training and class position, have no substance, and are probably mostly annoying.
Since you mentioned Lula, so just so everyone knows, because I know not everyone studies Latin America, like Lula, as Michael said, was the president from 2002 to 2010, Brazil. As you said, widely considered one of the best, if not the best, most effective presidents in Brazil's history. But I was just curious to get.
Rest in peace to Michael Brooks. Gone too soon, unfortunately. Good friend of mine. He was a big Lula advocate, and luckily was able to interview him when Lula was released from prison.
Get your thoughts on the left swept to power in Latin America from the late 1990s through the first decade of the 2000s. And the left took different forms, and some commentators divided it into the radical leftists, and Chavez sort of represented the radical leftists, and then the moderate leftists, and Lula was really kind of like the equivalent of Chavez on the other side. He was considered a very moderate leftist, and famously, wrote a letter to investors in the lead up to the 2002 election saying, "I'm not going to mess with, our relatively orthodox fiscal and monetary policy."
Right.
And he lifted a lot of people out of poverty, but that was through it wasn't by dismantling capitalist structures as much as it was skimming some wealth off the top and distributing a lot of it to the poorest 20%. So my question to you is what was your position on those debates? Because Lula drew some fire from people on the left in Brazil and international commentators for kind of selling out the PT's socialism of yesteryear, because it used to be a more radical left-wing.
Right. So I think that it's a dialectic, because I think on one hand, I have very little patience for, it kind of relates back to his question. A lot of the critique that came against Lula was people who were not doing anything, right? There was that element of, 40 million people are getting lifted out of poverty, but I don't like X, Y, and Z. Well, all these incredible accomplishments are happening, but I don't like X, Y, and Z. Now, I think Lula, I think he's objectively the best president of the 21st century, and I also think even just in terms of what he did on foreign policy, given Brazil is a mid-ranked country, is extraordinary. I obviously also think Chavez was a great president, absolutely. But I also think that the lesson, particularly of a place like Lula, should be very sobering for people on both sides of that equation. Because, my friend Bhaskar Sunkara, who founded Jacobin, this dog is amazing. It is, hi!
Just doesn't care.
How you doing? That's why she's so cool. He said, he became a Marxist because of his conservative, he's by temperament, I wish that a social democratic model would work. But the way capitalism works, it never seems to be durable. So, yes, you had a presidency that lifted tens of millions out of poverty. The economy did great. Things worked very well. He acquiesced to all sorts of problems. I mean, he's been really upfront. He basically was like, look, by the time I was becoming president, I wanted to get rid of hunger in this country, period. And I was willing to negotiate other things. And he did. He got rid of hunger. So when you look at it, and you see the success, and you see the model that was created, and the fact that there was still this backlash from the U.S. foreign policy because they wouldn't privatize Petrobras, which is their state oil company, and you look at the wealthy in Brazil, who clearly, as Lula said to me in the interview, he said, poor people could fly when I became president. And you would hear people in Rio de Janeiro go, the airports look like bus stations. That level of social entitlement and resentment, as well as the fact that I don't know if that model, as again, the capitalist pie shrinks, is replicatable. Lula himself says, we were talking about Uber, he's like, yeah, it's a different set of challenges. I would be a more radical president today. And not because it's interesting, his instincts are really, he's a labor negotiator. He really believes in legit, you get everybody and you sit down and you figure it out. He said it, he's like, my politics are more like German labor, whatever. But it doesn't work. And then frankly, you look at Venezuela, which is a whole other thing, but I will just say, there's valid criticisms there, but there's also the fact that people repeat a lot of cliches that are not substantiated, and they also, if your prime concern is lifting people out of poverty, which is mine, they lifted millions out of poverty. And if I'm Maduro, and I'm getting sanctimonious lectures about my relationship with the military, I would say, but why is it somehow that I've still survived in power? even as the US has tried to dislodge me every single day. And people like Lula and even Morales, this whole idea that Morales was some autocrat, ridiculous, knocked out. So Lula, it's a tremendous tragedy, because if there was even just a willingness for, you know, policymakers and capital to say Brazil can have a new deal, we could have a very nice model, but that apparently is not agreeable to them. So I don't like that the left moralized them and undermined their achievements and demanded, like, well, why isn't Lula doing what, you know,
By the way, this is at the foundation of like critical support. What he is doing here is like still maintaining the position that yes, a lot of these leaders are not infallible and they do a lot of fucked up things and a lot of morally unjust things. Not talking about Lula here, but definitely talking about Maduro. But ultimately, his power remains unchallenged because of the oppressive ways in which he has maintained his position of power. But then simultaneously pointing to the likes of Morales and Lula, people who definitely were not anywhere near using like autocratic power to control autocratic power to control authoritarian power to control his population against multiple coup attempts and against like civilian uprisings. And look at where they're at now. Well, this is an old interview. Lula is now free and now the president. But yeah, that's kind of what happens. I'm Venezuelan and pro-Lula, but hearing someone be pro-Chavez and pro-Maduro is too tough. I don't think he's pro-Maduro necessarily. He's definitely unconditionally pro-Chavez, though. Yeah, the Lula thanking Brooks tweet. There you go. This year I met this young American, a journalist who turned out to be a friend who I thought that we would meet again. How is it possible? My heart and prayers go to his family and friends. May his passion for social justice be remembered and inspire people around the world. This is after Michael Brooks's untimely passing. Anyway. What's up? All right, Austin's heading out. Okay. We're going to move on to some more morbid news now. We're going to talk about South Korea.
The latest.
At least 153 were crushed to death in the South Korean crowd surge. We're going to talk about the mechanics of such a thing happening. The police are currently investigating. Austin has been the ET1, he says. ET1. The police are currently investigating as to why this happened, or how this happened, rather. Some of the preliminary investigations show that they were too preoccupied with traffic to recognize crowd control was a necessity. This, of course, happened during Halloween. This happened basically during their Halloween celebrations.
However, on the tragedy in South Korea, more than 150 people were killed during a Halloween celebration, crushed to death in a narrow alleyway.
Now, questions about how everything got so out of control. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is there live in Seoul with more for us. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, Robin. And to try to provide some answers to those questions, police say that they've gathered footage from 50 surveillance cameras from this alley and around here. But a short time ago, a police chief offering one possible cause to this crowd crush. He said there were only 137 officers on hand for 100.
Itaewon is like their America town area, and anytime something happens there, shit gets blamed on the U.S. Are you leaving? Here, you're speaking to the microphone if you want.
Bye, everybody. Happy Halloween.
Okay, well, there's...
What?
Don't say that during this news coverage.
Well, I mean...
Okay, Austin, Jesus.
Well, look, I'm not the one that had it on the screen.
Okay, bye, Austin.
What? I mean, sad Halloween.
On his way out. On his way out, dude.
I didn't know what else.
Had to do it to him.
I didn't mean to... Of course it's tragic. I'm sorry. My timing
Classic Austin timing.
All right.
Yet another classic certified Austin moment right there.
Yep. What are you, a chicken?
No, I'm a sheep.
Oh.
Oh,
sorry. I didn't.
I'm a communist sheep, brother. Typical of commies. Typical of commie bastards. Also, how would I be a chicken? What chicken is fuzzy?
I don't know what a chicken
Have you never
looks like.
seen a chicken? Jesus Christ.
I grew up in the suburbs. I don't know what a chicken looks like.
Okay.
The only chicken I saw was nugget form.
Okay. All right. Well, a wonderful experience, Austin. Thank you.
Wonderful experience. I made the bed upstairs. I cleaned up. I did leave some boots behind, but I'm going to get them next time I'm here.
Okay. All right.
I left some boots and a few.
Wait, speaking to the microphone, and also answer this question. Are you going to stay here again, or what's up?
I will be back. I'll sometimes I'll go to my hotel because the bathroom lighting is fire and to take some good pictures. But I will be coming back to stay again. It's a 5-star. I'm rating it 5 stars.
Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be back. All right. Take care, everybody. I should also move to Los Angeles.
Yeah, you should.
It's a wonderful city. And congratulations to Brazil. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
The radical left, folks, spreading their agenda worldwide. Not going to happen here, folks. Not going to happen. All right. We'll see you later.
All right, peace. No, I did see some people being like, Koreans were celebrating Halloween, which is another indication of Western imperialism or whatever. And it's like, bro, that's like, there's plenty of things you can say about, American culture impacting Korea, obviously. But like, that's insane. This didn't happen because it was a Halloween celebration. This fucking happened because this didn't happen because it was a Halloween celebration. This happened because the police were not fucking moving crowds in the way that they were supposed to, okay? Like, that's wild. It's just, it's crowd mismanagement. Why, like, as much as I love shitting on America, like, this is not an instance where I think you can do that. Anyway, let's continue.
100,000 revelers.
This morning, authorities investigating how a massive Halloween celebration turned into one of Korea's deadliest disasters. That crowd surge toppling revelers like dominoes. Those screams and those images, rows of civilians and medics frantically doing CPR. Authorities saying at least 154 were killed and 149 injured, and there are 2 Americans among the dead. Police this morning taking responsibility, saying there were only 137 officers on duty as about 100,000 partygoers began pouring out of subways and into the streets of the Itaewon neighborhood for Seoul's first major Halloween celebration since the pandemic. By 10 p.m., this alleyway becoming a deadly bottleneck.
The partiers converged from both ends, from the street down here below and from up there, and that alleyway is just 14 feet wide. In the middle, they were all crossed. There was nowhere to go, and there was no one to control the crowd.
American Janelle Story was trapped inside the crush.
Oh my God, oh my God. I just saw in front of me this mass of people running and pushing and screaming and like panicking.
She survived. John Mamajonov was there too. He came back to the scene this morning, describing the surge from behind, bending bodies forward.
Like folded forward? Yeah, forward. But like that? Yeah, like that. She was like that,
and she's saying like, help, help. And we get her hands, but we cannot get her body because it was so hard, because behind they are pushing upside on her.
Australian Nathan Tavernity's friend also killed.
I just was grabbing her hand saying, I'm gonna get you out. But then she disappeared.
Just after 10:30, first responders began wading in, pumping away at CPR, carrying away victims, many of them shoeless. In the coming hours, the dead placed into those blue body bags lining the street. And in hospitals, the howls of family members crumbling to the floor.
Jesus Christ.
Those two Americans now identified as Ann Giesk, a nursing student from the University of Kentucky, and Stephen Blessy, an exchange student from Kennesaw State University in Georgia.
For people who are wondering why do they cover like the Americans separately? It's just they always do that. Like every country will. If you've ever looked at foreign news, like in Turkey, if there was a Turkish person that was trampled there or a part of the stampede, they would cover it. It's just like, that's normal process. Every country does that when they talk about their own nationals.
Telling us that all of the fatalities happened in that alleyway behind us. The youngest was a child still in middle school, and you can see that crowd at the vigil behind me growing. A week of national mourning has been declared here. George.
So sad and horrifying. Okay, Matt, thanks very much.
Bing. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about with respect to this was how this kind of thing happens. Where was that video? Like, how do people die in crowds? During, like, how do people die in crowd crush? For people that don't understand, there was a mechanic. There was mechanics of it. What was it called? How crowds can kill you. How a human stampede really happens. So it's an issue that's solvable through infrastructure. Are more cops really necessary? I think yes. This is one job that cops would absolutely do. Yeah, this is like one of those instances where like more cops are necessary, because like their job is to do crowd control. This is like not an invasive and like they're not there to arrest people. They're there to make sure that people move. It's like how security works in crowds at concerts and shit. Yeah. The reason they're short-staffed and have been for months is because the president decided to abandon the Blue House's official workplace/resident in favor of Yongsan for no discernible legitimate reason. And so the Yongsan police have been tasked with the security. I think this happened at the Hajj. This has happened many, many times. A good thread on what to do if you're ever caught in a crowd like this. Okay, we'll cover that as well. But here, how a human stampede really happens.
April 30th at 1 a.m., 45 people were killed and 150 more were injured in a stampede.
This was not a stampede, though. This was a crowd crush, right? Oh, here. This is the video I was looking for.
Hey there, and welcome to Brain Stuff. Welcome.
There's like multiple different ways crowds can kill you. Crowd crush is one. Stampede is one. There's another one.
I'm Josh Clark, and you are you, and that is wonderful. Let's talk about crowd crushes. So have you ever been standing in a crowd before? Say you were waiting.
Yeah, asphyxiation. Suffocation is usually how you die in a crowd crush. That's how that works.
For Weird Al to come out from backstage after a show, and then suddenly he does, and all of a sudden it seems like all the people around you multiply exponentially, and as far as you can see you're surrounded by people, and all of them start to press forward, and you, against your own will, are propelled forward, and you're pushed into the person in front of you, and you propel them forward, and you stop and think, uh-oh. Well, if you thought that, you were thinking very clearly, because you're in a very dangerous situation, something called a high-density crowd. A high-density crowd is one where there's 6 or more people per square meter, and it can get a lot more packed than that, but that's the lowest level threshold. And the reason that's the threshold is because when you have 6 people per square meter, individuals in the crowd start to lose their ability to move on their own accord. Things get more and more packed, and the crowd tends to behave a lot like a fluid. So there's a couple of ways that you can actually die in a high-density crowd. The first one's called a crowd crush. Now, when you first start to get to about 6 people per square meter, the individuals lose their ability to move around. The next step is that you lose your ability to move your arms from your sides.
Dude, the way he's describing it is so weird, like the tone he's using. An excellent visual explanation by The Guardian of what happened in Korea. See this chart in particular. A change from approximately 4 to 6 individuals per square meter changes us behaving like people to behaving like fluids. It's low risk if you have 2 people per square meter. It's high risk when the density goes up to 6 people per square meter. Bodies are jammed together so tightly they can no longer choose where they go, and they begin to behave like a fluid. Pressure waves can travel through them, and they lose control. I'm just saying his cadence. I know he just said that, but his cadence is like. Am I wrong? You don't think his cadence is kind of weird?
And as people pack in further and further, the pressure...
Especially with the fucking music, like goofy ass music. I mean, obviously he's not like covering this in the immediate aftermath of a crowd crush incident. So obviously there's no like emotional association with it. But like, it just sounds kind of trolly.
From all sides keeps your lungs from inflating and deflating, which means you lose your ability to breathe. What's amazing and horrific is that people suffocate in crowds because they're squeezed so tightly by the people pressing against them. That's a crowd crush. Another way you can die in a crowd is what's called progressive crowd collapse. So say you have a bunch of people crowded together in a high density crowd and one of them falls down. That creates a hole in this crowd, and the people who were formerly leaning against the person who just fell down start to fall over, and so on and so forth, and a domino effect is created. People start to pile up, and the ones on bottom are literally pressed to death by the humans who have piled up on top of them. So why don't people just get up and go? Get out of the crowd? Well, the short answer is they can't. One mark for humanity is that crowd researchers have shown that when individuals are...
Oh my God, it's verbatim this? You're covering this while dressed as a lamb? Yeah, you're right. Maybe I should stop casting stones from my glass house here.
Given information, say something like, oh, someone ahead is being crushed to death, they respond positively by, say, backing up and alleviating the pressure on the crowd in front. The problem is humans aren't ants. We don't transmit information through crowds like ants do, and so people end up dying in crowd crushes and progressive crowd collapses because the people in the back are pushing forward. Another common misconception are mass panics and stampedes. So there's this idea that people stampede over one another and that's how deaths occur in crowd crushes. This is really off point. In fact, if you have enough room to run roughshod over your fellow humans to get from point A to point B, there's probably enough room for those fellow humans to get out of the way. So stampedes really don't cost any lives whatsoever. That's not the problem with crowd crushes. And the same with mass panics. Very rarely do entire crowds panic and move in a panicked way. In fact, you can suffocate in a crowd crush in a very calm crowd that's just entered a bottleneck in a narrow corridor and trying to get out of an exit. People just quietly die, pinned up against their fellow human beings who are leaving the place. So crowd researchers are using computers now to predict high-density crowds and stop them before they turn fatal. They're using video feeds fed into artificial intelligence which analyze crowds for things like increases in body heat or people swaying from side to side, which is a telltale sign that they're no longer moving on their own volition. So what do you do if you find yourself in a crowd? Well, get out. That's the best thing you can do. But as you're entering a crowd researchers suggest that you pay attention, stop talking, and listen ahead for people calling for help or saying move back or any other indication that there's a crowd crush going on. In that case, get back as far as you can. If you find yourself in a crowd and it starts to surge forward, follow the crowd movement, but move to the side as much as possible. just stay out of crowds. How about that? If you're
Yeah, there was a 360 because we live in 2022 in a hellish dystopia where everyone has a fucking phone. There are multiple angles and so much coverage over this, but there's literally like videos where you can see, I mean, this is not NSFW, but I still don't want to show it because it's like really fucking brutal. There are people live streaming it. Anyway, for a lot of people, it's probably super easy to avoid crowds, especially if you're on Twitch. But it's not easy to avoid the top of the hour ad break because that comes at the top of the hour. Well, actually, it is easy. You can avoid the ads at the top of the hour by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Bro, shout out to whoever gifted me a sub. Y'all are the true homie. That is another way you can avoid the ads. Here's the woman ad break now. Okay. We're gonna cover what to do in a crowd crush, an informational thread in light of the Itaewon Don Seoul tragedy. Even if you think this will never happen to you, taking a moment to learn what to do in this situation could save your life and lives of those around you. When you are entering a venue, make note of the exits. Number 1, if you're attending a concert or a large event, make sure you make note of where the emergency exits are when entering. Once it gets too crowded, the main exit might not be the most viable option. Number 2, learn how to watch crowd density. This may be the most important step in a thread. Once crowd density reaches 6 people per square meter or more, it becomes very dangerous. So the moment that you start realizing that you can't move your arms, okay, you're stuck. Understand where crowd crush happens. Most crowd crush deaths occur in small spaces such as alleyways and mosh pits. This is why it's best to leave venues early and not wait for things to get dangerous, since others may get the same idea and crush at the exit. Alert people. Since crowd crushes occur in loud environments, people outside the crush have no idea it's happening. If you're not at an organized event and notice a crowd crush, get up high. Alert security and event organizers to stop the music and make everyone aware. And make space around your chest. If you're stuck in a crowd and you feel density increasing, make space around your chest with your arms. Pinning your arms to your sides or above your head leaves your chest open to being compressed. That's often the way you die. Do not take off backpack. Your first instinct may be to make more space by removing a bulky backpack. This is a huge hazard. People being pushed into it may trip and in case have a pile up. Once the crowd reaches 8 to 9 people per square meter, those inside can't move freely and the crowd behaves like a liquid. This video is insane. I think it's from... Is this from, look at this here, look. I mean, this is perfect. You will feel yourself being moved in different directions, but it's important you don't fight it. The clip demonstrates one of these waves. How crazy is that? Do not scream and push. If you begin acting panicked, hostile, and inconsiderate of those around you, it will become contagious. In this situation, pushing one person can lead to a horrible chain reaction. Again, staying calm and moving with the crowd is the safest choice. Do not fall. This is pretty intuitive, but it's important and must be emphasized. Your top priority once the crowd crush starts is staying upright. Once you fall down, people will fall on top of you or climb you. You won't be able to get back up. And if you fall, people will trip on you. They'll fall as well. And also, they might end up stepping on you too. It makes it easier for you to suffocate under as well. Avoid walls. Most people who asphyxiate in crowd crushes are pushed against solid objects like floors, barriers, fences, or walls. Do your best to avoid becoming trapped against the wall or even back of someone trapped against the wall to increase your chances of survival. Help your neighbors only if you can. Assess the risk first. If someone is slipping down and you're in a position to help them, you should. But if you're unable and someone is yanking on you to try to get up, it could result in both of you falling. Bro, disabled people are fucked. Yeah, of course. But I think if you're a disabled person, you know that already in situations like this. And that's precisely why there's always like a separate area if hopefully they're complying with like ADA. Hopefully the venue is engaging in ADA compliance. Like, yes, if you're a disabled person, do not engage in the mosh pit, I think. Aftermath: when the crowd thins, there may be people on the floor. Since these things usually result from a lack of event planning, there might not have been enough medical personnel to help right away. In this case, volunteers save lives. The next part's about how to do CPR and when to provide it. I'm going to skip that part. And we're going to move on from this. But basically, before we move on to Paul Pelosi and the new chapter in the Paul Pelosi saga, okay? There was another bridge. The Morbi Bridge collapsed, which left dozens in India dead. This bridge was recently renovated by, you might be surprised to find this out, a private company. That's crazy. Now the death toll is raised to hundreds, I think.
Now, at least 141 people have died following the collapse of a footbridge in western India, according to local police. Hundreds were thought to have been on the bridge in Morbi in Gujarat when it went down, plunging them into a river. The bridge was only reopened last week after extensive renovations. Our South Asia correspondent Yugita Lamai reports.
Moments after the collapse, survivors try to clamber up what remains of the footbridge. At this
these are survivors who are alive.
popular spot in the western town of Morbi, families were out together at the end of a week of holidays for Diwali festivities. Locals were the first to respond, helping pull people out. Some even swimming out to rescue those stuck in the middle of the river. At one of the banks, people tried to form a human chain to reach as many as they could. The bridge, built in the 19th century, was closed for renovation for 6 months, reopened less than a week ago. Schools were off, and so lots of people were here along with their children. The bridge collapsed because of overcrowding, Sukram, an eyewitness said. At the hospital, a steady stream of the injured were brought in. This is Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's home state.
Yeah.
And his party is in power here. He announced compensation for those who've been affected.
Fuck the compensation. Beyond that, that is the least you can do. But maybe jail the fucking guys who made this bridge. I'm just saying. Yeah, the compensation is good, but how about jail time for the people that claim to have renovated this bridge successfully? 9 have been arrested. Oh shit, nice. Bridges are usually designed so we can hold more people that can physically stand on it. People definitely cut corners. Okay, new information has come out. Indian police have filed homicide charges and arrest 9 as the bridge toll passes 134. New Delhi, Indian officials filed homicide charges against the operators of a suspension bridge and arrested 9 people after at least 134 have died when the recently renovated footbridge collapsed, sending tourists plunging into the Machuchu, did I say it right? Machuchu? I don't know how to say it. River in western Gujarat state. In addition to the dead, there are still a number of people missing as of midday Monday. Did anyone get arrested when the PA bridge collapsed? Well, people didn't die when the PA bridge collapsed, right? Also, that's America. We don't arrest. Remember when that happened in Miami, in Florida? That happens all the time. In America, our bridges collapse all the fucking time. No one gets arrested for that usually because, those are rich people. Even if people do die, sometimes. Or even if someone does get arrested, it's usually not the person that is, cutting the corners. It was a suspension bridge, 142 years old, got overcrowded by 400 people because greedy motherfuckers let more people in for ticket money. In addition to the dead, there are still a number of people missing. The accident took place in Morbi, a riverside town known for its Victorian-era bridge and old town, and came amid a holiday rush. Tourists have been celebrating Diwali, as well as the Gujarati New Year, which fell this year on October 26th. This dude said our bridges are 1,000 years old. America? What, you think the indigenous population built the bridges here? Like, what's happening? No, man. Like, maximum is like a couple hundred maximum. "10 years after bridge collapse, America is still crumbling. 10 years ago, the Interstate 35th West Bridge over the Mississippi River in downtown Minneapolis collapsed, sending cars, trucks, and even a school bus that were crawling over it into bumper-to-bumper rush hour traffic, plummeting into the river below the rocky shore. 13 people were killed, 145 were injured, many of them seriously. The bridge collapse sparked immediate calls in Minnesota and across the country. Invest big in repairing and replacing the nation's aging and crumbling infrastructure. A decade later, experts say there have been some improvements, but there are still tens of thousands of bridges nationwide that need to be fixed or replaced. In the immediate aftermath of the 35 West Bridge collapse, the Minnesota Department of Transportation came under intense scrutiny. Oldest bridge in America is 273 years old. The Interstate Highway Bridge had been classified as structurally deficient, meaning that it was aging and in need of repair. In fact, some repair work was going on when it fell. The bridge was also rated as a fracture critical, meaning the failure of just one vital component could cause the whole bridge to collapse. And it happened. But in fact, neither of those classifications means a bridge is necessarily dangerous. And the National Transportation Safety Board determined that it was a design flaw and not deferred maintenance, neglect, or other problems that caused the 35 West Bridge to collapse. Gusset plates that hold the bridge's huge steel beams together were only half as thick as they should have been. Corner cutting. The NTSB also found that nearly 300 tons of construction equipment and materials stockpiled in the bridge deck for the ongoing repair work contributed to the collapse by further stressing the crucial gusset plate that failed. The design flaw was that the bridge wasn't bridging, as bridges are known to do. Oh, we're going to cover the affirmative action shit. Don't worry. Just tuned in and literally thought you were talking about the bridge collapse in India. Guess our infrastructure isn't much better. No, I was talking about the bridge collapse in India. And then I moved on from the, Victorian era bridge that was recently supposed to be repaired that wasn't repaired adequately and had far too many people on it to America's bridges and our shitty crumbling infrastructure because I'm an American. One of America's founding reasons we have liability comes directly from Pennsylvania with the lowering of a dam by Henry Clay Frick and Andrew Carnegie. From the video, it looks like people were on the bridge and messing around and shaking it intentionally. Regardless, dude, like, what do you mean? What is personal responsibility in a situation where it's a matter of, where it is literally a matter of people in positions of power allowing it to happen is always going to fall on the system, okay? Please stop being a fucking libertarian cuck. Stop. If that fucking bridge wasn't overcrowded by hundreds, they could be able to shake it and not break it. If that bridge was built adequately to withstand people walking over it, it still wouldn't have snapped, and also it wouldn't have collapsed, regardless of how many people were on it or regardless of how much they were swinging. Also, you're talking about a drawbridge. Like, yeah, it swings, dummy. Those bridges are supposed to. They should, or suspension bridge. Sorry, they should be. They should not be collapsing, even if people are jumping. That's a design flaw. Yeah. Bro, how do you look at a fucking bridge snapping and you go, oh man, how do I blame it on the fucking personal responsibility? There's 400 people there. You think they're all fucking shaking it on purpose? Or do you think some of them are on there and they have no control over the shaking? We just looked at crowd crush. We just looked at crowd crush that occurred in South Korea, in Seoul, okay? Why did that happen? I told you why it happened. It's like tight fucking corners and not having enough people do crowd control, not having enough security. You can't blame the individuals in that situation. Half of them don't even know that it's happening while it's happening. That's instances like this are probably the best example that you can use for why governments need to exist and how a good government is supposed to overcome problems like this. Okay? This is perhaps the greatest example of why we need like zoning and ordinance laws, like all these kinds of different rules and regulations that capital owners consider to be a part of the nanny state that's hurting profits, okay? That's why you need it. You can't expect humans to fucking behave in a normal capacity. Behave as like perfectly rational actors, especially when crowds turn into fluid after a certain level of crowd density. All right, we got to move on to some funnier news, though. Okay. Hold on. Before we move on to funnier news about Nancy Pelosi, I'm going to go pee. So let's look at the CBS News Battleground Tracker, okay?
How the midterms might unfold. Let's bring in Anthony Salvanto with our newest Battleground Tracker poll. Anthony, good morning. How's it looking?
All right, so we find, after talking to voters across all these districts, put it in the model, Republicans at 228 seats. That's a slight majority there. But Ed was talking about turnout. Let me show you specifically why that's so important, because we can run some scenarios off of this. Now, for Democrats, if they get bigger turnout, if they get specifically more turnout among younger voters, they have a chance, see this little bit of a swing back here, to maybe hold the House by a seat or two. You see it gets to about even. That's why it's so important for them. But Republicans have been the ones telling us they're more motivated, they're more enthusiastic. If I put that in the model, watch that in the middle, it gets a little bit of a bigger majority for Republicans. They go up to 238. Should that happen? That's the range of possibilities.
So best case scenario for Democrats then is even if young people turn out. If Republicans turn out, they've got a pretty commanding lead there. What's motivating voters here in the final days?
Well, let me show you this. The party's closing arguments are really between democracy and economy. The Democrats arguing there's threats to democracy. The Republicans saying focus on the economy because folks think it's bad. So look at this. We asked people, what concerns you more? Having a functioning democracy, having a strong economy. And it's pretty split. Yeah. But look at the vote splits on this, Tony. When you see the folks who prioritize functioning democracy, they're voting for Democrats. That's their message. Folks who prioritize a strong economy, they're voting Republican. That's theirs.
Yeah. Although, of course, we would hope, and you didn't give.
This is such a funny dichotomy that it does not need to exist. Like, what do you mean, folks who prioritize a functioning democracy? Like, I get that Republicans are trying to fucking undermine, like, the last vestige of a dying American liberal capitalist democracy, right? By making it so that it's, like, pretty much illegal to vote as, like, a poor person, as a Democrat, you know? But it's just such a weird, like, oh, man, people are really voting for the economy. That's why they're voting for the Republicans. Like, I hate that we have just ceded so much ground. When like 90% of the reason that Democrats in their first term have a completely fucked economy is because of the doings of the prior 2 years. This happened with Obama. It's happening with Biden. It's always the same. Republicans come in, okay? They literally come in. They get the keys to a sweet, nice, mint condition, working fucking Honda Civic, and they beat it to the goddamn ground, and then they pass it off. They beat it so hard that eventually people are like, okay, fuck this. Like, we need someone else to drive this goddamn car. And then they give it to the Democrats, and the Democrats are now left with this fucking Honda Civic that is busted as fuck, and they spent 2 years trying to fix it. And during that process, there's literally so much struggle as a consequence of that. People think the economy just turns like this on a dime. It's so stupid. And then they barely fix it by the end of the fucking 8-year term. But throughout that entire time, people are like, dude, look at the Democrats, man. Look at how bad they are. This metaphor might be falling apart. No, what's falling apart is the fucking Honda Civic. It's gone. It's done. Now, of course, Democrats aren't great on the economy either. They're just better than the Republicans are. That's it. Like, I'm not in any meaningful sense of the word saying that Democrats are good. Okay? Their recovery is also done within a capitalist framework. Their recovery also is dog shit. Their recovery efforts are also still very much anti-labor, anti-worker, anti-poor. And then you fucking turn it, and then you turn it over to the Republicans to beat and bully the fucking economy to the ground further. For the record, the reason why I said Democrats are better than Republicans is because they at least operate within the framework of capitalism. Republicans don't. Republicans operate on the framework of just like as much tax cuts as we can, as much deregulation as we can. At least Democrat, like if we're going to talk about genuine austerity and genuine dick riders for the fucking deficit, it's not the Republicans. They love complaining about the deficit all over and over and over again. But you know who the actual fucking dick riders for the deficit are? The budget hawks. They're the fucking Democrats. They're stupid as fuck for doing that, by the way. But they are literally the actual deficit dogs. I mean, Nancy Pelosi herself passed PAYGO. There was no need to do that. Why would you cuck your own entire fucking... Why would you cuck your own possible policy future if you ever get, the reins of Congress once again, and you just built in an idea that it needs to fucking pay for itself. Every piece of legislation that Democrats are going to pass, which has to do deficit spending, can't do deficit spending now. That's crazy. It's just a way to literally make sure that you have neutralized any initiative you could ever push for. You are doing IMF-style neoliberal austerity to your own fucking countrymen, okay? Meanwhile, not a single Republican has ever cared about the deficit when they're in positions of power, and Americans are too stupid to recognize that the deficit is completely fucking meaningless, especially when it comes to tax cuts for the wealthy. Every American rises or dies for the estate tax. Every American rises or dies for the tax cut for the wealthy. The estate tax is not touching you, okay? It's never going to touch you. You're poor. You're broke. Your father is broke. Your mother is broke in comparison to people who actually do get hit with the estate tax. You will never touch it. You're too broke. But because you're brain broken by fucking capitalist agitated propaganda, that you have been told this lie. You think it's actually coming for you. You think the government's going to take your fucking busted ass Honda Civic that your mom passed down to you. You fucking idiot. That's not going to happen. This idea that like Republicans are better on the economy has been built into our brains now because they usually are reigning control over an economy that is doing better because of 4 to 8 years of Democrats doing their very best to balance the budget, I guess. Not even balance the budget, but to just like fix it as best as they can. One of the funniest things that the Republicans did under Donald Trump was when they pushed for tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations. They lowered the corporate tax rate. They lowered the top marginal tax rate, right? They did that. Those were permanent. You know what wasn't permanent? The middle class taxes. Middle class tax cuts have already gone back up, you fucking dumbasses. It's literally built into the way that they operate. They openly show their resentment for the middle class or the working class in general all the time. Yeah. I bet you didn't know that, did you? A lot of your dumb fucking Republican friends don't even realize that they're paying literally Obama-era taxes again. You know who's not paying Obama-era taxes? Me. Well, I'm in California, so I'm a little bit different. I'm paying a lot more taxes than anyone else. But that's the truth. It's the truth. Anyway, Biden will ask Congress to consider tax penalties and other restrictions on gas and oil companies that either don't lower prices or provide their record profits for the American people per the White House. That's awesome. That is sexy as fuck. Love that. Oh my God. That gets my dick hard. I love that. What is this? The contrast between Bernie Sanders' politics and the trajectory of stars of the Bernie Twitter is really something. If you don't think it's funny that the movie Black Adam drove a middle-aged man who writes in internet baby talk around the bend enough to brain Nancy Pelosi's crooked husband with a hammer, I just can't relate to you. We need to be talking more about this assassination attempt. Agreed. We should be talking, thinking, and most importantly, posting about how funny it is. I mean, it is funny. It's funny as fuck. At a certain point, you have to realize, like, Maddie, that the world is so deeply fucked, okay? So all you can do is laugh. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Especially because, like, nobody died, you know what I mean? You're laughing at how tragic our circumstances are, okay? That, like, every time... First of all, we rarely ever get, like, attempted political assassinations, okay? We rarely ever get attempted political assassinations here in America. It's always, like, dumb motherfuckers who, like, think, you know, they're the girl that said no to them or their coworker that, like, made fun of them is the reason for why they're feeling so much pain and struggle. And then they just, like, unleash upon their parents, their moms and dads, or random girls in their vicinity, random women in their vicinity. You know what I mean? Like, it's so fucked up. So, like, political assassinations, even attempted ones, are unique. Okay? But, of course, in America, it still has to happen in the most American way possible. Like, the Shinzo Abe one is literally, it was, like, calculated. There was a specific reason for it. It was probably the most successful political assassination of our lifetimes, where, like, Japanese citizens unironically turned on Shinzo Abe. I've never actually seen anything like it, straight up. They literally turned on Shinzo Abe. They were like, this incel guy, this military guy, we are so on board with him. The overwhelming majority of the Japanese population, well, not overwhelming, but the majority of the Japanese population looked at a guy who made a fucking Fallout 3 style blunderbuss in his home and assassinated Shinzo Abe and said, that guy was right to do that. We don't like that Shinzo Abe was actually, had ties to this fucking psycho Korean cult church. You know? And we certainly do not appreciate that the Japanese government is using our tax dollars to fucking fund a state-sponsored funeral. They said that. Shinzo Abe's killer made no manifesto, no final post. He just went and did it, and people understood him through collective psychic osmosis. Now that happened. In America, on the other hand, you got a dumb baby-brained idiot who's like angry at like white men not having enough power or whatever. So he goes and like tries to kill Nancy Pelosi. Like that's gonna fucking change anything. And fails to do so and can't even kill an 84-year-old man. I'm sorry, I'm gonna laugh at that. If you're a fucking 42-year-old fail son who spends every fucking waking moment on the internet documenting every idiotic thought he's ever had to an audience of like 4 other equally brain-broken Nazi dickheads, and then you fail to kill an 84-year-old man, I'm sorry, that's such a fucking L. That is the biggest fucking L, dude. And the funniest part about this shit is always like, you go out and you put yourself out there and you fucking practice what you preach and you literally are like, I'm going to kill fucking Nancy Pelosi. You do that. Every other person that was in your same Discord circles, in your same forums, is going to turn around and go, oh, dude, that guy was a gay idiot, actually. He's not one of us. Like, that's what happens every time. Stop. Stop doing it. Okay? They literally did that with the fucking, they even did that with the FBI guy. They immediately, you could literally be like, I wrote a manifesto perfectly detailing exactly what my motivations are. You could be screaming what your motivations are, and every single dumb motherfucker that was talking to you even last week that is exactly like you, that believes in the exact same things to this day, will turn around and be like, nah, that guy, he was gay. He was so gay, it's a psyop. It's a homosexual psyop, dude. He was actually a gay pedophile and very different than me. So if you are in one of those circles, if you're in here as a fucking hate watcher, if you're like, you know, excited at the opportunity of like coming in and owning me or whatever, because like whatever fucking forum that you came from has geared you towards hating on me, remember, you do some shit like that, everyone's going to turn around and be like, dude, you're such a fucking gay loser. You're wrong. Actually, you're not one of us. Now, the hilarious part is that they're basically trying to fucking say that this guy wasn't some right-wing loser. Okay? Which is pretty funny because he 100% was, and he openly wrote about it nonstop because as we all know, right-wing losers can't shut the fuck up. I was told he had a pride flag and BLM sign. No, that's not true at all. Brother, they're lying to you. They're lying to you. Okay? I am geared to hate you. You are. They're lying to you. He might have been gay, but that doesn't change the reality. I don't know if he was actually gay or not. He was definitely a cuck, though. But, like, you're so fucking dumb if you think that this guy was hiding any of his motivations. He's too stupid to do so. He wasn't killed. No, he's still alive. We're going to talk about... He openly stated his motivation, guys. Not a hate watcher, just don't want one side. Yeah, well, here, I'll give you the side of the truth, okay? This guy, in the early Berkeley days, was like hanging out with a bunch of fucking nudists. A lot of these hippies are reactionary. What that means is they're like, usually, they're just contrarian. They're like, oh, fuck the government, man. But like, they don't have any sort of consistently held principled beliefs, okay? So those contrarians, especially granola hippies, the ones that are like also anti-vaxxer and like believe in like holistic or believe in like don't believe in modern medicine, shit like that. A lot of those guys have a tendency to turn on a dime and immediately become like weird psychotic right-wingers. That happened to this guy back in the fucking day. Okay, he used to make hemp bracelets and you know lived in a fucking house full of like nudists and shit. All right. But very clearly, around the era of Gamergate, luckily because he can't shut the fuck up, he wrote about all of his opinions extensively, including what radicalized him. During the Gamergate era, he got, quote-unquote, red-pilled, like many of you in this community, as a matter of fact, who luckily have, you know, changed their minds. He got red-pilled and then fell deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole, becoming super radicalized during the QAnon, during the highest stage of QAnon. Okay? That is the reason why he fucking ran around and tried to kill Nancy Pelosi. I am not a centrist. I am far right. Okay, well, you know, so yeah, he was a loser just like you. But I'm telling you right now, you don't have to be a fucking loser. Okay? You can change your mind. You can recognize that like a lot of the circles that you engage in are basically just fucking filling your brain with dumb bullshit. Okay? Stop being a loser today with this one simple trick. Stop going to the fucking same Discord servers. Stop going to the same fucking forums where they're just basically shoving the same dumbass propaganda that your stupid fucking grandparents believe on Facebook. It's literally repackaging the exact same propaganda that your dumbass grandparents believe in. It's not disruptive. It's not cool. It's not unique. It's just the same dumb bullshit. And you're motivated to believe in it because you grew up in that bullshit. I used to be one of these losers who watched those TYT crying compilations. Thanks for dragging me out, Hasan. No problem. Anyway. So there was a lot of, let's look at the right-wing conspiracies because I'm not done with it. Immediately, one of the things that they did was, despite the fact that this guy straight up fucking was like, I am trying to find Nancy Pelosi and kill Nancy Pelosi, okay? He said it. And he had zip ties with him as well. Apparently, he was trying to kill Nancy Pelosi, right? That was his goal. This guy who has talked about like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories on his blog. He talked about his radicalization on his blog. He talked about how Black Adam was too woke or whatever the fuck. Okay? Sorry, he didn't want to kill her. He wanted to just kneecap her. Regardless. Okay? He's looking for Nancy Pelosi. He openly states it. He's a right-winger. He's a right-wing QAnon believer who is out of his fucking mind. He finds Nancy Pelosi's home address. He goes there. She's not there. Okay? He fails to kill Paul Pelosi, who calls 911. And then cops come in and they basically watch this 42-year-old groiper, which is the saddest thing you can be, literally just 42 years old talking like a baby on the internet with other fucking 42-year-olds. Jesus Christ, what a loser. Anyway, fails to kill 84-year-old Paul Pelosi, okay? Fractures his skull with a hammer. Cops watch this happen. They arrest his ass. And Republicans, conspiracy theorists immediately were like, oh, no, dog, that's not our guy. Nancy Pelosi's husband is gay, actually. What? The guy basically fucking said everything. He openly stated what his motivation was. He has openly stated his radicalization journey. And it is wild. It is fucking wild that people are still like, nah, don't look at any of the stuff he wrote, actually. That's a psyop. He's actually gay. He was gay with Paul Pelosi. Wait, that's what they're saying? I thought the gay thing was just a joke? No, unironically, a fuckload of people looked at a situation that was super black and white, super clear-cut, you know? It's an open and shut case. The easiest one that you can arrive at. He was too stupid to hide his motivations. He just very openly thought he was going to be considered a fucking hero. Now, it wasn't just the regular old right-wingers like Charlie Kirk and whatnot. Elon Musk also used a conspiracy website called the Santa Monica Observer that, you know, anyone with more than 3.5 brain cells would recognize as like a psychotic, non-reputable source of information. And responded to Hillary Clinton stating, you know, there's actually some credible evidence to the whole Paul Pelosi and this guy were gay together idea. Okay? And then everybody owned him immediately because he is now the chief twit, as he's called himself. Here, where is that? Does anyone have the Elon Musk tweet? He straight up replied to Hillary Clinton with it. Why did you just post, why am I still sad? Why did you just send me that? I know he deleted it, but there's a screenshot of it. Okay, here it is. Here. 3 days into his purchase of Twitter, chief twit Elon Musk has already started promoting QAnon-level conspiracy theories. Today, he tried to blame the far-right assassination attempt on Nancy Pelosi and the assault of her husband on a secret gay lover. Here is Hillary Clinton saying the Republican Party and its mouthpieces now regularly spread hate and deranged conspiracy theories. It is shocking, but not surprising the violence is the result. As citizens, we must hold them accountable for their words and the actions that follow. Elon Musk goes, there's a tiny bit of possibility that there might be more to the story than meets the eye. The story is, this is the article. As SF's gay bars closed at 2 a.m., 2 gay men met in a bar and went home together. Happens all the time, except one of the 2 men was married to the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. I might disappear for telling you the truth. If you do, you'll all know why. If I do, you'll all know why. But here's what really happened this morning in San Francisco. This is the most Facebook article you could arrive at. And this dumb motherfucker who now controls the public town square, Twitter, bought it for $44 billion, literally posted it and kept it up for a while. Okay? And then he got owned, so he quietly deleted it. Then the New York Times wrote an article about it saying Elon Musk in a tweet shares link from site known to publish false news. Some of the news that site had published stated that Hillary Clinton actually died on 9/11. By the way, the website that Elon Musk posted under Hillary Clinton's Twitter is a website that was a Hillary Clinton truther that claims that Hillary Clinton there's a replacement Hillary Clinton because Hillary Clinton had died on 9/11. At the 9/11 memorial. Remember? When she was like sick or had like a seizure or some shit? Anyway. So, which by the way, I do want to believe I do want to believe that. It's pretty funny. So, Elon Musk goes, this is fake. I did not tweet a link to the New York Times. Okay? Epically owned. Okay? Epically owned. 634,000 likes. New York Times is epically owned, okay? He is so funny, so much goofs, so many gaffes, okay? Epic memes are on fire, okay? If you want to hear fucking rehashed 9gag memes, unironically, Elon Musk is your go-to one-stop shop. So glad that he paid $44 billion so he could do this epic ownage. I don't know what else to say other than, like, this tweet itself is pretty funny. Remembering this handy chart today. Ted Cruz is funny but doesn't want to be funny. Elon Musk wants to be funny and is not funny. Elon Musk can't be funny because he wants to be so bad. He wants to be perceived as funny so desperately, so he is physically incapable of being funny. So you're so ableist, Sweaty. He's literally autistic. He can't help but be cringe. Dude, I know so many funny-ass autistic posters, dude. First of all, we're on Twitter, okay? Like, half the fucking posters have a litany of mental illnesses, a charcuterie plate of mentally ill people or different mental illnesses, okay? Elon Musk is not one of those people. But the problem is he can't even be like, he can't even be funny through observation. Like, we can't even observe him being funny because he's trying. Like, he's hit the pocket. Basically, the fucking sweet spot, right? Where he is trying so hard to be perceived as funny that it's impossible for him to be funny. Do you understand? Like, if he wasn't trying so hard to be funny, there could be moments where we, like, laugh at him instead of with him, right? But because he's so incredibly desperate to be perceived as funny, that there is never a moment where he actually is funny enough to even laugh at. Okay? Anyway, maybe if he was humping stools, but he can't even do that. Okay, so Elon's defenders are like, Elon is a genius and that's why he's wealthy. And also, Elon has a bad brain and you shouldn't make fun of him for not being funny. Yeah. So we talked about Elon Musk's involvement in this process and like how he defended himself. And instead of taking accountability, which he never was going to regardless, he decided, he decided to just like epically own the New York Times. Here's more information. I don't know what the hell happened at Nancy Pelosi's house, and I suspect none of us will ever know for sure. This is the worst crop job I've ever seen, by the way. Ted Cruz, holy fuck. Knows how to use the website when it's looking at porn-a-rooney on 9/11. Doesn't know how to use the website when it's cropping a fucking tweet. Like, just screenshot it normal, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. But I do know that trying to paint a hippie nudist from Berkeley as some kind of militant right-winger is absurd and will always be absurd. Dude, being that this is San Francisco, it seems perfectly plausible that some drugged-out nutcase broke into their home. Trying to turn this San Francisco crime story into an indictment of Republicans is what's implausible and ridiculous. The hilarious part about this is that this guy was like a hippie nudist at a time when Donald Trump was voting Democrat. So clearly, people have the capacity to change their minds, right? Like, you can hyper-focus on what he was doing 20 years ago, but let's be real. You're also avoiding straight up looking at what he wrote the day before he tried to assassinate Nancy Pelosi. Hello? He was trying to assassinate Nancy Pelosi. Why would he be a fucking nudist leftist going, I'm angry at immigration, I'm angry at the vaccines, and I'm a leftist that wants to assassinate Nancy Pelosi? What the fuck? How do you not recognize that this whole like blue-haired SJW narrative doesn't work anymore? Because American politics is psychotic, okay? It is a litany of inconsistencies in a sea of contradictions, okay? That's why you hear weirdo Republican QAnon anti-vaxxer motherfuckers go, I hate big corporations, I hate big pharma. Hating big pharma is supposed to be an anti-capitalist and leftist position. That's not the point anymore. These motherfuckers have adopted it. Okay? They have co-opted anti-corporate sentiment into their weirdly right-wing and pro-deregulation attitude. Anyway, so it's wild to avoid that part. Like, it's wild to avoid him actually saying things in the moment. Like, motherfuckers could be like, I am casting my vote for Donald Trump in this mail-in ballot right now. And then after that, I am going to go and do a Republican assassination on Nancy Pelosi. And these dudes will still be like, no, hold on now. One time, he actually stopped someone from saying the N-word in 1987. Classic SJW, dog. Classic open and shut case. We got him, boys. We got him. That's a liberal, dude. And it's crazy. Like, at least Ben Shabibo isn't doing this, but instead doing the whole, like, it doesn't matter what his fucking point of view is politically. Leftists do political assassinations all the time. Right? It's also insane that, like, Ted Cruz retweeted this. Like, that's crazy, dog. You're a sitting senator, you know? That's mind-boggling to me, okay?
Democrats.
Anyway, instead of looking at Ben Shapiro's tweets, let's look at...
are also fighting mad over Elon Musk. And so they are using this latest incident with Paul Pelosi as evidence that Elon Musk is an irresponsible and terrible person. So Elon Musk tweeted out a story suggesting strange details with regard to the Paul Pelosi attack. The Washington Post says Elon Musk and a wide range of right-wing personalities cobbled together misreporting innuendo and outright falsehoods to amplify misinformation about last week's violent assault on Paul Pelosi to their millions of online followers. A forum devoted to former White House advisor Stephen K. Bannon's right-wing radio show alerted its 78,000 subscribers to, quote, very strange new details on Paul Pelosi attack. Roger Stone, longtime political consigliere to former President Donald Trump, took to the fast-growing messaging app Telegram to call the assault an alleged attack, telling his followers a stench surrounding mainstream reporting about the Friday break-in that left Pelosi hospitalized with a skull fracture and other serious injuries existed. The skepticism didn't stay in the right-wing echo chamber. He wrote on Sunday morning, quote, "There is a tiny possibility there might be more to this story than meets the eye."
You best believe this was a Republican, they would immediately blame it on a leftist pipeline. Bro, Ben Shapiro multiple times has like talked about Barack Obama and his anti-cop rhetoric as like not the real reason, but like kind of the reason. If he wanted to say it, he would say it, as to why like those fucking cops got murked in Dallas. Okay? Like he always holds that, like Barack Obama, who said that Black Lives Matter protesters in Ferguson were out of pocket and they were thugs. That president, okay, Barack Obama, was actually so anti-cop that he was telling, Black Lives Matter people to go out and shoot cops in Ben Shapiro's world. Nuts.
He pointed his 112 million followers to a sensationalist account of the episode published by a site known for spreading right-wing misinformation before deleting the tweet several hours later. The rush to sow doubt about the assault on Pelosi's husband illustrates how aggressively influential figures on the right are seeking to dissuade the public from believing facts about the violence, seizing on the event to promote conspiracy theories and provoke distrust. Okay, so it is worth noting here that people should not be promoting stories that do not have proper backing to them. Obviously. That's why I opened the show by discussing all of the questions that people seem to have about the Paul Pelosi attack and talking about...
One of the funniest things is like Ben Shapiro routinely comes across as like more reasonable than all these other fucking psychos because he knows how to operate the space well. He knows where to push and where to pull. So he'll routinely fucking concede when things go way too out of pocket. Now, he already has a bunch of other dogs that work under him to do the psychotic conspiracy shit, Matt Walsh being one of them. The fucking other dude that I debated that I can't remember the name of now. What is it? Michael, the fucking Italian one. Shit. Michael Knowles. Thank you. And then Clandis Owens, obviously. Like those are his mouthpieces that will push for more radical perspectives. But he can always stand comfortably afar at an arm's length to say, hey, I can tell you when things go too far.
About what the police has said. And it seems to me that the police account is significantly more evidenced at this point than many of the theories about the attack on Paul Pelosi. We talked about the fact that people were worrying about the glass breaking outward. When you throw a hammer against plexiglass, it will tend to break outward, not inward in many cases. There are people who were suggesting there's a third person. How did a third person get there? Why were they admitting somebody? Where was this person trying to stop it? There was no third person. It was misreporting by CBS.
By the way, Ben Shapiro is like actually currently addressing the fake news that's being promoted. Remember, but also that's Ben Shapiro's crony. Is Ben Shapiro's crony Matt Walsh going to be addressed here? No. He'll debunk the fucking obvious inaccuracies in the reporting. Did you address the 911 call? Wait, what? Address what? That he was like speaking in code because like he knew that there was someone in his house and he kept the fucking and he kept the phone going. What?
CBS News. There was the 911 phone call and the dispatch operator telling the police what was happening and said that Paul Pelosi had said there's a guy here named David and he's a friend. And so people were interpreting that as, oh, he's a friend. Okay.
No. He was literally speaking in code to make it seem as though he wasn't fucking, to survive, which worked, by the way. And cops literally said that. Cops said that, thank God, Mr. Pelosi was speaking in fucking code, and thank God the dispatcher immediately understood what was going on and actually sent a unit there. Oh, God.
Yeah. Okay. Or it's possible and theoretically, believable that Paul Pelosi had a crazy person in front of him and was trying to calm the guy down while simultaneously on the phone with 911, not letting the crazy guy know that he was on the phone with 911. Okay, fine. All of that to the good. The reason, but this is being used now as an excuse for Elon Musk is obviously very bad because he tweeted out unverified information about the Paul Pelosi attack. So a couple things ought to be said about all this. One, the truth became fairly quickly evident, and Musk deleted his tweet, which suggests that the solution was not to ban the tweet in the first place. The solution was to allow people to critique the tweet, because then Musk removed the tweet. So people on the left are using this as an example of, we must ban information. We must make sure that there is no counter narrative that gets out there. But the thing is this. Once
okay, functionally what Elon Musk did was basically the same as like banning the tweet. The difference, of course, is that he did it willingly, okay? He deleted the tweet willingly. Banning is done for people who are not doing it, even after they've been corrected. People who personally, deliberately and willingly spread misinformation. Not only that, but also like Twitter literally gives you the opportunity to delete the fucking tweet. It's so dumb. That's what you do with people who won't fucking functionally delete the tweet themselves. You force them. What the fuck? That's the purpose behind banning. By the way, Elon literally did that because he wanted to, not get so fucking incredibly owned. That's why he did that. He self-canceled, I guess.
Information that was bad was put out there. It was hit so hard that Musk took it down, which is theoretically the way that free speech is supposed to work. You say something dumb, everybody critiques you, and then you retract the dumb thing that you said. What the left would like to do is essentially pre-clear all speech. So you shouldn't ask the questions in the first place. Now, when you do that, you know what you end up with? You end up with people asking more questions. When you say, you're not allowed to post this story, because if you post this story, we'll shut down your account. What people tend to do is they tend to believe, well, then I'm not going to believe you because you're attempting to censor. You're attempting to prevent information from being disseminated. The best answer to bad and dumb speech is, in fact, when it comes to fora like Twitter, more speech. But this is not the left's take. The left's take is that they should be essentially policing what you can and cannot.
He's literally admitting that the ultimate good thing is to delete the tweet. You can't say that. Why didn't you keep up the tweet then? It's just speech. Why didn't you just keep the tweet up? Like, obviously enough people addressed it, so he's just eliminating speech. He shouldn't have done that then. It's been addressed already.
Not say. And here's the problem. All the people who maybe correctly were saying that Elon Musk was putting out a bad story yesterday, all those same people were perfectly fine with the media for years putting out bad information about COVID, putting out false information about a wide variety of topics. Totally fine with all that stuff.
What?
All of that propagandistic nonsense, that could go out there. But Elon Musk puts out a tweet about a link that he shouldn't have put out, and this is evidence that free speech is no longer operative. So, for example, you have an MSNBC guest named Suzanne Nossel who's raising alarm about free speech on Twitter because if we allow people to say things, then you never know. Free speech might be quashed by people saying things.
To a social media platform that, as Elon says, is trying to create an environment for public discourse, a place where people of different ideological persuasions can come together and can reason. In order to do that, you need to create some parameters. We've learned that. Speech in Twitter is...
Yeah, no, that's true. Here you have a person who was like correctly talking about how in order to foster speech, you need to sometimes set boundaries. Here, I'll use a really dumb example, okay? For example, let's say you're at an auditorium, Ben Shapiro. Let's say you're addressing the Young American Foundation. And people come in and take advantage of the logistics of the situation and steal the microphone from you and start yelling into the microphone, right? Or they yell fire in the crowded theater. There needs to be parameters established, and luckily there are parameters established, because then you can actually foster good conversation. So technically, what she is saying is completely correct. If you set boundaries, how is it still free speech? Brother, there is no such thing as speech without any boundaries. You still can't do that in the United States of America, which has the most expansive freedoms. You can't do that.
Is not the same as a town square. It's algorithmically driven. We've seen that falsehoods travel faster than the truth on Twitter, that polarization can be stoked, that it's a weaponization of human nature. And that can be for good or for ill. We can celebrate something and we can go down a very dark path if that's where our nature draws us to. The algorithms fuel and supercharge that. And so I don't think the answer is a First Amendment approach, trying to adopt the constraints on government to a private platform like Twitter.
You know, it's weaponizing human nature to allow people to say the things that they want to say. It is not weaponizing human nature to give outsized power to a coterie of left-wing elites who will tell you what you can say. That, of course, we can trust them. We can trust them because they definitely will not quash information that is not to their political liking. They'll probably just promote true narratives, like the narrative they've been promoting nonstop for days now, that every Republican is responsible for a nut job hitting Paul Pelosi with a hammer. That's the stuff that we need to disseminate, obviously. Because otherwise, if we don't prevent the dissemination of bad information, how are we going to get our narrative out there? This is the shtick with regard to Elon Musk and the left. It's why they're angry about Elon Musk opening up the spigots on speech, because they don't like a lot of the information that's being distributed. And again, what they're going to do now is they're going to nutpick. They're going to find the worst.
But you literally just said you didn't like the information that Elon Musk was promoting. I mean, he openly admitted it. That makes no sense. Not only did you say that it was good that Elon deleted the tweet because he was corrected, but you also stated that it was bad and wrong, and that wrong information should be corrected by other people and then deleted.
Examples of people distributing information that's not true on one side of the aisle, and then they're going to pretend that everything they see is sweetness and light, and all of the information they disseminate is absolutely true. By the way, they're also going to promote the narrative that they can call Elon Musk a unique threat to democracy. Elon Musk is an evil, retrograde robber baron. They can say whatever they want about him, and that's totally fine. But if you say Nancy Pelosi should not be Speaker of the House, somebody might go hit her husband with a hammer in his house. That's the way this works. You can say whatever you want about people on the right. You can suggest, as the president has.
It's crazy that he addressed some of the misinformation going around, but for some weird reason is stopping himself from mentioning why people are saying he's a right-wing guy. Like, I don't think people are saying, or some people are. I'm not one of those people. I'm not saying that, that dude isn't fucking crazy. But I'm certainly stating that right-wing conspiracies, unchecked right-wing conspiracies, is what led to the mental decline of this person, who then acted out on those desires. Okay? Someone radicalized that motherfucker. That someone was Ben Shapiro and Fox News and the internet. That's it. Many people get radicalized on the internet. Some get radicalized towards the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. Okay? And then you realize that the way to combat towards that, the way to combat against that top of the hour ad break is by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub too, if you're lucky. Here's the one I'm going to add right now.
That those people are going to overthrow the country. And that's totally good. In fact, it's praiseworthy that the President of the United States says that stuff. But if you say that Nancy Pelosi is doing a bad job as Speaker, man, you never know what that might set off. And we need to curb speech to prevent messages that we don't like from getting out. Well, there's sort of a fascinating exchange on Twitter between CEO Elon Musk and the Los Angeles Lakers' LeBron James about race.
I love the notion that like we're just sitting around and acting like this guy wanted to murder Nancy Pelosi because people were saying she's unfit to be the Speaker of the House. And not because like he thought she was drinking baby blood because of a Jewish conspiracy. Yeah. The fucking the perp literally was like, "Ah, I can't wait to kill Nancy Pelosi because she's doing a bad job." And not because of the baby blood stuff that I definitely believe in, as evidenced by my blog.
Racial slurs on the platform. So LeBron, who has in the past spread anti-Semitic nonsense of his own before retracting it, he was responding to a report in the Washington Post that claimed there had been a 500% increase in the use of the N-word on Twitter following Musk taking over. Several of the posts on 4chan encourage users to amplify derogatory slurs, the report said, suggesting the increase in the use of slurs may not have been completely organic, which the post did not mention. That's what the study said. The post did not say that. The post instead suggested that there were just a ton of people who had suddenly randomly started saying the N-word. James tweeted, "I don't know Elon Musk, and to be honest..."
First of all, let's pull up the LeBron James tweet. So LeBron James is pulling an article from yahoo.com. And the article's title quite literally says, "Use of N-word on Twitter jumped by almost 500% after Elon Musk takeover as trolls test limits on free speech," report says. So, like, the article title itself of the tweet that LeBron James is posting directly contradicts what Ben Shapiro is stating. So I don't know why Ben is like acting like LeBron James is like spreading misinformation or something.
I could care less about who owns Twitter, but I will say if this is true, I hope he and his people take this very, very seriously because this is scary AF. So many damn unfit people saying hate speech is free speech. Well, I mean, technically speaking, hate speech is indeed a form of free speech because, again, things I don't like don't necessarily fall into the category of hate. And even if we all agree that they are hateful, that does not mean that they are prosecutable or that they don't fall under the category of free speech.
There you have it. There you have it. The classic defending hate speech and the double classic legality trumps morality in this conversation about changing legality. When someone says hey man, hate speech should not be protected by free speech, you can't turn around and go, oh, well, technically hate speech is free speech and it's protected. Bitch, we know. The whole point of the conversation is not having that happen anymore. You can't just like literally say, well, it's currently the way it is. You need to back it up. Also, hate speech isn't just things I don't like. Okay? I don't like eating seafood. When someone says everyone should have seafood, or when the 700th person says, you've never had seafood? Oh, it's because you haven't had this kind of seafood. I don't like that. That speech I don't like. You know what that isn't? Hate speech, motherfucker. That's not hate speech. Shut the fuck up.
Speech, right? There are certain areas that don't fall under the defamation does not fall under free speech. Pornography does not fall under free speech.
Why not?
The problem with hate speech is
why not? Why not? It's arbitrary. If it did, would Ben Shapiro defend it? Probably. It almost feels like a lot of this is just shit we just made up. Because ultimately, that's what laws are. We get together in a perfect society and decide certain things. That's rules. That's laws. And they're subject to interpretation and they're subject to change. So in a conversation about like why certain rules should change, you can't turn around and go, but that's the rule. Rules are rules. Because the argument I'm making does not revolve around what the rules are. I'm very aware of what the rules are. I want to change them. Okay. Now I unironically think we should ban motherfuckers still talking about seafood in the chat. Remember, there is no free speech in this chat. I will clap your ass cheeks.
Vaguely defined term that can be twisted and turned and used any way by whoever cites the thing. By the way, if we were banning people for hate speech, then back when LeBron James was talking about the Jewish money, he would have been banned from social media. Musk responded to James's tweet with a statement from Yoel Roth, Twitter's head of safety and integrity, that said, nearly all of these accounts are inauthentic. We've taken action to ban the users involved in this trolling campaign. We're going to continue working to address this in the days to come to make Twitter safe and welcoming for everyone. But again, the media are going to amplify all of this because they are so all fired afraid that there might be a platform that they don't control the spigot of information to. They are terrified of all of that. It scares the living hell out of them. All right, guys.
Yeah, LeBron James is like terrified of the spigot of information control. That's what he's operating off of. And isn't just like a black dude living in America who sees trolls pumping up white supremacy and is making a plea from his larger platform to hope that like white supremacy doesn't run rampant on the fucking website that he uses from time to time. So he's like, oh man, I really want the freedom of expression to be controlled by liberal elites. I, LeBron James. Oh my Lord.
The rest of the show is continuing right now. We'll be getting into Elon Musk and his continuing Twitter takeover, the media attacks on Twitter, plus Democrats trying to shift their angle of attack on the midterms away from democracy and away from January 6th and more toward the economy. We'll get to that in just 1 second. If you're not a member, click the link.
So he talked about how Elon Musk got fucking owned because of the disinformation that he was spreading. But did he talk about Matt Walsh? Because I didn't really hear it. But anyway, because so many people were just like going balls to the fucking wall, including Charlie Kirk. Let's watch Charlie Kirk's last statement. The FBI released the transcripts of the interrogation that they did with Daniel DePipe. Remember a couple of months ago you read a chatter saying they were going to cancel you with a hammer? Was it the same guy? Probably not. I mean, but they come from the same circles. Anyway, threat. Like, they're the same kind of psycho, but doubtful that they're the same person. Even though that dude was a Jimmy Dore fan, so he might have eventually come across my commentary and written some shit there. If we knew what his YouTube account was, or if we knew what his fucking, Reddit account was, or if we knew what his fucking Twitch account was, we would find out, but... This is a summary of the interview. But like I said before that, I'm going to watch Charlie Kirk also spread some lies.
I mean, I'm looking at Politico.com. I'm looking at the New York Times. I'm looking at all these places, and there's a little bit of mention here. For example, Politico says top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. Of course you should reject any link. Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to blame for gay schizophrenic nudists that are hemp jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home, or maybe not breaking into somebody's home? Why are we to blame for that exactly?
I mean, you're literally doing the thing. He's like doing the thing while he's laughing about it. You're to blame for it because you keep engaging in conspiracy theories. No one will check this motherfucker.
And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions. I wonder what his bail is. They're going after him with attempted murder, political assassination, all this sort of stuff. I'm not qualifying.
Wait, is he defending the guy? That's kind of awesome. Okay, I take it back. Okay, I did not think he was going to go bananas mode and like defend the guy who tried to kill Paul Pelosi. That's kind of cool. You love to see it, folks. He's literally like, yeah, get him out of jail. Be a midterm hero. Ask him some questions, They're really going after this guy.
I think it's awful. It's not right. But why is it that in
give him another hammer?
Chicago, you're able to commit murder and be out the next day? Why is it?
Wait, what? Bro, that's not a thing. What the fuck? Dude, this is where the insanity of the cities comes from, okay? Directly from his mouth. That's why so many divorced dads with lifted pickup trucks unironically think like black teenagers in Chicago are shooting one another and then they're getting out of prison immediately for free. They deleted cash bail so that teenagers could get out of prison after shooting one another. And they're being given guns by the corrections officers because the COs who are cops are offended. That's why we need to be better to the police.
That you're able to trespass, second-degree murder, arson, threat of public official, cashless bail. This happens all over San Francisco, but if you go after the Pelosis, Oh, you're let out immediately.
What the fuck? Oh, this was pretty funny. Stop believing conspiracies. No man would rent a Honda when he has a Ferrari at home. I love this fucking tweet. I'm sorry. It's true. It's true. All right. The FBI's newly released criminal complaint against a man. Shit. Charged with attacking Pelosi features a summary of a Mirandized interview in which, per the FBI summary, the man himself essentially debunks the conspiracy theories about the incident. How did DePipe get in the house? DePipe stated that he broke into the house through a glass door, which was a difficult task that required the use of a hammer. DePipe stated that he broke into the house through a glass door. Pelosi was in bed and appeared to be surprised by DePipe. DePipe told Pelosi to wake up. DePipe told Pelosi that he was looking for Nancy. Pelosi responded that she was not present. Pelosi asked how they could resolve the situation. What a bro, Paul is kind of a pussy, dude. I'm kidding. He did the right thing. That's so terrifying. Holy shit. Motive. DePipe stated that he was going to hold Nancy hostage. DePipe articulated he viewed Nancy as the leader of the pack of lies told by the Democratic Party. DePipe also later explained that by breaking Nancy's kneecaps, she would then have to be wheeled into Congress. The Radlibs in the chat are going to be like, wow, that's really ableist, actually. Get him. Get him, Radlibs. DePipe stated that he was going to hold Nancy hostage, talk to her, and if Nancy were to tell DePipe the truth, he would let her go. And if she lied, he was going to break her kneecaps. DePipe was certain that Nancy would not have told the truth. In the course of the interview, DePipe articulated he viewed Nancy as the leader of the pack of lies told by the Democratic Party. DePipe also explained that by breaking Nancy's kneecaps, she would then have to be wheeled into Congress, which would show other members of Congress there were consequences to actions. DePipe also explained generally that he wanted to use Nancy to lure another individual to DePipe. Who opened the door? DePipe stated that they went downstairs to the front door. Police arrived and knocked on the door, and Pelosi ran over and opened it. Pelosi grabbed onto DePipe's hammer, which was in DePipe's hand. At this point in the interview, DePipe repeated that DePipe did not plan to surrender and that he would go through Pelosi. And the FBI counted the 911 call, not from DePipe. Pelosi stated the words to the effect that there is a male in the home, but the male is going to wait for Pelosi's wife. Pelosi further conveyed that he does not know who the male is. The male said his name is David. I can't believe we're like addressing all this, by the way. Anyway, none of this matters, obviously, because Republicans are either A, not going to see this, B, not going to clarify if they've already lied about their position, and D, claim that the FBI is a part of the conspiracy and in on it. So there you go. Solve the problem for you. Doesn't matter. They're not motivated by a genuine interest in what the truth is about DePipe, okay? They're not. They're motivated by their anger and frustration and hatred for the Democratic Party. That's it. Her.
But we're going to begin this hour with the latest on the shocking attack on Paul Pelosi. As you know, he's the husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The suspect in the assault is expected to be formally charged later today on counts including attempted murder. Speaker Pelosi was not home at the time of this attack, but she was allegedly the target. A source tells CBS News the suspect shouted, "Where's Nancy?" at her husband Paul after allegedly breaking into their San Francisco home. Jonathan Vigliotti is following all of this in San Francisco. And we have to warn you here that the new details are still very disturbing. Jonathan, this story is still upsetting on so many levels. Good morning to you.
And good morning to you, Gail. Very
Why?
scary moments early Friday morning. According to police, a hammer was used by this suspect to carry out this attack. He was specifically targeting Nancy Pelosi when he broke into that home early Friday morning. We're told he even made his way to the second story of that home. And the Associated Press now reporting that investigators also found a bag at the scene containing zip ties.
Across of Scott and Normandy.
Inside the Pelosi home, a source tells CBS News Paul Pelosi was able to call 911 after asking his alleged attacker if he could go to the bathroom. There, he reached a police dispatcher and left his phone on, giving authorities enough information to launch a quick response.
From the time the officers got the call to the attack was minutes, less than 3 minutes, I believe.
According to San Francisco's police chief, when officers arrived, they found Pelosi and 42-year-old David DePape fighting over a hammer. DePape allegedly grabbed hold and used it to strike Pelosi in the head. Both men were rushed to San Francisco General Hospital, where a source tells CBS News Pelosi remained conscious and able to talk before undergoing surgery to correct a depressed skull fracture. DePape was treated for minor injuries. Late yesterday, the San Francisco DA confirmed the attack was targeted.
Mr. DePape was in fact looking for Miss Pelosi.
Yo, notice how they're saying DePape or DePape, DePeep. Let's be real, bro. It's the peepee. It's the peepee. Okay? Stop with this bullshit. They're hiding the truth. They're mispronouncing his name. They're in on it.
The other thing is we want to make it clear that there were only 2 people in the home at the time that the police arrived.
Now, you want to know the double bind? Let me give you a lock. So, because of the conspiracy theories, they now have to address this shit, right? And because of that, some of you are going to have relatives and family members that go, "See, I knew it, brother. Why are they addressing random shit like who was in the house? Seems a little confusing to me. Seems suspicious." You know they're going to be like, "Wow, the FBI leaked this? They never leak anything like this normally. What are they hiding?" Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Mr. Pelosi and the suspect.
Sources have told CBS News and other media DePape said, "Where is Nancy?" echoing the same language used by the January 6th Capitol Hill mob after the 2020 election. The alleged attack comes days before the midterms, when some get out the vote ads have taken direct aim at the speaker. On Face the Nation, Margaret Brennan asked the chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee, Congressman Tom Emmer, about his gun-toting ad with the hashtag #FirePelosi.
Why is there a gun in a political ad at all?
It wasn't an ad.
Hashtag
I was
or a
tweeting
tweet.
out. I was tweeting out something that I had
Hashtag
just
fire
done.
Pelosi with a weapon.
Well, now
Wouldn't
you're,
a pink slip be more fitting if it's about firing her? Why don't you make it about the issues? Why not depersonalize it?
it is absolutely about the issues. It's about the fact.
Yeah, it's about the fact that Nancy Pelosi needs to be shot with a Thompson gun. I mean, fuck. I don't like her policies. Shit. I fucking did it again, goddammit.
That we have double-digit inflation.
Leaving the hospital, Paul Pelosi Jr. would only say this about his father's condition.
Any updates on your father?
So far, so good. So far, so good. And according to a source, DePape has been released from the hospital this morning. He is in police custody. He is expected to be arraigned as early as tomorrow morning, Gail.
All right, we just want him to be all right. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
San Francisco DA is live talking about it right now. Breaking: Paul Pelosi attacker David DePape is an illegal alien. It's not even true. He's from Canada and is like a green card holder, no? Illegal, brother. Here's a nice little Matthew Iglesias take. I think many business executives of conservative political views is a reality we are going to have to readjust to, recognizing that the Trump era sense that this might not be the case was the illusion. Need to discover class politics without being communists about it. I love that, dude. Thanks, Matt Iglesias. What? Somewhere a white person is planning a costume tonight that's going to ruin their whole future. Okay, this one goes hard, though. I would wear that. And this. New Mario movie looking rough? Oh, God, no. Oh, Yoshi's on the roof? Wait, what? Mitt Romney, it's a me, a Mario. Enjoyed dressing up with some of the grandkids this weekend. Happy Halloween. Oh, I didn't understand it at first. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's fucked up. First of all, no one would say, oh, God, oh, no. He did that on purpose. Didn't Mitt Romney do that on purpose? By the way, that's the most fucked up, sad looking dog. You know his ass is traveling on top of the car, okay? All the time. For those of you who don't know, when Mitt Romney was running for president, obviously a lot of opposition research was made. And part of what that opposition research uncovered was the grim reality that Mitt Romney would sometimes travel with his dog, but in the worst, most insane way possible. He would put his dog in a crate outside of his car on top of his car. Yes. Something that I forgot about until this Hard Drive magazine post reminded me of. There's a Wikipedia page for it. During a 1983 family vacation, Mitt Romney drove 12 hours with his dog on top of the car in a windshield-equipped carrier. This incident became the subject of negative media attention and political attacks on Romney in both 2008 and 2012 presidential elections. Bro, can a simpler time. Like, Donald Trump could have literally turned the dog into a hot dog after that process, and motherfuckers would have been like, hey, that dog deserved it. Some dogs, they got bad vibes, brother. Animal abuse always hits home for voters, no matter what year it is. Not for Dr. Oz, it seems. That dog immigrated from Mexico. First of all, Mitt Romney immigrated from Mexico. So that doesn't even work for the Romneys, whose half of his fucking family was like, oh yeah, polyamory is under attack. We need to move to Mexico and keep doing polyamory. Not polyamory, polygamy, sorry. I made them sound woke. They were like, we need to do a polycule. Oh, that's funny. Okay. I saw the best cop / Rogan. Oh my God. Luckily, he's not arresting anybody or spreading dangerous misinformation about kitty litter. Okay. What else were we going to talk about? Oh, Twitter is planning to start charging $20 per month for verification. That's always good. Here we go. Let's talk about affirmative action.
The Supreme Court will hear arguments this morning in two pivotal cases challenging the consideration of a student's race in college admissions. The cases involving Harvard and the University of North Carolina, could end affirmative action as we know it at public and private schools across this country. Now, the recent polling shows that 74% of Americans oppose affirmative action. Majorities across all racial and ethnic groups say that race should not be a factor when it comes to getting into a college.
Yeah, no shit. Everybody thinks that because of the way that affirmative action has been covered in this fucking country, okay? Affirmative action, by the way, 74%. Yeah, you want to know why it's like 74% against? Because motherfuckers literally think it just means like black people who don't deserve it get to go to college instead of me, a white, okay? Affirmative action is an imperfect Band-Aid solution that doesn't even begin to make up for the racial injustices that have been a core part of American fundamentals since its inception, okay? And also, not only that, but affirmative action in the form of class is infinitely and profoundly more impactful in college admissions. I am, of course, talking about legacy admissions. Legacy admissions is significantly more impactful than affirmative action with respect to the makeup of a particular college campus, specifically when we talk about Harvard. Now, Harvard and I believe UNC is the other college that they're talking about in this court case, do something called the holistic approach, okay? The holistic approach is basically that, yes, there are demographics that they're trying to get to, like demographics ratios that they're trying to get to. However, that is a very complicated equation that is not simply just the SATs or whatever, okay? They're not just looking at the SATs. They're looking at a multitude of different factors, and that is so that the college campus resembles daily American life, okay? That's it. Now, for years and years, white people tried to attack affirmative action, and it didn't work, right? So then they decided, let's use Asian people to attack affirmative action, and this is the result. Well, actually, this isn't the result. This is a white guy still, I think. But they were tackling this by saying, well, Asian people are not allowed to go to college in the, because it's not just off of the statistical aptitude test, which Asian students are actually excelling in, right? The moment I learned that motherfuckers in America had to write entire essays about their lives to get into university, I was fucking baffled. Yeah, I did that too. So, affirmative action in and of itself is basically the Band-Aid solution, which is not even a real solution. It's also got some flaws within it because marginalization of any marginalization markers do give you a leg up in this circumstance, allegedly, so that white ladies use it a lot too, regardless of what their class position looks like. But ultimately, it's not something you can tackle because the college admissions process is multifaceted. You can't pinpoint one thing. News: Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson is recused from one of the affirmative action cases currently before the court due to her past affiliation with Harvard. Longtime Justice Clarence Thomas won't recuse from the cases about the insurrection that his wife was involved in. The holistic approach is itself rooting in anti-Semitism. It was developed because too many Jews did too well on test scores, since test scores alone weren't the previous metric. Yes, it was built in the 1920s. Okay, when Harvard was like openly anti-Semitic. This person isn't wrong, except it doesn't matter because now the holistic approach is not identifiable. Or unless you're making a case that Harvard is not allowing any Jews to join Harvard or something. Affirmative action is a liberal solution that just fires on racial resentment instead of making college free. Okay. I had to cover affirmative action for a final project in college. It's the most frustrating topic to discuss in a room full of business majors. Lamau. I'm black, and some of my high school students, some of my high school classmates told me I took their place at Duke, that essentially they chose me because of my race. Duke doesn't even look at race. They look at financial need / SES. So, affirmative action, okay, is a Band-Aid. And the reason why I mentioned that it's a Band-Aid is because education is seen as the only way to generate some level of upward social mobility. And because liberals are not going to fucking solve the underlying material inequalities that consistently harm underserved communities, black and brown communities specifically, okay? They just go, oh yeah, look, we slapped up. We said if you're black, you have a better chance of getting into a college. Okay? If you want to make this process fairer, then you have to take down legacy admissions. That's it. You can no longer pay for a library wing so that your dumbass son, George W. Bush, can get into Yale. You can no longer get into Harvard or Yale specifically because your pappy and your grandpappy went there. There you go. If you truly want to solve, white supremacist racial inequality, obviously what you need to tackle is underfunding. What you need to tackle is obviously some kind of restitution, reparations, okay? And if you want to make college as a process fairer, make it free, no more paywall, no more barriers, and also eliminate legacy admissions. There you go. But liberals will do neither of those things. And Republicans will not even consider one of those things and will try to work to just delete the other thing. Affirmative action programs were created to address the legacy of slavery of 350 years of legal discrimination and exclusion, not just generalized disadvantage, but we've allowed these conversations to become so murky and SCOTUS has ruled remedying past discrimination isn't allowed. Allowing powerful people who benefit from the status quo to pit marginalized groups against each other, including poor white people, only serves to maintain racial and economic hierarchies. We can address the singular legacy of slavery and poverty in this country. Yes. Would affirmative action help a poor white kid get into an Ivy League or hurt their chances because most of the students who go to those schools who are white would be from feeder schools or legacy students? They would fill in for the above slots for the demographic, white slots for the demographic. If I'm not mistaken, affirmative action does not factor in your class, even though the holistic approach certainly does. But it need not matter because it's not just affirmative action that is the reason for why Harvard has the demographics that it does. Most Americans cannot afford to simply fly to another country, study abroad, and be away from family while paying for housing, books, and transportation. There's a reason you don't see poor black kids just moving to Norway. Yeah. Yeah, there is no, like, slots for white students. Like, there is no racial quotas. It's literally the difference between Kanye West saying, I want more black students in STEM. I want more black engineers in STEM versus Kanye West saying, I don't want any Jews in my company. Okay? Republicans try to make it seem like when Kanye West says, I want more black engineers in STEM, which, by the way, Kanye West said both of those things, obviously, so it's a little bit different. But if Kanye West had simply stated, we need more black engineers, okay, and didn't say the second thing, and then people try to turn around and say, no, it's the second thing, actually, that's what they're saying, then yeah, that's the affirmative action conversation. At the end of the day, Harvard has to market themselves to stay on top. No one wants to go to a school with 95% the same background of people. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the ADOS movement shit, Noah B, because it's unhinged and boring and not as like, you know. Anyway, in my opinion, we should all just state it what it is, repetitions. It's good to have repeated, but let's not pretend that libs are going to solve the actual issue at Harvard just by finishing a school for the elite. Yeah, what? Chatter literally received an affirmative action mailer today. Funny enough, this came in the mail. Biden and the left want to decide who gets hired and who gets fired according to their skin color. Even pilots will be chosen based on skin color, not their flying ability. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. I mean, when you get stuff like this, of course you're going to go fucking insane. This looks like it was written by an unhinged psychopath.
I'm worried about is that the rule that you're advocating, that in the context of a holistic review process, a university can take into account and value all of the other background and personal characteristics of other applicants, but they can't value race. What I'm worried about is that that seems to me to have the potential of causing more of an equal protection problem than it's actually solving. And the reason why I get to that possible conclusion is
people love acting like hyper rational vessels, right? They love thinking about society as though it's well, we need more STEM majors. Everyone should do STEM. And also, we need to make sure that the only reason why people can get into college is the SATs. Like, no, motherfucker, that's not how this shit works. If everyone was a STEM major and there were no art majors, your user interface would be dog shit, okay? Everyone plays a role in society. And if all colleges were just simply working off the SAT or the ACT, then again, you would have a very weird makeup. You would not want that anyway. Art majors do user interface now? Motherfucker, who is designing shit? Who is designing the UI? I'm not talking about the coding. You fucking no. There are definitely people, art majors, that touch a part of the fucking design. What are you talking about? Oh my God, dude. He said front-end developer. Digital arts and design is STEM. It doesn't matter. There is still art majors that play a fucking component in the way that certain buttons are supposed to look a certain way. Why are people doing this? UI is only one component of this. But the fucking art that came down at a certain point passed through someone who's a fucking art major. You are being purposely fucking obtuse when you talk about this. You are a fucking annoying STEM lord who is behaving like video games, movies, and applications do not have a single fucking art major touching it, okay? It is deeply frustrating. Chatter is being obtuse. Art and design people 1000% do UI. Not the same thing as a front-end developer. I'm a senior product designer, BFA in visual communication, art. I work as a dev in FAA Ang, and you are 100% correct. All designers are art people. It's just like, dude, I wish I don't know where some of you dumb motherfuckers who are STEM lords, actually, half of the dumb motherfuckers that do that aren't even STEM lords, because real STEM lords understand their own fucking boundaries, okay? At least the STEM lords I know. All the fucking STEM lords I know are like, yeah, I don't know how to do any of that shit. That shit sucks. Leave that up to someone who does know how to work it. Half of you motherfuckers are liberal arts majors, like Tucker Carlson, like Steven Crowder, who turn around and act like they're STEM lords in the chat in an effort to do a debate, okay? You're like a business major, and you're defending the values of STEM. That's what you're doing. You're like an econ guy, okay, learning a fake, made-up astrology science. And you're here to defend the hyper-logical fucking STEM lords. My favorite type of person is like the fake STEM lord defender.
Thinking about two applicants who would like to have their family backgrounds credited in this applications process, and I'm hoping to get your reaction to this hypothetical. The first applicant says, I'm from North Carolina. My family has been in this area for generations, since before the Civil War, and I would like you to know that I will be the 5th generation to graduate from the University of North Carolina. I now have that opportunity to do that, and given my family background, it's important to me that I get to attend this university. I want to honor my family's legacy by going to this school. The second applicant says, I'm from North Carolina. My family's been in this area for generations, since before the Civil War, but they were slaves and never had a chance to attend this venerable institution. As an African American, I now have that opportunity, and given my family background, it's important to me to attend this university. I want to honor my family legacy by going to this school. Now, as I understand your no race conscious admissions rule, these two applicants would have a dramatically different opportunity to tell their family stories and to have them count. The first applicant would be able to have his family background considered and valued by the institution as a part of its consideration of.
I think legacy should work against your favor. Like, literally. It's like, bitch, go to a different college. You know what I mean? Too many of your parents have come here. Come on, go somewhere else. Go to South Carolina. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's wild. But of course, you can't fucking say that, because legacy admissions is a fundamental part of capitalist mentality. Capitalist mentality dictates that you work super hard so your children have a fucking leg up, because we cannot imagine a world in which the government handles some of that, okay? And that there is a true equal footing and an equal starting point. Americans love talking about equal opportunity, but have never actually even wanted to come near equal opportunity. We all recognize that meritocracy is a lie at a certain point. That's precisely why we work really fucking hard to make sure the next generation is better off than we are, okay? Because we know that there is such a thing as a fucking leg up that you can offer your children. That's why you work so hard. If there was truly equal opportunity, okay, if that was afforded to every single person, then yeah, no one would be doing that. Maybe some people would be, because you still want a leg up. That's understandable. Is it true that you're shitting your pants even thinking about reacting live to Andrew Tate now that he's converted? You even tweeted one day that you will react live on stream about his conversion, then you shut up about it. Doesn't matter that his misogyny is only getting worse now? What? This guy is more upset that Andrew Tate converted to Islam than Andrew Tate's misogyny. Like, he said, the number one advocate of misogyny on the internet is now somehow more misogynistic because he's Muslim. Oh, and by the way, there's reason for me to believe this. Have you seen the latest harassment attacks from parents demanding and banning LGBTQ books in school board? It's sad that even Michigan is now under the wrap of some deranged parents hell-bent on wanting LGBTQ out of existence. I know exactly what this is because we banned his chatter's other fucking sock account. It's like Muslim parents. Okay, here, this is it. Yep, there you go. Heated debate on book banning resumes at Dearborn schools during the second board meeting. Oh, no, I can't believe it, dude. I cannot believe that this guy cares so much about LGBTQ rights only when it is to shit on Muslim people. I cannot believe that this guy who's on his 11th sock account is only here to talk about Andrew Tate's misogyny when it is to shit on Muslim people. Yeah, by the way, for the record, you want to hear something? Fuck those Dearborn, Michigan parents that are fucking talking about banning LGBT books from their fucking schools. Those parents can suck my dick, okay? Why in the ever-loving fuck would you ever assume that I would be on board with some fucking psychotic fundamentalists because they've decided that they want to fucking shit on gay queer teenagers and gay queer knowledge from a Muslim perspective? You, my friend, are a fucking idiot. That is projection. You thought just because I'm from a Muslim background that I would somehow be too cowardly or too hypocritical not to fucking shit on fundamentalist weirdos. Those guys are fundamentalist conservatives. I hate conservatism, not religion. Okay? Holy shit. By the way, this is why sometimes I don't address this sort of stuff and just ban and move on. Some of you might be thinking in the chat, Hasan, I can't believe one little thing that you just mentioned, that this chatter mentioned, set you off and you fucking deleted them from existence. You surely want to build an echo chamber. No, motherfucker, because I can read you like an open book. I do this every fucking day. I do this every goddamn day of my life. I know exactly where you're coming from when you say dumb shit like this. That's why it was that easy for me to clap this dude's ass cheeks and blow it out of fucking orbit. 2 takes is all it took. You should be embarrassed, by the way, of how fucking predictable you are. You should be embarrassed. You behave quite literally like a fucking NPC. It's so easy to read you. It is so easy to address your idiotic fucking takes. Hasan's free speech, Keck W, he's malding. Me? No, I mean, this was pretty entertaining if you ask me. It's just kind of sad that, like, these fucking haters can't even, craft new and unique perspectives in here. He got what he wanted, 3 minutes of talking about it? Yeah, sure. I mean, so what? I will shit on bigots no matter what their background is, regardless, every time. In my opinion, there is nothing. It's no different to see like a bunch of fucking radical, weirdo, fundamentalist conservatives going to a fucking school meeting in Dearborn, Michigan, than giving them the exact same hell that I give to white evangelical zealots, you know?
Of whether or not to admit him, while the second one wouldn't be able to, because his story is in many ways bound up with his race.
Gets mad? Oh, no, I'm not mad. Brother, I think at a certain point you have to realize, big man, Daddy Dorito, and everyone else, I'm making content. I'm making educational and entertaining content. That's part of the reason why you're here and not harassing some other, some queer trans content creator with like 35 following like you normally would, because you're a gigantic piece of shit. You're in here right now because you're like, I want to go test out and try to bully some, larger leftist content creators. Okay. I'm going to use that as an opportunity to make engaging, entertaining commentary off of your idiocy. Okay. It can make you happy and make you feel like you've accomplished something. Okay. Like you got me upset or something like that. Okay. And I'm happy to be the magnet that pulls you away from, going out and finding marginalized content creators to shit on them. You can say, Latroll, did you get mad, Snowflake, or whatever the fuck, right? Like it's still 2014 and you're desperately clinging on to the halcyon days of Poll and 4chan. But ultimately, I'm using you. You're stupid. I'm using you for content. I'm making content out of you, and 30,000 people are laughing at you. This is no different than the last time you said some really stupid shit and the fucking high school bully called you out for it and everyone laughed at you. Okay? This is exactly like that, except this is supposed to be your field. You're anonymous. We're online. You're supposed to be fucking clapping up here because you can lie and act like you're not this pathetic, pasty little fucking loser. You can act like you're a 6'6", giga-chad jawed, mustachioed, handsome gentleman who's here to make logical arguments and destroy me. And even now, we're in your fucking field. This is where you're supposed to thrive. And people are still pointing their finger at you and laughing at you because guess what? You're not the logical fucking big brain genius that your mommy told you were. Okay? You're just a fucking idiot. You can become one. I'm telling you, you can become one. But right now, you're just content for me. But the starting point is moving away from these circles that have filled your head with lies, okay? This guy has one chat and you claim he's a bigot. Are you mentally there? That's rude and weird. While I was typing out this, you made assumptions. Someone else claiming they're pasty and white, and now you're calling him an idiot. You're getting weird, says Stormung. Get help. Take a look at this guy. Big man Daddy Dorito is right, though. I'll just say this, Tate mentality. I'll just say this. If you don't understand how right-wing weirdos behave on the internet, and those two fucking takes were a perfect assessment of how they are, because like that person was there on a sock account deliberately to derail the stream because they thought that they caught me in some hypocritical position, right? If you don't understand it, leave it to someone like myself who does, right? Just leave it. Leave it to someone like myself who does understand it better than you. Okay? Also, you don't have to come out and be like, I'm pasty and nerdy. Why are you fucking calling me out? Dude, please check the validity of the site so you're not spreading falsehoods. Oh, you're the one playing Lamont Blame in chat. Not a Tate fan. That was reactionary. I love how they play civility politics. Yeah, by the way, I'm not a civil person, Stormung. I'm not. Especially if you yourself are coming in here to be like, oh, I caught you. I caught you in a fucking mental trap. Haha. So, anyway, usually I ban people like you. Today I'm in a better mood, so I'm not going to. And I usually ban you because you try to derail the stream and center it around yourself. All right, let's move on. There was a Georgia preacher that fucking owned Herschel Walker, I believe. But, here, let's watch this.
And so we value diversity of all different kinds and all the ways that people differ in our society.
The most important diversity is the diverse ways in which you can avoid the top of the hour ad break, though. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And there are diverse methods of avoiding those ads. Okay? For example, you can get a $5 a month subscription. For example, you can get a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. For example, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, you know? There are different ways that you can avoid the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. Okay? Hey, Sisyphus, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. And thank you, Govia 2000 for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 25 total people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
On On the educational benefits question, Your Honor, I don't think it's actually disputed here.
Tammy Tom,
that
thank you for the
there
10
are
gifted.
real and meaningful educational benefits that come with diversity of all kinds. SFFA's own expert, this is on JA 546, conceded and agreed enthusiastically, in fact, on the stand, that a racially diverse and a diversity of all kinds leads to, quote, a deeper and richer learning environment, leads to more creative thinking and exchange of ideas, and critically reduced bias between people of different backgrounds and not solely different racial backgrounds.
But you still haven't given me.
This motherfucker is literally girl named Fish. I wish I could hear. First of all, you're a subscriber, so you're not seeing an ad right now. And secondly, it doesn't even matter because there's captions on the screen. Why are you LARPing as a person who is seeing an ad currently when we can tell you're not seeing an ad? What is this? Shorts needed to be shorter. Shorts needed to be shorter. Lil Nas did it too? No way, really? Great minds think alike. Both followers of HasanAbi. Just two HasanAbi following musicians. Oh shit. Here it is.
You thought I was feeling you? That nigga a munch. Nigga eat it, he ate it for lunch. Bitch, on my body, I get what I want. Like, you thought I was feeling you? That nigga a munch.
That's crazy. That's crazy. He's so jacked, dude. Holy shit. Amazing Japanese Halloween thread. Mundane Halloween is back. Japan does Halloween better than anyone, but best of all is the annual Mundane Halloween contest sponsored by the website Daily Portals. The point is to dress up as something super ordinary. Here are my favorites from this year. Person who tried to cut their own bangs failed and now claims it's the latest fashion. Two people who wore the exact same outfit and now it's super awkward. Person who wants to use up every bit of toothpaste in the tube. Foreign tourists who can't find any public garbage cans in Japan. Oh. Person laid off from their job in the opening scene of a film. In a similar vein, random character who appears in the early stages of the TV series in order to show that if you get bitten, you become a zombie. Person who got confused about how to combine different sauces when eating gyoza and now no longer even cares. Soy sauce. Person whose skeleton is being estimated by machine learning. Person who accidentally shook their carbonated beverage before opening it. Branch manager who decided to help out at the cash register. That's fucking awesome. Okay, that one's pretty funny. What the fuck? That's so perfect, dude. What the fuck? The champion of some sport or another. The mildly annoying person wearing a huge backpack and playing a smartphone game on a jam-packed train. Twitter engineer just fired by Elon Musk. Person whose face is blurred out on Google Street View. An ear of corn. TV newscaster reporting on a typhoon. People brushing their teeth in the company women's restroom on their lunch break. Okay, this is just their normal existence, I think. D-list celebrity acting as a store manager for a special one-day promotion. That's too Japanese, I think. That's like, that definitely is like a too that I don't understand that. Like I get that that's probably like the most Japanese thing. That's peak Japanese culture. Dad on his day off from work. List of family members in a beginner English language textbook. Person in line at the convenience store. What the fuck? The only person at the event whose name tag string is super long for some reason. Wow, they do it every year. This is one from 2021. Person waiting in line to have their carry-on baggage inspected before an international flight. Person who dropped her ice cream. Oh, no. Guy who's able to measure 169 centimeters tall by moosing up his hair and lifting his heels. What? That's, dude, chat just got blasted. Insanely specific. Person who paid for karaoke in order to practice her instrument in a soundproof room. What? That thing in the park. Oh, tic-tac-toe. A slab of concrete with cat footprints on it. Person who briefly mistook a plastic bag for a cat. Man who will definitely be photoshopped out of this photo. Person who learns when turning around a curve. Person who leans when turning around a curve in Mario Kart. Okay, this is attacking me. Neighbor of the suspect in a police drama who says, I haven't seen them at all about 4 days now. Man who forgot he had his mask on and tried to take a sip of coffee. Cashier who politely looks away as you enter your credit card PIN. Okay, I'm done. We're done with this. I don't know how the fuck we got here. Joe Rogan is making a prediction. Uh-oh.
The educational benefits.
Remember, by the way, what I said about Kanye West's perspective actually closely resembling Justice Clarence Thomas? Clarence Thomas is also like anti-black, but also weirdly like a kind of a black nationalist, like black separationist. It's kind of cool that, you know, Kanye West is going after the GOAT, stealing his bars verbatim, stealing his flow. Thomas, also a big fan of porn. Clarence Thomas also loves to show people porn. Hear me out. Hear me out. Very similar. The similarities are alarming. I'm just saying.
I didn't go to racially diverse schools, but there were educational benefits. And I'd like you to tell me expressly, when a parent sends a kid to college, that they don't necessarily send them there to have fun or feel good or anything like that. They send them there to learn physics or chemistry or whatever they're studying. So
again, another guy who is, again, like a humanities guy who is talking about people going to college exclusively to learn about chemistry. Why? Why? Why are you LARPing as a STEM lord? You're literally a Supreme Court justice, dog. Everybody knows what you learned in college. You went to fucking law school. Why are you talking about why only people go to... Fuck! Why are they all like this? All conservatives, literally, like they take poli-sci and they take law and they go, yeah, college is only for STEM. Why are you so mad? Because it fucking infuriates me, okay? It makes me so mad to see people shit on the humanities, okay? I ride or die for the humanities. I get very annoyed when people fucking routinely shit on the humanities and say, like, STEM is the only thing you can learn that you should be learning.
Tell me what the educational benefits are.
So there's three main buckets, Your Honor, and the first, and I think most pertinent to the question that you asked, is the actual truth-seeking function of learning in a diverse environment. I would direct the court to the Major American Businesses brief, which discusses a whole extensive, rigorous, peer-reviewed literature that diverse groups of people actually perform at a higher level. So the most concrete possible scenario is stock trading. And there are studies that find that racially diverse groups of people making trading decisions perform at a higher level, make more efficient trading decisions. And the mechanism there is that it reduces groupthink.
Like, time and time again, he's right. Time and time again, empirical evidence suggests that more diverse corporate boards, like even from a capitalist perspective, more diverse corporate boards lead to better profit margins and lead to a company being more successful. Like, it just makes sense. You're breaking out of the boundaries. There's a lot of blind spots that people have. It totally makes sense as to why these companies would be doing better overall. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. These guys literally sometimes go, yeah, fuck capitalism, actually, because I hate diversity. They're like the biggest dick riders for capitalism until they're like, oh, fuck, man. That means we got to be around black people? I hate this. Like, okay.
And people have longer and more sustained disagreement, and that leads to a more efficient outcome.
Well, I guess I don't put much stock in that because I've heard similar arguments in favor of segregation, too.
But no, there aren't arguments in favor of segregation. No, he's giving you the counter. You can't look at the counter to segregation, which is a pro-desegregation argument, and say, well, I've heard arguments against that. You haven't.
I'd like to go to something different.
Yeah, of course he'd like to go to something different. Have you considered that Clarence Thomas is not actually evil, but just extremely stupid? I think he's extremely stupid, but he's also evil too.
The red wave that's coming is going to be like the elevator doors opening up in The Shining. That's what I think. I think people are just like, what the fuck are you saying? They're making Republicans.
I don't.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. It will be like The Shining, you know, like the murderer. What the fuck? What just happened? Did the tweet get deleted?
I don't know how they're doing it.
What?
I had a family member who's a boomer and a diehard liberal, and they told me when I was home this summer that they would vote for DeSantis, and I'm like, how did you lose this person?
Rad libs are making Republicans unironically. Okay, listen to me. Listen to me. There's two different sides to this, okay? If you're a fucking idiot, okay, and you already have those biases and you're geared towards that and you're just like waiting to fucking flip, then sure. I mean, you were going to flip anyway. But this notion that like rad libs are turning people into fucking Republicans is such a silly one. Oh man, people really dunked on me for fucking, you know, microaggressions. So I became a supporter of a guy who wants to fucking melt trans people is not logical in any meaningful sense of the word. I get shit on by rad libs every day. I have gotten shit on by rad libs more than anyone else. More than anyone else you can imagine. I get shit on by rad libs almost as much as fucking conservatives do. Okay? But because I have a fucking moral compass, I have not decided to change my entire worldview. Because I'm not some psycho. If you're so fragile to switch sides because a lib is posting cringe on Maine, then you're a silly bitch. Exactly.
Yeah.
How did you lose this person? This is a like go to the ballot and vote blue no matter what. And you've lost even the boomers.
To be fair, most people form political opinions through their emotions and anecdotes rather than being analytical about it. I know, but these aren't two random Americans, okay? They are doing political analysis and assessment. And the adequate assessment in this situation is to point what you just said out. To say that a lot of people act, first of all, they don't even act in the margins. A lot of people don't actually do the party switch that these people are talking about, okay? 80% of voters vote a certain way because their parents voted that way, because they know to vote that way. That's just the reality. Only 20% of voters vote on behalf of ideology or their ideological understanding of the world. Okay? So that's one, that is the reality. And two, when you have some people switch parties, okay, which happens in the margins, when you have people switch parties, that means that they were already geared towards changing their attitude. Like either a world-changing event happened like COVID, okay, and they found that the shutdowns were too personally inconveniencing towards them, and they didn't want to believe it, or 9/11 happened, or some shit like that, you know what I mean? And that's how they changed it. But they already had the preconceived notions. But because I understand how aesthetics-driven Americans are, because there is no like material analysis whatsoever in the minds of an American, I try to always bring the subject back to economic policy and its impact on everyday lives of everyday citizens. Asked a 12-year-old boy what his costume was, and he said it's from One Piece. There's no chance you'll know. Manga. Reader, he was correct. I'm not going to reply to this. Oh my God, I almost replied and said, it's actually pretty good. You should watch it. There's something wrong with me. Oh no. Is that how this works? You start watching One Piece and then all of a sudden you can't shut the fuck up about telling other people to watch it? Oh no. I will never do that. No. I turn away from that. See? That was a moment where I almost lost it. That was a very real weak moment where I almost unironically fucking did something that I despise. Okay? Anyway, let's wrap up this Supreme Court affirmative action case and let's move on because there's a really good fucking video here. There's a really good video. I'm not going to do bail reform. I want to watch the devastating demise of Sneeko by Jabri, friend of the show. Jabri did a Sneeko video, and I really want to watch it. I've been excited to watch it.
With students on both sides of this debate. Jan, good morning. I can't wait to hear what people are saying about this one.
This is going to be a huge case, Gail. I mean, obviously, the Supreme Court has gradually chipped away at affirmative action over the years, but these cases could outlaw any consideration of race in college admissions, even if the schools like the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which we visited, say it's crucial for diversity.
At the nation's oldest public university, a debate over the future of affirmative action. Jacob James is head of the College Republicans at the University of North Carolina.
Everybody should get a fair shot, and affirmative action says that no, some people will be advantaged and other people will be disadvantaged based on the color of their skin.
I think it's more important now than ever.
Julia Clark is president of the Black Student Movement.
I don't think there is ever a time where we won't need affirmative action or we won't need to talk about race in every system that we have in this country.
Those arguments go to the heart of the two cases challenging affirmative action. The court has scaled back affirmative action over the years, outlawing quotas and numerical goals, but it has allowed a limited consideration of race to promote diversity.
No more silence!
But the newly conservative court could now decide that any consideration of race at all is illegal discrimination, whether at a private university like Harvard or a public one like UNC, where minority enrollment is already low. African Americans are about 22% of the state population, but only about 9% of the student body is black.
And that's not enough. We need to lower those numbers, all right? You understand me? That's not enough. I don't want to go to North Carolina and potentially see a black student, brother. We need to make sure that those numbers are even lower. Too dang high. That's basically what you're saying. Like, yo, that bell doesn't work. You knew that, right? We couldn't hear you coming at all. Oh, like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I realized you're talking about my, you know, this. Ding, 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 ding.
Black. Civil rights lawyer Damon Hewitt is representing the university.
But when you think about a world without affirmative action, think about what our workplaces will look like, what our schools would look like. America is stronger when we actually fully embrace our diversity.
Many of us far surpassed the admission requirements set by Harvard and other colleges just for us.
What a dildo. Look at this guy. Stop anti-Asian discrimination, brother. Hey, listen here. Bro, it's all good, dog. It's fine that you didn't get accepted into Harvard, homie. Chill the fuck out. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ. I'm Asian too, Caucasian. Got Asian in it, okay? That's how it works. That's right. I got 3% Chinese in me. Genghis Khan. That's why I'm out here defending my Asian brothers. Who mocked though? He's like me.
We rejected.
Many students who oppose affirmative action, like Calvin Yang, support diversity. Yang is also backing the lawsuit against Harvard, where Asian students argue they are held to much higher standards than white or other minority applicants. He says schools should focus on giving more opportunities to lower-income students.
If you're economically disadvantaged.
Yeah, dude, why don't you shit on legacy admissions, dog? What's wrong with you? That takes up a gigantic proportion. Okay, dude, here, let's play the game, okay? What percentage of Harvard students are legacy? Ooh, turns out it's 36%. Look at that. The real fucking problem is legacy students. 36% of Harvard's 2022 class can claim a relative that previously attended a university. I'm a Harvard legacy and do not want to go, but you cannot take the chance that I could go away from me. Hassan, I earned this. Yeah, legacy admissions are the exact same bullshit as, like, legacy admissions are built on the same fucking idea that you should not have an estate tax, okay? Because, like, why should I? I worked hard for this so my kids can have a leg up. Bitch, your kids already have a leg up. You're wealthy. You're educating them, okay? You're getting them access to, first of all, they have freedom. They grew up wealthy, so they have the freedom not to worry about, like, the next paycheck or food insecurity or have to go and work, okay? They can build a wonderfully beautiful resume. They have access to networks that are not open to poor people and poor students. So you already gave a major leg up. You don't have to also give them a legacy admission leg up. It's bullshit. Legacy admission is like the grandfather clause, but for white people. Legacy admissions are affirmative action for future CIA agents? True. It's just so tilting.
You should get a boost. Rather than just arbitrarily looking at the ethnicity, the last name, the skin color of a particular applicant.
Yang, a student at the University of California at Berkeley, was rejected by Harvard despite top grades and test scores. But at Cal Berkeley, admissions officers are prohibited from considering race. California voters in 1996 banned affirmative action and in 2020 refused to reinstate it. 8 other states also ban it in college admissions. The legal effort to undo affirmative action has been spearheaded.
He still went to Berkeley. Yeah, I mean, dude, why are you still crying, bro? You went to Berkeley. Chill. Like, imagine being upset that you went to literally, I guess, the greatest fucking state university other than UCLA, but I would say Berkeley's better. Calm down. Incredible school. Motherfucker says Stanford. Hello, we're talking about state universities, public ones, man. And no, Michigan, no. Berkeley and UCLA are 2 of the greatest fucking state universities, 2 of the greatest public universities in the country. It's true. Stanford is not a public university. How could you say that when Rutgers exists? Bro, Rutgers is literally dog shit. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Merch? As a 6'2", 300-pounder, 2X Himbo fitness shorts fit perfectly. 3X unionized hoodie fit me perfectly. Nice. Admittedly, I'm extremely high, but I don't think actually how you determine race for affirmative action. Is it an honor system? If you're 1/4 black, does it still count? I don't think so. I don't know. Hustlers University is the greatest university that you can get into, and there's no affirmative action. The only action you need to take to get into Hustlers University is by getting others to join Hustlers University with this affiliate code. So I get 10%. No brokies.
By one man, conservative activist Ed Bloom. He recruited students to challenge the policies at UNC and Harvard.
You can't remedy past discrimination with new discrimination for those who have suffered from.
First of all, yes, you can. Yes. I mean, that's like the entire point of like correcting a racial mistake, if you want to call it a mistake and not a deliberate effort to fucking disenfranchise black people. Okay. Like the only way to correct the wrongs of the fucking past is by changing it, okay? You can't just literally go, hey, sorry, slavery's abolished now. Oopsie, my bad. Let's not make any accommodations and let's not offer reparations, even though we promised to do that, to black people. You can't do that. You can call it racism or discrimination, because unfortunately, without context or nuance, a lot of liberals love behaving that way. But yes, there's a difference between the racism of the past and points of restitution, okay, to correct those racial wrongs.
Preferences for whites. The remedy is not preferences for African Americans or Hispanics.
But for this,
like, imagine fucking claiming that anti-black discrimination and segregation is in any meaningful capacity similar to like minor concessions made to black people, okay, that have been able to escape the 1.5 generation of intergenerational poverty, extreme poverty that they were subjected to by the system. It blows my fucking mind. You out there complaining about affirmative action and doing the work to undermine when their family couldn't generate intergenerational wealth, shaking my head. I would be for affirmative action simply because you still have ignorant people. Some of these ignorant people are in control and have more power than I'd like to think they should have in regards to what they can do to prevent other people from having opportunities. That means they can't grow. They can't have growth or development. Affirmative action is a means and a method. It's like having a key when there's a locked door. You just have to have it. I don't know who said that. Imagine there's a whole tribe where every member gets $1 million a year and somehow there's still an argument and not a cent paid. Shouldn't we just improve local school systems instead, especially in poor communities? Yeah, but that's not going to happen. This is literally like, first of all, not only is that not going to happen, but in the absence of that, all you're doing is shutting off another avenue for upward social mobility for like black people. Okay. That's it. Like, it's so silly. It's not like there are major fucking movements being made towards restitution, towards economic restitution, towards reparations. Like, it's not happening. You can do both, but no one is doing one. And the only thing that we're moving towards is eliminating the other. Are we still going to pretend that if legacy admissions favored black people, those would be gone? Wait, what? If legacy admissions favored black people, those would be gone? Not a gray name? Do you think that there's like a secret societal argument towards... Wait, what? Do you think that there is like a secret societal move towards like putting black people in positions of power or something? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Did I misunderstand? I think you meant like if legacy admissions helped black people more than they helped white people, then they would be gone immediately. If that's what your argument is, then yeah, you're right. You mean those wouldn't be gone? That's true. Anyway, like I said, affirmative action is a band-aid solution, and seeing it as a way that seeing it as though it undermines white people or Asian people is a really fucking idiotic way to look at it. Just because it is not as effective as reparations, and it never will be as effective as reparations, doesn't mean that it has to go away, especially at a time when we are still continuously crippling black communities, black neighborhoods, underfunding them, over-policing them. Okay? That's it.
Students, the issue goes beyond diversity to the very question of how they think about race.
Race was an important consideration in somebody's character at the beginning of the nation, and it was wrong then and it's wrong now.
But Clark says race will always be a part of America.
I think being colorblind assumes that we are all the same and that we have the same.
Yeah, and people will say, well, that's racist. It's like, no, man. Being colorblind in a society that isn't, being colorblind or acting like you're colorblind is just saying that you're blind to injustices, because there are still injustices being conducted towards people of color. That's crazy. You can't just fucking turn a blind eye to that. You're only just turning a blind eye to racism. That's it. Acting like you are colorblind in a society that isn't, under systems that certainly aren't, under systems that certainly harm people of color still to this day, just means you want to turn a blind eye to the oppression. That's it. Okay? You're just ignoring the issues.
Experiences, and that we have the same obstacles as well when we don't.
Now, because there are different legal questions for public and private universities, the court could reach different outcomes. Another key difference, new Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson will only participate in the UNC case because she is recused from that Harvard case. She served on one of its boards. Nate?
That's so dumb. She shouldn't have done that. Who gives a fuck? Supreme Court justices never recuse themselves.
Thank you so much. Our eyes will be.
Clarence Thomas has never recused himself, even when it's like literally about him or his wife.
On this case, that's for sure.
A breakthrough in the Delphi double.
Anyway, I'm cutting the Delphi murder, and I'm going directly into the devastating demise of Sneeko. 50-minute video by friend of the show, Jabri. This one's going to be a fucking banger.
I think I'm so special and better than everyone else because I think I'm smarter. My opinion has to be the correct one, and I'm 100% sure of it. Just picture how narcissistic that is. Right now it's in full swing, but in 5 years, I hope it'll be gone. This side of me is my alter ego, and his name's Sneeko.
You don't even know what that means. Wake up! They laugh at us. Ha ha! They can't stop me. You said I'm a misogynist, anti-Semitic. You need to talk about me for content. I feed your family.
That's not even true. Nobody really talks about him. Let's be fucking real. And I rarely talk about him, but he sure talks about me a lot. But we are going to be, this is one of those unique moments where I'm going to be talking about him because friend of the show, Jabri, made it.
The thing is, we all know this stuff too, but it's easier to stay ignorant than it is to be a truly good person.
Andrew Tate and his consequences have been a disaster for the human race.
Tonight on Piers Morgan Uncensored, one of the most infamous men in the world, Andrew Tate's misogynistic tirades have been viewed billions of times online. He's now been effectively banned, though, from the internet.
For about 3 months straight.
GA Preacher Man is 2 minutes long. Yeah, sorry, bro. Dog, GA Preacher, bro, I'm dying. The video is 2 minutes. Let me tell you something. You're not going to die if I don't watch the fucking Georgia Preacher, okay? I promise you. You're just not going to die. You're not going to die, okay? Calm the fuck down. Yeah, it's a 2-minute video, and we skipped it, okay? I covered 5 hours and 41 minutes of politics. I want to go into still political content, political commentary, but that's a little bit lighter, okay?
Controversial rhetoric was borderline inescapable as all of social media became overrun by a bald millionaire with a weird accent. If you click this video, you're already well aware of who he is.
I'm gonna have to try and do this video without getting my massive cock all over the camera.
But we're not here to talk about the top G today. What I'm more interested in is exploring the online climate in a post-Tate world. While we may not hear much from the man himself these days, his ideas are more alive than ever, resonating with millions of angry individuals.
That's right.
It's only natural to still be feeling the effects of the man's presence, even months after he was forcibly exiled from every major platform.
Post-Tate world, post-Tate clarity.
Mocked by some, Andrew Tate was and still is worshipped by countless others. His words are resonating with too many people for them to be ignored. Some of the biggest talk shows and internet personalities on the planet echo similar sentiments and poison healthy discourse through the means of bad faith arguments and blatantly false information. It's an epidemic, and it didn't die out with Andrew Tate. He has always been replaceable. Andrew left a gap in the market that was prime for exploitation, and after his inevitable termination, it was only a matter of time before a worthy successor swooped in and took his place. An individual that just so happened to be a YouTube veteran himself. himself, a man once revered by the biggest creators on the site for his impressive commentary and entertaining satirical bites, who has now been reduced to nothing more than a frustrated conspiracy theorist, shouting endlessly into the void on a platform only your racist uncle has heard of. Join me in documenting the insane 10-year roller coaster ride of the most brazen, polarizing man on all of YouTube, Sneako.
Yeah, we're talking about the formerly anti-imperialist YouTube content creator, Call of Duty trick shotter Sneako.
I'm passing the torch to you. Keep spreading the message. While it's still relevant to talk about Andrew Tate, I appreciate you showing this.
Tristan said he passed the torch to me. It's a lot of, bro, we got this.
But first,
it's so pathetic, bro. Bro, he's got tears in his eyes, dude. That's crazy.
I want to talk about our now 4-time sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends.
Okay, skipping it.
Welcome back! Yo, chat, can I get a loser in the chat? Can I get some losers in the chat? We off the fucking strike. We got banned on Twitter and we still here. But we got a lot to get into, bro.
I didn't come across Sneako until this past summer, as I was researching my other—
What the fuck is Luzon? Luzon? Why are they spamming Luzon? Luzon. What does that mean? Oh, L. Susan. Got
Your
it.
favorite
Losing.
scam artist. I didn't know who this guy was, but I found plenty of
L.
videos
Susan
of him
losing.
reacting to Andrew Tate live on stream,
That's
even
so
before
dumb.
Tate blew up. And honestly, there was something about Sneako's personality that made him hard to just ignore and move on from. I definitely wasn't agreeing with him, but I could still see what—
No, it was pretty easy to avoid it, honestly. Like, I think I did a pretty decent job. I watched like one video, but I always knew that it was just like, you know, off-brand Andrew Tate trying to do everything he could to like ride the coattails. It's pretty obvious.
why people found him entertaining. At that point, he wasn't completely on the Tate bandwagon yet. But as I watched the Tate flame ignite over the next few weeks, I also watched Sneako go from being nuanced and authentic to instead worshiping the man's every last word.
You can love each other. You can be prepared to take a bullet for her. And still fuck bitches. That's what I'm saying.
Word. It's funny because it's true.
From there, Sneako would parrot all of Andrew Tate's worst rhetoric, becoming infamous for making inflammatory, sexist comments of his own.
You cannot provide anything other than pussy. That's all you got. You got a mouth, you got pussy, but that's it.
No woman wants to be in an equal relationship. Women are submissive. They're here to nurture and we're here to provide.
You know where women have the least rights? Saudi Arabia. They're doing pretty well. The more patriarchy, the more society kind of runs how it's supposed to run.
Did he just say Saudi Arabia is a good example of how society is supposed to be run? What the fuck? That's crazy. Yo, motherfuckers hate women so much. They're like, I'm a Wahhabi fundamentalist. That's an insane arc to go down. Why does this Sneako move there, dude? Holy shit.
Give me more money for my pussy, whore.
And that's what turned me and many others away as his true intentions became clear. But Sneako's story starts way before this time, almost an entire decade in fact, when he first joined the platform on April 9th, 2013. Sneako's YouTube journey began a world apart from where he ended up, which is peddling anti-Semitic conspiracy theories alongside a domestic terrorist and burning every conceivable bridge while doing so.
What do you think about the Jews? They control all the money in the world.
Are they behind the scenes on most of these issues?
Things were simpler in 2013. At first, his videos weren't totally unlike what any 14-year-old would be prone to making. Coming home from school, he'd sit down in front of a mic and speak his mind while playing Call of Duty. It wasn't anything earth-shattering, but it was how Sneako got his start.
Making a gameplay commentary video. Wow, what is this? 2014? Jesus Christ.
Nico Kinde Bolinthazi was born on September 8th, 1998 in New York City.
Bro, what did they fucking take this screenshot with? A toaster? What is that? Like, are you serious? Hard Drive Magazine? What the fuck, dude? Streamer critiquing YouTuber. Yeah, I followed them. So they can fucking finally get a better screenshotting machine, okay?
Spending a little bit of time in Brooklyn, he and his two siblings were raised in New Haven, Connecticut by two parents who are still together to this day, an achievement he's always held to high regard.
My parents are still together. Almost nobody I know is like that. They've been married for 30 years. My dad has been fully committed to being a dad, and he was like that support that I think a lot of people don't have that really made me successful.
Growing up in a pretty diverse environment, Sneako described his situation as fairly middle class. Having poor and rich friends alike, he attended private school his entire academic career, never setting foot in public school a day in his life. According to him, it took a while to realize how much of an outcast he was.
And it took me a long time to realize that I was an outsider. I didn't fully understand why I didn't fit in until I was like going through puberty and like they think I'm different.
Sneako is of half Filipino, quarter Haitian, quarter white descent, and has frequently described how his identity has shaped his circumstances, attributing his place in school and many scholarships to his racial status.
What kind of scholarships? Were these like grades or?
No, it weren't grades. I think that there were minority scholarships. I could tick off a lot of boxes because I'm very mixed, so it's like the minority quota, I check off like 17 boxes at once.
Were you good at school? Like, did you enjoy it?
I would say it was like up until like 8th grade, I was one of the smarter kids. I cheated on my SAT. I cheated on every standardized test.
Wait, how the fuck can you cheat on the
Sneako? And
how the fuck do you cheat on the SATs? Wait, what? How? Have someone else take it in your name? Wait, really? You can do that? That's crazy.
Nothing has ever been more important than crafting his own path towards success.
Do you genuinely kind of feel proud that you cheated your way through
I feel proud.
school after grade 8?
I think it's dope. I like finessing. I think that's interesting. I do my own thing. I don't work a job. I just got my own thing going on. It makes me, I guess I feel a sense of pride that like, yo, I didn't f the system. I did what I want. I did it my own way.
A mentality that led him to drop out of college and pursue his own unorthodox ways of making money, whether that was professional modeling or putting his free time towards making videos. It's not like YouTube had failed him yet. Sneako got his first AdSense check back when he was still very young, buying a pillow chair and taking great pride in getting himself there on his own.
I remember getting my first YouTube AdSense check when I was like 14, and I bought this pillow that I could put up against my wall, like a pillow that you could lean up on like this. And I remember every day, like coming back from school and leaning on this, like, yo, I bought this with YouTube money. I paid for this from Call of Duty videos. I was so proud of that. This one item, I made that from talking to.
One of the wildest things is like how someone who is like a good looking dude who also has the capacity to be charismatic, who can just go so fucking far down the rabbit hole and become this like gigantic weirdo. Okay? Like Sneako now obviously is whatever the fuck happened to his brain, you know? He's like this super weirdo, right? But he had a healthy family relationship according to him. He is a good-looking dude. Stop saying cuck pill, dude. It's not just that. Like, you look at his older content, and it just seems like he was like a sweet guy, too, on top of that. Could happen to you, Hasan? Brother, I'm 31 years old. Like, I would need to be hit in the head with a shovel or something for my personality to take such a drastic change, or my worldview to change so dramatically. It happened to you just the other way? No, I think I still hold on a lot of the same opinions that I did. Obviously, tweaks have been made.
to a camera playing Call of Duty. That took so much, but I thought that was successful.
With YouTube, Sneako had an outlet to be himself. And although he didn't become a clout juggernaut until years down the road, his passion to keep moving was always there. Just the possibility that he could continue to expand his empire and positively affect those around him was enough to drive him forward on his creative ventures. Or in his own words, seek truth through funny.
Holy shit, everyone, it's me, I'm here. What do people think of you? This is what we live for. It isn't how can I make myself better, it's if I go hiking this weekend, how many Instagram likes can I get if I take a selfie next to a tree?
In November 2015, Sneako uploaded what would become his first viral video, How People View You. A 3-minute monologue where he attempts to explain why people perceive us the way they do, cutting back and forth between haircuts to make a point that we as individuals have more power to control what other people think of us than we may care to admit.
Our image is everything, and if you pay attention, you'll see the lengths people go to maintain this. Virtually everything you do is in anticipation of how someone else is gonna react. When I have a buzz cut, I want people to think I'm a big tough guy, you know, big tough guy. When I got the quarter black, half Asian fro going on, I want you to think that maybe I go to museums or something. I don't know though. Should I post this? Maybe people are gonna think I'm a tryhard.
In all fairness, it was a pretty sharp video, if not for just how purely unique it was. Seeing such brutally honest self-awareness from a guy as young as him is what drove Sneako to a couple thousand subs, his first taste of real attention. From that point on, Sneako would graduate from traditional gameplay commentary videos covering issues from feminism to BLM to the 2016 election, not what you'd expect from your average 16-year-old YouTuber.
People are like, oh, you're not a feminist? Feminism is for equality for both genders, so why isn't it called humanism?
Plus, it helped back then that any ill-informed opinion he had could be easily chalked up to a kid who had yet to experience much of the world. His opinions weren't always great, but they were still forming. He had some growing to do, but that didn't stop plenty of fans or fellow influencers from taking notice of his creative side. Sneako's notable editing style is what got so many people in the door, and openly sharing his personal perspectives was what got them to stay. One of his then fans being
Mr. Beast.
How's it going, man?
Hi, my name's Hugh Montgomery. I'm with the IRS.
Fuck. Fuck.
Do you have a couple of minutes, sir?
No, I don't.
Who not only named Sneako as one of his favorite YouTubers, but had been there with him since the two were in middle school.
I've been doing YouTube for a long time, so like when I first started doing Call of Duty videos and stuff like that, like we had known each other from comment sections when I was 14, 15.
In a way, Sneako has always had an urge to compare.
Imagine if this guy found you first instead of red pill guys like Andrew Tate. I mean, I think I had the opportunity
himself to Jimmy. They started at the same place at around the same time, making the exact same COD videos. Mr. Beast was always the first to leave a comment under Sneako's vids, but today he's the one with 100 million subscribers.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a good idea to be comparing yourself to the guy with 100 million subs.
It is because we started at the same point. It's very comparable.
You started
he was
as
my
his
fan.
intern.
No, I started off, I was making Call of Duty commentaries, and he was like, first in the comment section.
While he's always shown appreciation for what Jimmy taught him, it's hard to imagine there isn't any jealousy at play, especially when Sneako himself has admitted to wanting to be Mr. Beast.
I didn't want to be the guy in Mr. Beast's videos. I wanted to be Mr. Beast.
In fact, that's one reason an internship Jimmy had given him fell apart in summer 2018, helping out with one video before deciding the title of Mr. Beast's friend wasn't for him. He was fired and made a video exposing Mr. Beast shortly after. One that he deleted in a matter of minutes, but served as the final nail in the coffin for Sneako and Jimmy's friendship, going down two polar opposite paths as Sneako continued building his humble following until finally...
Sadly, you dogged on him, and the crazy people in this community probably pushed him away. Bitch, it's not like he didn't have other opportunities. It's like he fucking went on Mr. Beast, had the bag, and fumbled it, like, and then immediately decided to turn on him. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of personal responsibility in this circumstance. He's a whole ass grown adult. You know what I mean? Don't act like it was my community that fucking, pushed him away or something. When I first watched his video, I think it was like, when I first watched the video, I didn't even know anything. He was just in the chat. He was literally in the chat while I was watching his video, and that video just was kind of suspicious. It was just sussy. That's it. You know what I mean? I didn't know anything about him, but the video and the perspective that he offered in the video where he was making it seem like he was impartial or whatever. The subway questions about racism were just odd. You personally are responsible for his downfall. Don't try to shake that blame. Oh, shut up.
Do you think marriage is for nerds?
No. Oh, no, I would love to be married. Marriage is definitely for nerds.
I'm gay and unmarried.
Do you think that men and women are created equal?
Yes and no.
This is one of the videos I think we watched. Redshift, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
No.
No.
I'm gonna have to like not answer that.
Street interviews quickly became a pillar of Sneako's main channel. Sneako was already known for covering divisive subjects, but this was the first time he ever brought strangers into the discussion. And as it turned out, people enjoyed hearing.
Man, this video came out yesterday. Shut the fuck up. It came out 21 hours ago. We didn't definitely watch this before. You're thinking of the Patrick CC video that we watched where Patrick CC blamed me for his downfall a little bit. Okay? Shut up. Shut up. The video came out 21 hours ago, bro. How could we have watched this 21 hours ago?
Hearing what the everyman on the street had to say about whatever issue plagued Sneako's mind that day.
You're more attractive when you have money?
No, not necessarily. I've been dead broke and managed to get it on, you know.
I haven't, but
I can do almost a lot of things as a man can do. I mean, if I work out enough in the gym and I build my muscle, I'm sure I can pull up and do stuff that a man could do.
I really like your perspective. I haven't heard someone talk like that all day. Yeah, well, thank you.
Surpassing well over 500,000 subscribers before 2020 thanks to his series he dubbed the 1 Minute Podcast. The format was pretty straightforward. Sneako set up a booth on the subway and spent 60 seconds interviewing random passerbys on hot button issues. Asking questions like, do you trust the government? What do you think is the root of all evil? And are trans people real?
What's up? Welcome back. We're in West 4th Street Station once again, and I'm asking people about the they, them pronouns, about gender, trans, all that stuff. Would you date a trans person?
What?
This is personally where I find Sneako a little difficult to watch. I don't think all of these topics can be appropriately covered in such a brief interview. Like condensing a conversation on trans issues down to a 60-second interval where you don't really push back against incorrect or bigoted ideas is pretty dismissive and insensitive to the trans experience.
They and them is bullshit, bro. Because chromosomes, we all got chromosomes, right? For a reason, right? How you just gonna be a they and them? What is that?
That's two genders at once.
How is that possible?
I don't know. They say that.
Who's they?
It isn't really the productive, deep conversation you're...
Yeah, I mean, but like that conversation lends itself to reactionary ideology because reactionary ideology is built on top of the foundation of previous reactionary ideals. That's why conservatives can be quick and deliver commentary rapid fire because they can always be backed by pre-existing social norms that society has made rigid. Okay? Working against that is always going to be a difficult endeavor. That's it.
Pretending it is. Especially when you keep making annoying jokes that fly over people's heads.
I'm from Switzerland. I think it was 1971 that they introduced voting for women. So that was
last good year.
Like equal to cattle, basically. Just cows.
The good old days.
But the fans, on the other hand, enjoyed getting such an up-close and personal look at what the average New Yorker thought about these things. The appeal came from how raw it was. Even when people were speaking nonsense, it still made for good enough entertainment in the eyes of Sneako's audience, which ballooned to over 700k subscribers during that year. For a while, Sneako enjoyed the freedom of sharing his mind, speaking with strangers on the street, and letting his fans in on the more personal details of his life. That is until things got weird.
Tyra said, what did she want from the relationship that you couldn't give her? If you're gone for like more than 3 weeks, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's time to, you know, I want to...
3 weeks though. Come on, man.
3 weeks is a long time. 3 weeks is a long time. To not see anybody, like, that's a long time.
In early 2021, Sneako announced that he and his girlfriend had broken up after he cheated on her while the two were long distance. In the 11-minute video, Sneako interviews her over FaceTime to discuss the traumatic events he put her through. And in retrospect, it definitely feels like I shouldn't be seeing this.
3 weeks is a long time. 3 weeks is a long time. To not see anybody, like, that's a long time.
Bruh.
Honestly, the the only thing you shouldn't be seeing is the top of the hour ad break. And I'll tell you what, the way to avoid seeing the top of the hour ad break is by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month, or by getting gifted a sub. Are you a liberal? I'm not a liberal. My wife left me. Here's the woman ad break now.
I give you like at least like 2 months, 3 months even.
2 months?
Sneeko was airing the very personal details of a relationship that probably should have just stayed between the two of them, especially considering how divided the comments were. Many fans thought this was Sneeko crossing a line, further exploiting the pain he instigated. Some writing, he put more effort into the editing of this video than the relationship. Sneeko cheated during a pandemic. That means you had to go way out of your way. And most tellingly, this channel feels like a movie where I hate the main character right now. The truth was, Sneeko's content had been taking a nosedive for quite some time, pushing some of his longtime fans away with titles like these. Whether or not designed out of some kind of
Wait, what was it? What was the title?
Fans away with titles like these.
I have a confession. Cuties is my new favorite film. Wait, what the fuck?
Whether or not designed out of some kind of ulterior artistic vision, not all of Sneeko's fans were having it, with one line of criticism coming from none other than D'Angelo Wallace. While maybe in the form of a short comment left over on his breakup video, these 4 words from D'Angelo Wallace would resonate with Sneeko in a huge way, as evident by his next upload.
Good. Yeah, it was D'Angelo's fault that he had a turn, not me. Okay, look at that, Jobbery blaming D'Angelo for. Yeah, that is his fault actually. Yep.
Forcing myself to watch D'Angelo Wallace, the impetus for a one-sided beef that still looks pretty pathetic to this day.
We're gonna watch this video, Influencer 19. It's an hour and 10 minutes. I only saw like 10 minutes. I was skipping around and I was getting mad.
You don't have any redeeming qualities.
Not only at his braces and the fact that he looks like a TikTok Lil Tecca. My ops are moving crazy. I don't know if you heard.
Wait, what? Why is he shitting on him? Wait, D'Angelo looks great. What the fuck? Why did he go for his looks? It's a very strange thing to go for his looks for everything.
Heard of him? His name is D'Angelo Wallace. I'm not even one starting this beef. Got top comment saying he belongs to the streets. I don't know you. You don't know me, and you're judging me, calling me a thought.
See, Sneeko decided to take the completely mature approach of responding to a single comment with a 20-minute reaction to D'Angelo's then recent video, Influencer 19. If you've seen it, you'll know D'Angelo looks at an ensemble of YouTubers and TikTok stars who broke COVID-19 restrictions and were just generally irresponsible in the wake of the pandemic. Even today, it's a pretty sufficient time capsule into how the internet collectively responded to what was going on 2 years ago. Sneeko, though, uses this video as an opportunity to
see you go for looks all the time. Yeah, I go for like cop looks. And not only that, but like usually, you know, I'm going for looks when it hurts real bad. You know what I mean? My point was literally that like D'Angelo Wallace is a good looking dude. So going for his looks seems kind of stupid. Like I would not fucking shit on like Sneeko sucks in many different ways, but I'm not gonna be like, dude, he's so ugly. You're so stupid. You're so ugly, dude. Like, you know, you're only gonna come across like, you know, you're in the wrong because he's a good looking dude.
To hit back at D'Angelo for the comment he left on his previous video, which to me already makes this exchange seem lopsided. You can't respond to a video that had nothing to do with the reason you're upset and not look insecure and desperate in the process. But that's exactly what ended up happening, as Sneeko failed to address even the most basic points made by D'Angelo, instead opting to make fun of his looks and repeat everything he said in a condescending, mocking tone of voice.
Very clearly outlined Los Angeles guidelines that said
Los Angeles County guidelines? Los Angeles County guidelines. We're in the middle of a pandemic. His voice, his face. Wait, I wouldn't want to punch this guy in the face. There's no part of me that wants to do that.
Making the same joke 6 times within the first 3 minutes.
Doesn't that remind you of the kids in high school that were in...
He went straight bully mode, dude. You should have put more thought and effort into it. You know what I mean? Goddamn. He got big mad.
Student council. They'd be the type to like tell the teacher when you were late for morning meeting. I know you sat with the teachers at lunch. Remember when you had to run the mile back in middle school? I'm not gonna run and get my suit sweaty. He would raise his hand like, does anyone know the binomial? Yes, I would volunteer. Okay, so in my homework, I wrote about
before launching into some kind of bizarre tangent about different types of gay people.
If your favorite influencers are at huge house parties during a pandemic.
It's funny that he's shouting out just the white version of him. Just another gay nerd with glasses who's probably talks the same way and snitches on people. These are the worst type of gay guys. Can we talk about that? There's a lot of like cool ass gay guy. The gay guys who be in the gym with the tank top and the mesh shirt, those guys are chill as fuck. They host great parties. These are the gay people.
Ironic because Tyler is literally the gay guy at the gym. Tyler is fucking svelte, okay? For those of you who don't know, he is jacked as a motherfucker.
People who don't know how to sing, they don't know how to dance, they weren't good enough to get invited to the musical theater performances, so they end up just snitching and just whining.
He likes his gay guys shredded. Yeah, the kind of gay guys I like, the good gays, are fucking sexy. They're hot. They're shredded. How do you know Hazan? Well, we used to work out of the same gym, the Equinox West Hollywood. That's how I know.
For the rest of their life, and they probably get fat by the time they're 28. They don't have good sex. They probably just finger each other. I doubt they even use dildos. I doubt.
What? Okay, he's going way too into, dude. He's going way too into how gay dudes are fucking. Holy shit. Okay, that's such an oddly specific type of insult. What is happening?
They get freaky with it. Put your finger.
He said he knows. Yeah, that's way too specific for him not to. Maybe he did some research personally. Who knows, you know? Does he know?
Up an ass, you know what I'm saying? Like, be a good gay guy if you're gonna be gay.
I don't even think D'Angelo has ever stated his sexuality. What is this? In the rare instances where he actually does acknowledge what D'Angelo is saying, Sneako fails to accurately assess and argue against any of his points. Writing D'Angelo off is just jealous for not being invited to any of these parties.
You just sound mad that you weren't invited. You idolize celebrities, you're really involved in the Kardashians' life, and it's more fun to trash them on Twitter than to admit that you're a fan.
But what more can you expect from a guy who blames old people for giving themselves the virus and commands an unemployed mother to, quote, get her money up?
Losing pay, dealing with unemployment, missing government checks, new childcare responsibilities.
That girl whining right here, like, you're broke, wham, 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 you're broke, get your money up. Why are you complaining about how broke you are and exposing, I can't pay for my kids and I can't pay for my granddaughter? Why are you telling me? Get your money up and stop bitching about it. If your grandparents were at risk, like, why don't they just stay the fuck home? They shouldn't be on the goddamn plane.
Doesn't make me suddenly okay now that they're still here. That deep cut that my dad might not have parents anymore. I still felt it. So regardless of whether or not people are literally dropping dead from COVID-19.
This video is so full of Sneako flying off the handle and making dog shit rebuttals that to sit here and debunk everything would take way too long. If you want more of a step-by-step breakdown of how bad this response really is, I suggest you watch Kunkin Dastner's video linked down below. All you need to know for now though is that the cracks were beginning to form in Sneako's image.
D'Angelo, I think you're a jealous, hating rat. Let's get in the ring. Weave. Yeah. You wanna box me, bro? Let's do a 1v1 boxing match. You say I belong to the streets. Yeah, I belong to the streets. We could rock this out on the streets and we could do it in the ring, bro. Let's box.
Here was the...
I just realized, like, he's been doing this to everybody, huh? I didn't realize that he was doing this to, like, everyone that... Didn't he fucking get banned off Twitter because he was like trying to fight me too, apparently? I fucking didn't even know about it until later.
This insecure man-child lashing out against another YouTuber who committed the cardinal sin of leaving a single comment on a video. The most ironic part was that D'Angelo never even responded, leaving Sneeko to look like the biggest idiot on the planet when his annoying—
To be fair, that's the worst thing you can do to someone. When they make a YouTube video about you, and I know this from personal experience, when someone is making like a fuckload of YouTube videos about you, if you don't respond to them, pretty much it's, you know, they can keep making YouTube videos about you, but that's it. Ben, I mean, listen, I'd love to fucking debate Ben, but at this stage, Ben Shapiro has transcended beyond regular YouTube beef, I would think. When you have an institution, a media company that is making you $43 million a year, Ted Cruz is one of your fucking commentators, it's a little bit different than, I think, you know, shitting on someone like myself. But, you know, you guys can make that distinction, hopefully, in your mind. But when I respond to Ben Shapiro, it's not necessarily to get Ben Shapiro to notice me. It's more so to respond just like I would to any other chatter in my chat, shitting on the misinformation and using it as an educational opportunity. There's literally no chance he's ever debate you just because he knows he doesn't have to.
attacks were met with radio silence. But at least we know he learned nothing about this dispute, judging how he had this to say a year after D'Angelo's hiatus.
My anxiety peaked. There's no special way for me to put this.
My anxiety!
I wasn't able to do my job because my anxiety.
You're not responding to Ben, you responded to his talking points? Pretty much, yeah.
Anxiety! I should say, I've deliberately not gone into detail about my mental health problem.
My mental health!
But the truth is, I have really severe anxiety and depression.
Oh, yeah?
And it often leads to suicidal ideation.
Oh, no.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck? Why is he shitting on him? This dude is like openly talking about his insecurities and shit. That's crazy. Never be vulnerable on the internet, chat. Holy fuck. Never do it. Don't do it. Big mistake.
Maybe you stop thinking about that shit, right? Your life's easy. Comparatively, he's looking for attention, right? I mean, it is what it is.
I'm sorry to say this weird, one-sided feud wasn't an outlier in Sneeko's pattern of behavior. In fact, it was only the first of many dominoes to fall over the course of the next year, with things really heating up in 2022.
That's fucked up.
But I'm telling you, you know everything they fucking believe, bro. This is my private square. You cannot bring me here. That's the mark of a...
Wait, why are they saying Hasan's dead dog in his chat, bro? What is happening? Look up Destiny Rooms Hasan's dead dog. Bro, dude, I'm sorry. You're mentally ill, brother. You're so deeply mentally ill. If that's what you're doing on the internet, if this is how you choose to fucking spend your time, holy fuck, dude. Get help. Literally get help, dude. How do I read that? Dude, I'm a fucking chat sniper. You know this already. Is this it?
I'm inclusive, love everybody, fuck you! Get over TikTok! Get over Instagram and make money on it! Why are you scrolling? You're so stupid!
I have the same pants that he does. Those are EPTM. I used to wear those all the time.
Yeah, Sneako's live streaming career was a trip.
What is Brett Cooper's type?
Lots of quizzes because that's basically what I do at home on my couch with my dogs.
Starting around the beginning of the year, Sneako's content went from art house style vlogs and interviews on the New York subway to holding himself up in his apartment and screaming until his lungs collapsed. Of course, the timing was extremely convenient too. Having just gotten out of another relationship, Sneako had plenty of time on his hands to gather videos worthy of his on-stream reaction. Coinciding around the rise of Andrew Tate, it didn't take long for Sneako to develop a liking to the top G. Seeing a bit of himself in Tate, Sneako clung onto nearly every syllable that spilled out of this man's mouth, reacting to his most viral moments over on his second channel.
Such a dildo too, like Top G is. So what the fuck? HasanAbi must perish. What? I'm in another one of his thumb. What is happening, bro? Dude. God damn.
Sneako, which would serve as the home of his VODs and stream highlights. His name gaining over 1 billion views on TikTok, Sneako quickly realized how outrage and controversy made for the most viral, profitable moments, something he would use to his advantage as his content grew more aggressive.
Men objectify women. That's the point of going out and women living a lie. We go out so that women can look like objects and then we give them attention. That's what it is. And you're like, but women are queens and should be looked at for their personality. No, you need to be a woman needs to be an object of beauty, you fucking idiot. This is evolution. This is basic biology. Your liberal bullshit is not gonna forward the human race. It's gonna make men into pussies and it's gonna make women stronger.
Instead of making the original creative content people loved over on his main channel, Sneako started reacting to videos made by other YouTubers, some of which criticizing Andrew Tate as more harmless left-wing creators served as particularly easy targets for Sneako and his rabid, increasingly right-wing fan base. Left-leaning personalities like Noah Samson, Anna Marie Forcino, and even Curtis Connor were all the polar opposites of Sneako, who saw these individuals as fresh content. And
wait, what? Curtis Connor versus Sneako? By the way, Curtis Connor is not going to be coming here tonight, unfortunately. Okay. No Hassan. No, I'm happy to not be mentioned in this.
Would tear into them to an unnecessary extent.
Just look at her. This dude is 28 years old. This is what they want you to become. Oh, Free Willy. Like she's overweight and she's a white girl and she's Gen Z. I'm not telling you to judge anyone by their appearance, but like you know what she thinks.
I'm not telling you to judge people by his appearances, but also I'm definitely telling you that. What did you do to Curtis, you monster? What do you mean? My most monstrous thing was I invited him to come on the broadcast and he was like, nah, sorry, dog. I'm too big time. I have a wife now. I'm fucking married, bro. Get out of here. Hassan paid Jabri not to mention him. I may or may not have done that.
He's got a mullet and a mustache, and still, like, my 8% female audience is still saying, he's fine, but he's not funny. Bro, this is a fucking nose ring. You got the same Soy Boy goggles on, and a trucker mullet and this weird stash. That's what makes you fine? You look goofy. Every day them in Brooklyn looks like this.
Cover my drink.
He doesn't care, bro. Nobody wants you. Look at your fat head. Look how fat your head is. That headphones indent it. But chat, we have to be better than them. I'm living good because I show love. I put love out there, and I really, honestly, I focus too much energy on the haters, because the amount of love in here is the reason any of this is possible.
As we saw with the D'Angelo situation, Sneako has never been the best at forming arguments. Why craft out a coherent, intelligent response to what someone said when you can just call them boring or say their video is too long? Both pretty ironic defenses coming from this guy.
These people are just genuine bots. Bots. Anyone who's in a mall is a bot. You're a bot. Bots. Bots. You're a bot. Bots. I became a bot.
Sneako developed a tendency to take personal jabs at whoever landed in his crosshairs, going after the physical appearances of virtually everyone he covered, a strategy that would become Sneako's forte, as he continued uploading videos like why 2s think they're 10s, and why ugly girls think they're beautiful.
And look at those lashes, bro. Does that not look like something...
This is why we need to body shame more. Look, bro, come. She thinks she's valuable, and you're a 3. Bitch, you're a fucking 3. She's the fat one.
It's clear he had nothing.
Holy fuck, dude. The animosity jumped out. That's just like incel rage right there.
Nothing else to offer besides making unfunny middle school jokes and unnecessarily punching down on oppressed groups.
Who's doing these like unprovoked violent attacks on Asians? What race? Have you been paying attention? Have you looked at the statistics? Have you seen? I've been looking at all these videos since it happened. Like, it's been.
You think it's black people?
It's only black people. Uncomfortable truth. Black people are more violent than white people.
But it's not like he wasn't incentivized to do so. As we saw with Tate, this kind of reactionary content sells, especially a few months ago when the Tate brothers were seen as rebels against the status quo that had become too woke.
Only thing the Tate brothers were rebelling against is fucking normal hairlines, dude. Fucking got him. Let's move on.
The wokeness that's been infecting in these movies. Can't you tell, like all the trans movies, they're trying to put an agenda.
Yeah, dude, there's so much trans movies out there. It's crazy. Where? Motherfuckers like, yo, there's so many trans movies. Why do I keep watching trans porn? It's crazy. I go to Pornhub. It's all trans porn, man. That's really fucked up. Where are the trans movies? You got to be going out of your fucking way to find these trans movies that are all over the place. You know what I mean? There are legit like 12 Transformers movies. Okay, you got me on that one.
Everything we watch, can't you feel it?
Sneeko was expressing a frustration felt by millions. And although he wasn't saying anything particularly smart or profound,
this guy's a misogynist. You're toxic and problem.
He's like, man, the trans agenda has gone too far. My entire search history is trans porn. It's fucked up. How did they get there? How did these videos get in my search bar, man? What's happening?
He was speaking to widespread anger. His content became highly emotional, making for some pretty embarrassing and disgusting on-stream moments. And yes, there's a trigger warning here for SA.
What the fuck you think her political opinions are? Take one look at her fucking goofy ass bangs.
This is what got him banned.
And piercing. She believes in astrology. This is what I'm saying, man. Y'all are predictable.
Raycon.com/ChadChad for 15% off of your purchase. Thank you to Raycon for sponsoring today, and let's get back to the video.
Sometime towards the end of the summer, as Sneeko was moving a million miles a minute with the reaction content, he decided to react to a video made by fellow YouTuber Chad. In his typical thoughtful, analytical fashion, Sneeko spent the majority of this stream mocking Chad for her looks and discrediting her words on the basis of her being a woman, up until a certain point where he does this.
Would. And you know, sister, what's so predictable? You could tell by the way she's talking that she hasn't been properly in a long time. It's been a while. So she's on the internet making this garbage video, promoting all this feminist garbage to your fucking lonely girls in the comment section. What you really need, Chad, is some yeah, shut up with your feminism. Yeah, come here. That's what you need. And she's gonna go, that's what you need. You need some sense back into you.
Bizarrely suggesting Chad hasn't had sex in a while, Sneeko goes on to hump the air and act out what appears to be him having
even his Chad's like pumping L's. Like, what's happening?
Rough sex with her. Now, no one on the internet signs up to be talked about this way. And in my mind, Sneeko's gross comments can be summed up as nothing short of harassment. As many former fans would agree, the clip was sickening, and no level of defense from Sneeko after the fact could possibly excuse it.
Apparently that's assault, which I think is kink shaming. And that's how I like to get down. If you think that's assault, then you kink shaming me. When I'm fucking a bitch, yeah, come here, consensually, obviously. I wasn't saying I wanted to do it with Chad. I don't give a fuck about that hoe. I don't want to touch her. I don't want you near me. I'm saying she needs that. She needs somebody to be like, yeah, shut up. Shut up. You don't know how to a bitch.
It's interesting that in this scenario, he defends his unwanted sexual advancements as consensual in a hypothetical world, but when it comes to another YouTuber, Brandon Buckingham, passively joking about having sex with Sneako's girlfriend, it becomes a rape threat.
And he said, I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend, bro. Bro, literally said, I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend.
See, Sneako weaponizes certain issues and uses various talking points to his advantage only when it's convenient for him.
I say let him fight, by the way, because that other dude is like fucking, I don't know. That other dude is a fucking weirdo, too. Not a sane person involved in this process. Yeah, let them fucking fight. Because that other dude is a fucking weirdo loser, too, from what I've seen.
Just like the many times he's made fun of the trauma of others while speaking at great length about the trauma brought on by watching his own girlfriend getting fucked in front of him at a sex party.
You're mentally ill, you're struggling, navigating pleasure and joy with trauma and guilt. Come on, bro.
I don't know, yo. I'm just not. And my girl's right here and she's like, and I'm like, oh, yo. I'm like feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. It's a lot.
I don't want you to reopen this obvious wound, but like, what does that feel like?
No, it's okay. It felt like somebody was like taking something from me. Like someone
This was the most insane video I've ever watched, like to this day, bar none. I think this is the real pivotal moment, if we're being real.
My property. That's what it felt like. I felt like getting robbed, like right in front of me. Like that's what it. Yeah, it's like I don't want it. Why am I looking? I don't take any enjoyment from that.
You're 18 in trauma. What? You didn't go to war?
It's almost like he has no backbone, no concrete set of principles, and absolutely refuses to take accountability under any and all circumstances. Anytime he has the opportunity to apologize, he just doubles down. But actually, it's the women who can't take accountability, right?
Men go to jail for this shit. Women are not ever held responsible for what they do in relationships. They're all
I love that take. It's such an unhinged take, bro. Like Chad was talking about it too. It's like women, like there's this idea that just women take no account. Women have no accountability or something. Like where the fuck's this coming from, dude? Incel Hassan Lamau. Wait, what? What the fuck does that mean?
Always the victim.
So women aren't held accountable at all, or?
No, they're not.
I think they should be. I don't think they
They should be, but they're not, and they don't want to be. They like it.
are as much as men are.
Okay, thank you for being honest, though.
Sneako prides himself on standing up to what he considers social programming, opposing all the soy boys, cucks, and bots who want everyone to remain the same, by shaming and belittling everyone who disagrees with his worldview.
Just staple this in your mind as a
Hassan promotes this shit too. What is going on, dude? Why? What is happening in his chat? I'm not in a single one of these motherfucking videos. And his chat's out here fucking constantly. What is happening? I told you, dude, you make random chat cameos the whole vid. What is going on, dude? Every fucking clip. What goes on in this community? What is happening? Why? Why is this? What the fuck? Are they all right? What the fuck? Should look up these people in your chat log. This is YouTube, so their YouTube names are different probably. Holy fuck. Yeah, no, I am a fucking landlord. I take it back, dude.
It's exactly what not to be. This is what happens when you listen to the liberal brainwashing too much. You look like this goofy ass idiot.
Yeah. Back in you have a bunch of those stuffed animals.
Well, wait, hold on.
That guy's nail polish on it, like it's like that. Of course you do.
Framing his idea of masculinity as the only objectively correct one, making anything else worthy of bullying.
Bring bullying back. Bullying is necessary, or else you turn into this dude. A little bit of bullying is necessary.
Yeah, man, it's really fucked up. Yeah, imagine turning into fucking Tommy Innit, dude. A beacon of just the greatest example of failure that you could use, I think. Bro, if bullying turns you into Tommy Innit, holy fuck, that's the greatest If bullying stops you from being Tommy in it, we should never do bullying ever again, okay?
Necessary. Chad, I just want to bully this guy. Like,
I know I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but even I can see the staggering level of cognitive dissonance at play here. How can you possibly hope to guide young men out of the matrix by forcing them to adhere to such a specific set of principles that only you deem appropriate? You're not as deep as you're pretending to be. You're not helping anyone escape anything. You're turning people into more active participants of the system you so vigorously claim to oppose. Don't tell me you care about male loneliness or men's mental health when all you really want to do is reinforce the very traditions and gender norms that have kept them down to begin with. Regressing society back to the 50s and advocating for such a narrow, limited view of masculinity is hardly the liberation from an oppressive hierarchy you think it is. But that's not what matters. All that really matters is being able to convey the idea of enlightenment. If you can convince enough desperate people that you're the only one who can help save them from a shitty existence, congratulations, you now have an army of religious zealots feeding out the palm of your hand. An infinite money glitch that Andrew Tate cracked long ago, and one that Sneeko has been sure to exploit in a similar way, opening up a $50 course of his own with the Creativity Kit.
You're calling it a scam because I can make money off of this. That's not a scam, that's business, stupid.
Like, bro, come on, let me scam a little bit. Come on, dude. Which YouTuber said that? I'm not gonna lie, he's got a lot of flow. He's got. I need to sue him for plagiarism. Okay, like that's like. I mean, that's like verbatim. Okay, the bars are a little bit different, obviously, because it's on the other side of the argument. But like. The cadence and the flow is a little too close. Okay?
When we visit the official website, we're greeted with a video message from Sneeko under text that reads, "After 9 years on YouTube, gaining over 2 million subscribers and getting canceled weekly, period, I've figured out the formula for anyone to go viral and make money from social media." So it's a course on how to turn a profit.
Yes, just be a fucking relentless misogynist. Because this Sneeko's always playing second fiddle in every field he tries to mark in. Mr. Beast, D'Angelo, Tate, his girlfriend's boyfriend, you.
Online. How profound. Pretty much the exact mission statement of Hustlers University, except Sneeko has only a fraction of Andrew Tate's resume. At the very least, with Hustlers University, fans could look to Tate's credentials as a millionaire who traveled the world as a champion kickboxer as some kind of justification for why they were dropping so much money on a Discord server. Andrew Tate had material success to his name, at the very least. Sneeko, on the other hand, doesn't have near the kind of money or popularity to justify such a hefty entrance fee. He's just a guy who spent a decade grinding it out on YouTube before finally blowing up at a time when it became profitable to hate women.
Maybe you're afraid to say because you don't want to get canceled, but bro, I hate the shit out of women, bro. Women are so fucking annoying.
There's no secret there at all. Sneeko's success can be learned and mimicked for free. Much like Hustlers University, the Creativity Kit has been criticized by those who have tried it as being shallow and unnecessary. And much like HU, a lot of it isn't even taught by the man himself, with Sneeko's editor apparently taking the reins throughout a large chunk of the program. And when Sneeko does show up, it's to either spew the most basic advice imaginable or brag about meeting up with a crypto millionaire in Puerto Rico.
I'm about to fly to Puerto Rico and meet up with this crypto multi-millionaire. A lot of people are impressed by the fact that I'm able to talk so fast because I'm challenging people. I'm making people think. It's creative, it's different, it's always changing, and that's why people like it.
So basically, just like all of his content from the past year and a half, it's vapid and useless. And that's if you can even get it to work.
I can't watch these videos because my internet is bad despite having 100 megabits per second download, and so I cannot gain any value out of them. I've asked everyone all the way up to Musa for a refund, and the response I got was surprisingly rude and unhelpful. So I was forced to file a claim through my bank. You guys don't unplug kids from the Matrix, you just plug them into your own Matrix. And you know what happened?
Wait, this dude literally fucking unironically thought that he was gonna learn something? Not this guy, but the dude in that Discord server thought that he was gonna fucking learn something? Come on, brother. The only thing you learned is a valuable lesson that most of these guys are sharks, okay? Don't pay for someone's Discord server like that.
Got removed. The post got removed. Sneako's product, Sneeko server, Sneeko team can't be censoring people who are going against their views. That can't be the case.
So if you can't access the course itself, that leaves you with a Discord server where most people just repost Sneeko's content. At least according to YouTuber Dantavius, who tried it out for himself.
But one thing I noticed about Sneeko's server is that a lot of people are just reposting Sneeko's content. It's not exactly what I would call creative.
That's literally Hustlers University. He's trying to do Hustlers University. That's crazy. It's just, that's what it is. He was trying to do Hustlers University bar for bar.
And if you're wondering why so many positive reviews seem to exist out there, it could have something to do with a little something called affiliate marketing. Something I don't think Sneeko would have even heard of until his daddy Tate came along to hold his hand. You join the program, paste a little link in your bio, and suddenly you've made $5, although the rest of it went to Sneeko, so he sure is good at putting himself at the top of the matrix he wants you to escape. In fact, he wants it so bad, he'll even break FTC guidelines to push his course further.
They're doing a giveaway in which they're giving 2 lucky members 2 free months of Creativity Kit access if they leave a review for the course. By the way, I'm pretty sure it's illegal. I'm pretty sure the people leaving these reviews are required by law to disclose that they left the review as part of a giveaway. It doesn't display the entire review, only the rating, so it's impossible to disclose that certain reviews have been part of a giveaway or a sweepstakes. It's essentially false advertising.
But I think we all understand his desperation. Sneeko was hoping to make a fortune before the inevitable happened. As he saw with Tate,
let's be fair though, like, that is basically what they teach you on Hustlers University. Like, the true lesson out of Hustlers University is like looking at Hustlers University and trying to recreate it. So it almost seems like Sneeko is the one motherfucker who saw the true lesson behind Hustlers University and went along with it and then made his own version. Also, I love FTC guidelines. It's pretty funny. I don't think FTC violations or FTC regulations are gonna take this man down. And even then, the only reason why Sneeko's Hustlers University kind of worked is because, well, it didn't, but it was, you know, in any meaningful shape or form able to generate revenues because he already had a pre-existing audience.
YouTube can bring the hammer down at any given moment, especially when you're flying as close to the sun as he was. Sneeko knew a ban could have been right around the corner, but even with the knives this close to his throat, the last thing he was gonna do was back down.
You try getting rid of me, and I'm still here. They really thought they could.
Why are they saying Lazan? Like in this,
I'm still
like in this, fucking, even in this clip, they're like,
here.
Like, they're saying like Lazan bot. Like, what did I do? What the fuck did I do? I don't understand. Must have been talking about you during the years you didn't know he existed. Like,
They really thought they could ban me. I don't care. I do care, but I'm still here. Hey, yo, you remember when they wanted to ban me? You remember when they wanted to ban me? You remember when these pussies put on their Harry Potter glasses and said, "Ma, can you please ban Sneeko?"
From what I've heard, he talked about you every day. Wait, really? This is where all the band chatters end up. Crazy. Gotta be a sad existence, man. Like, if there's only one person who, I mean, if there's a person who's having like an even sadder existence and a fall from grace that Nico could have had, it's the motherfuckers in his chat that are just like bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That's sad.
And it didn't work. Ha! They can't stop me. They can't stop me, man. They want me to stop. They want me to stop going. They want me to kill all my... They want me to stop making money. They don't want me to do nothing. They want me to sit there and cry and be like them. Take an antidepressant, go to therapy. I'm still here. Suck my...
As recent as this past September, Sneeko had accumulated a total of 2 community guideline strikes on his Sneeko channel. Although I'm not sure which 2 videos could have done it, between Why a Man Can't Become a Woman, Sneeko versus Traumatized Woman Part 2, Why Whales Think They're Queens, and LGBTQ is hypocritical and...
You ditched on one of his high effort vids and called him an incel because of it? Dissed, you mean? Not ditched. Is that it? Is that a normal reason to fucking behave this way? I mean, if you think so, then that's fine. But also, don't you think that, I mean, maybe I was kind of right? Kind of seems like I was right.
Kind of gross.
Half the motherfuckers, bro, I swear to God, half the time I call a dude out for something, they just make a YouTube video where they're like, no, I am the thing that you said I am. But I'm still going to get mad at you for saying that I am that thing. It's so wild. And for a long time, I don't think it happens as much anymore, but there was like legitimately a very long time when people would literally just say whatever. Like, it's like the Kanye West thing, right? Like, Kanye West would be like, oh, you're calling me anti-Semitic? That's really fucked up. Here's some anti-Semitic shit, right? A lot of people would do that as a YouTube video, like a 10-minute, 11-minute YouTube video, and it would get like 800,000 views. And all the comments were like, dude, you fucking owned Hasan so hard. I'm like, bro, did you watch the video? Right now, not at the time. No, I don't think it's happening as much anymore. Or maybe I'm just I'm probably completely unaware of it if that is happening, but no shot one of those vids got 800K. No, I'm talking about fucking the Abba and Preach ones that were like, how dare you call us transphobic? Here's me being transphobic. And then the fucking videos would get like 800K views and everyone was like, dude, he just owned you. Dude, they owned Hasan so hard. And it was like, okay, so I guess you guys agree with him. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You should definitely check out his videos about you now. Fuck no, bro. Why the fuck would I do that? Why would I do that? I used to do that all the time. That only creates a larger fucking community of haters.
Sneeko was almost asking to get hit. After all, he had been cozying up to right-leaning ideas and personalities for a little while, introducing his once non-political audience of kids to the likes of dog whistler Tucker Carlson and its self-admitted fascist creep Matt Walsh. With Sneeko reacting to his transphobic documentary What is a Woman live on stream, making sure to give it a ringing endorsement and at least 3 separate uploads, I guess. For a guy who hates repetitive content content, he's sure. I mean, you get the idea. But perhaps the most dangerous examples of Sneako's pandering came from his friendship with racist, unironic neo-Nazi Nicholas J. Fuentes. In case you're a normal person with a life outside of the internet and have never heard of Nick Fuentes, allow me to ruin your day.
What, people calling me gay because I've never had a girlfriend?
Nick Fuentes is an extremely far-right, white supremacist Christian nationalist who lurks among the most sexist caverns of the internet, spewing racist, anti-Semitic propaganda for the most touch-starved, social outcast losers on the planet. He opposes women's right to vote and dabbles in Holocaust denialism. He attended the Charlottesville Nazi rally and spoke before the January 6th Capitol attack. He's compared himself to Hitler and has been placed on a federal no-fly list.
Remember when this guy wrecked you in a debate? Dude, I love this. Thanks, man. You said based? I love you, dude. I love when a Nazi gets fucking pointed on screen and immediately some fucking dumbass is like, I like this Nazi. No, have fun, dude. Ay, ay, ay. That's just a self-report, brother. Thank you, though.
This is a man Sneako considers to be, quote, autistic.
Like, you literally just saw this guy go, he spoke at the fucking Charlottesville rally in front of other Nazis, is himself a Nazi, and he went, dude, that was so sick when he owned you. And I love that. Okay.
Level smart and appreciates Fuentes for inspiring fast-paced, high-level conversations, in his own words.
I think Destiny and Nick Fuentes are like autistic level smart. I like those fast-paced, high-level conversations. The same pipeline that me and Fuentes are going down, talking about bots and Red Pill and about who owns the...
Bro, that's, oh my God. Oh God. There you go. The appeal, the fan base, dude. The fucking fan base right there.
the banks and about who controls media.
He's like a Nazi, right?
No. He's a white nationalist. He's not a Nazi.
Somewhere along Sneako's red pill transformation, he was introduced to Fuentes and quickly took a liking to the man before bringing him on stream to indoctrinate his young fans with anti-Semitism.
That's gross.
Administration and his cabinet is full of Jewish people. You look at big tech and legacy media and the people that run them, it's full of Jewish people. Hollywood, full of Jewish people. And you can't
control the media, they control the money. Yeah. But in GTA, Jews control the media and the money.
All the villagers in Minecraft.
Vomiting purely hateful conspiracies to an audience with zero rebuttal from Sneako. To Fuentes, Sneako was nothing more than a useful idiot, taking advantage of his hospitality to spread dangerous, incendiary language amongst a brand new and particularly impressionable demographic.
And then you got average IQ. That's another one of these so-called red pills. Is that, you know, different groups have different IQs. So on average, Chinese people have the highest IQ.
Dude, I just like the lamest dude too, which makes it so much like you gotta be extra motivated to look at a guy like this and be like, that's my guy. He's really hitting all the good notes for me. Like, I often talk about how human beings are lizard brain, right? We look at shapes and colors and we really hyper focus on the aesthetics. And on the aesthetics front, like, this dude is such a relentless goober. So, like, finding this dude's content and being like, man, this is for me. This speaks to me, really. I love this shit. I mean, it's... Oof.
White people have a high IQ.
You're saying Haitians have the lowest, like Hispanics and blacks have the lowest IQs?
Yeah, blacks are the lowest on average and Hispanics.
Wow.
On average. That's true, though.
Wow.
I mean, if you have, send me a study about that.
Sneeko sat there slack-jawed like a mouth-breathing sheep as a terrorist freely got to claim that Jewish people control all the money in the world. Africa.
Glad that this guy said he's not a Nazi, by the way, on fucking Adam 22. Very cool. Bro, we don't need to have irrelevant fucking losers like this on any platform, okay? Can we just not do that? It's just so silly. Like, it's not like this person is like Richard Spencer in his heyday. You know what I mean? Like, let him fucking rot in dark corners, okay? Why? Like, why? Why do people platform these motherfuckers? It's so nasty. But why gatekeeping, though? Wait, what do you mean, why gatekeeping? Why am I gatekeeping fucking out and about Nazis from, you know, being introduced to a larger platform? Yes, that is the one instance where you should gatekeep, actually. No, for sure. Because remember when we talked about, here, I'm gonna give you a 1 second off, okay, to cool down a little bit. Remember when we talked about the Kanye West like pulled out the Jews in the media list, and there was someone in the West Sub Ever subreddit that was trying to like go through and parse through the details to basically fucking counter the Jews control the media narrative in the weirdest way possible by being like, well, it's not actually all of them are Jews. It's only some of them are Jews, right? Like, okay, but when you say that, or when you're doing that, when you're actually like addressing the anti-Semitic screed, usually all you're doing, especially when it's not like super popular or super prevalent, you're basically making it a little bit valid, right? Because you shouldn't be arguing against the list of Jews that are executives in media on the basis of like, actually it's only 20% that is Jewish and not 90%. Okay, you should be arguing on the premise that like it's ridiculous that you insanely put together a list of people who you suspect to be Jewish. Okay. But the moment that you actually start having a conversation about that, it's like you already threw the premise that it's like somehow weird that there are Jewish executives in media out the gate. Like you already, like you're making it seem like if it was 30%, then the list would be valid, and maybe we should be asking some questions. You know what I mean? No, that's not a thing.
Is poor because black people genetically have lower IQ and that these differences come from evolution. All insane and absolutely false garbage, citing all kinds of bullshit studies and blatantly misrepresenting data while Sneeko refutes nothing.
And I was saying that I'm against race mixing. I think that people should marry their own kind. My race matters to me. My identity matters to me. I want my kids to look like me. I want my grandkids to look like me.
It's embarrassing and sad to watch a man who was once admired.
Okay, the irony there is that like you have a Hispanic white supremacist, you have a Hispanic Nazi talking to a mixed race individual. Like, okay, like, and now he's also a white supremacist. Like, what happened here? At a certain point, you gotta be like, this is a little weird, you know? Anyway.
Thoughtfulness and tact be absolutely walked all over and used by an anti-Semite who has only the worst intentions for Sneeko and his fans in mind.
You don't have a lot of original thoughts because the hat on your head dictates what you think for the most part. Go back to synagogue, stop trying to fucking be a YouTuber, bro.
Go back to synagogue, stop trying to be a YouTuber. What the fuck, bro?
These later streams suggest a dark endpoint
crazy.
for Sneeko's reputation and career as we once knew it. While he continued to celebrate his place on YouTube, even after the numerous attempts by other YouTubers to get him banned, Sneeko's channels were finally removed the morning of October 3rd, 2022. Whether due to his comments about—
Wait. Sneeko got banned from YouTube. What's the most offensive thing he ever said on there? This shit's getting fucking crazy. Bro, what are you talking about, Adam 22? He literally, apparently he said a lot, dude. What the fuck? What do you mean was the most offensive shit that's been said on there? What hasn't been said on there? What's inoffensive? You are trending in the screenshot? Yeah, don't worry about that.
Removed the morning of October 3rd, 2022. Whether due to his comments about Chad, videos made to attack and delegitimize disenfranchised groups, or his newfound love for neo-Nazis, Sneako's repeated violations of YouTube's guidelines was always bound to catch up to him, with the platform's decision marking one final depressing chapter in Sneako's long, unfortunate character arc.
They can do whatever they want. So if they want me gone, I'm just gone. That's just how it works. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit bummed out. I cannot show up on the emergency meeting later tonight. I was supposed to do the emergency meeting on Taste on Rumble. The reason I can't go on the emergency meeting, I'm a risk. I'm a risk to have on. I was talking to Andrew for a long time last night. That dude is saying I'm a risk. It'll be Justin Waller, Andrew, and Fresh and Fit. And not me.
The story of Sneako is a masterclass in what can happen when you let the wrong people influence you. Although Sneako may claim over and over that he's always been like this, saying the same stuff forever may not be the humble brag he thinks it is. It's normal for your ideas and worldview to grow and change with you. In fact, being able to look back on your past self and cringe is one of the best feelings in the world because it means you matured. In the case of Sneako, it seems only his worst opinions are the ones to have followed him throughout the years, with his takes on women and feminism being the most particularly consistent, only getting less charitable once it became profitable to say such things. No matter how he cuts it, Sneako knows he benefited from a growing trend of hating women and becoming more reactionary online, abandoning whatever sense of decency he once had in exchange for instant success. Sneako's biggest problem, though, is that over the course of this journey, he managed to abandon everything that once defined him in a positive way. He lost his ability to reflect inwards, unable to...
I think a lot of people forget that, like, when you're a content creator, you are still just as susceptible to misinformation. You're not above it, okay? You're still just as easily influenced by shit that you see, especially when there is an additional motivation to continue going down a rabbit hole because your audience is forming in that direction. You're not immune to propaganda, as I always say, but it certainly makes it even harder to have immunity from propaganda when you are generating revenue off of leaning into it. Okay? And a lot of people think like, oh, well, these guys are celebrities. They're content creators. They're content makers themselves. So they should know. Like, they should know better. Nope, they don't. Same could actually be said for yourself. No, absolutely. You're not wrong. I mean, I think you're probably trying to say that as an own, but you're literally not wrong. I am also susceptible to propaganda as well. I check myself quite frequently. I think I do a decent job, especially with media literacy and also teaching others how to have some level of media literacy. But I'm constantly thinking about the top of the hour ad break. And at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break, and that is propaganda when you think about it. Like the segues. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, that's right. You can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky, dude. Hey, ad breaks are about to go up, too. Woo! Here's a woman ad break now. Sometimes you fuck up like with media framing on Eastern cultures. What? I want to see that fucking ad break rate. I want to know. I want to know what that debate was rated as. New contract tomorrow. Where's the ad break? Where's top of the hour bot? Where's top of the hour bot?
To show that familiar sense of self-awareness his previous fans once subscribed for. He made a conscious effort to trade thoughtfulness for petty bickering and controversy because that's what people wanted to see. His original mission statement went from seek truth through funny to seek validation through ignorance. By becoming this dense shell of the man he once was, he gained an entirely new audience to go along with this brand new persona. One that he can now only embody over on third-party platforms, which attract the worst kind of people imaginable. I don't think anyone should have sympathy either. Ignorance at that level is nothing but a choice. Sneeko made up his mind on who he wanted to attract with the message he put forward. And all I can say now is I hope it was worth it.
8.82, let's go.
To the full extent, except for my family. I know how much of a prick I look like when I go full out, so the side of me is never revealed in public. It stays in the comforts of my home where people are forced to accept me. But over time I've seen how much people hate being around someone who consistently thinks he's right and won't stop until he is, so I mostly keep it to myself. Right now it's in full swing, but in 5 years I hope it'll be gone. I piss even myself off sometimes. When you see rappers or basketball players who think they're the most important and special people in the world because children give them their endless overwhelming fanboy support, that's what I feel like all the time. I think I'm so special and better than everyone else because I think I'm smarter. Just picture how narcissistic that is. This side of me is my alter ego, and he's named the Sneeko.
That's crazy. Making fun of Austin for checking his engagements on Twitter while viciously looking for a top of the hour bot to see his segue rating. Yeah, well, that's part of the content on the stream. Okay, come on. Tucker Carlson popped off on the Paul Pelosi's gay rumors. Let's take a look at what he had to say while I go pee. Okay.
But as long as this is a news story with public policy implications, and unfortunately that's what it's become, it is fair to ask the obvious questions as you would about any other violent crime that occurs in America, and especially this one, since so many facts, basic facts, seem to be in dispute. Local KTVU investigative reporter Evan Cernovsky, for example, initially reported that DePappy was, quote, found in underwear when police arrived. Today, Cernovsky made a specific point of retracting that claim, quote, I'm now told by other sources that DePappy was not dressed only in his underwear. Well, okay, fair enough. We'd be satisfied with either explanation, not really our business. But you can't blame, and this is the point, you can't blame people watching all of this at home for thinking that maybe there's something weird going on here. Parts of the official account don't seem to make any sense. So the solution, obviously, is to release the police body cam footage from last Friday. That's often done immediately in cases like this, cases that attract heavy public scrutiny. Transparency restores the public's faith in the system. It is the only thing that does. In fact, that's the whole point of body cams, to reassure people that they can really know what happened. Transparency is the antidote to, quote, misinformation. On the other hand, if you want people to fall headfirst into crazed conspiracy theories, then you would keep lying and hiding things. And yet, for some reason, the San Francisco Police Department is refusing to release Friday's body cam video. We learned that today.
What the fuck? Dude, no way. I gotta run it again. I'm sorry. I was pissing, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude.
News story with public policy implications, and unfortunately that's what it's become, it is fair to ask the obvious questions as you would about any other violent crime that occurs in America, and especially this one, since so many facts, basic facts, seem to be in dispute.
Like, not really. No. Actually, no. He's like, everyone's asking questions. Have you seen my Facebook timeline? A lot of people are fucking insane and therefore have decided that Paul Pelosi's gay. I, for one, would like to see if those rumors are true. And if he's gay, how gay is he?
Local KTVU investigative reporter Evan Cernovsky, for example, initially reported that DePappy was, quote, found in underwear when police arrived. Today, Cernovsky made a specific point of retracting that claim, quote, I'm now told by other sources that DePappy was not dressed only in his underwear. Well, okay, fair enough. we'd be satisfied with either explanation, not really our business. But you can't blame, and this is the point, you can't blame people watching all of this at home for things.
Like, Tucker Carlson is directly responsible for the conspiracist right-wing, said kidney/urinary tract infection. The parasocialism is through the fucking roof. Brother, I drink like 8 diet sodas an hour. And I piss like 3 to 4 times over the course of 7 hours. Okay? This is a normal pissing schedule, I think.
Thinking that maybe there's something weird going on here. Parts of the official account don't seem to make any sense. So the solution, obviously, is to release the police body cam footage from last Friday. That's often done immediately in cases like this, cases that attract heavy public scrutiny. Transparency restores the public's faith in the system. It is the only thing that does. In fact, that's the whole point of body cams, to reassure people that they can really know what happened. Transparency is the antidote to, quote, misinformation. On the other hand, if you want people to fall headfirst into crazed conspiracy theories, then you would keep lying.
Yeah, why would people fall headfirst into conspiracy theories as I agitate and normalize the people just simply asking questions about the conspiracy theories? He's like, yeah, I can't believe that people are falling headfirst into conspiracy theories that I myself am advocating for. That is absolutely not a good pissing schedule. Holy shit. No, it ain't. No, it absolutely not. Okay. This is why you can't fucking respond to any parasocial motherfucker. Okay? You respond to one parasocial motherfucker and like 11 additional parasocial motherfuckers chirp in and are like, no, dude, I'm a pissologist, actually. You need to pee directly in my mouth.
Lying and hiding things. And yet, for some reason, the San Francisco Police Department is refusing to release Friday's body cam video. We learned that today when we filed a records request. No chance, they said. So until we see that tape, there is a lot that we cannot know.
Yo, DM me and I can set up a meeting where we can optimize your pissing schedule. Yeah. Parasocialism is the concept you invented? Yeah, I invented it. Since when does he give a fuck about body cam videos? As long as he can use that as a way to just create additional conspiracy theories and legitimize people who are asking insane questions as valid, he will talk even about body camera footage. You know? I'm told one of the chatters keeps an Excel spreadsheet of when you go piss. It's true. They do. Wait, oh no, is this? Oh my God. Oh my God. That's crazy. That's wild. That's cool. So she watches My Hero Academia and you don't? Look at this. This was like earlier in the day. I forgot to close these tabs. Actual child abuse? Oh, I saw this. No kid should have to go through this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Great time to visit Brazil, my friend. CSGO major and new president. You should watch My Hero. First of all, I just stopped. I used to watch My Hero. I don't know why I stopped. I don't remember. I think I stopped like in season 2 or 3. Scary game? Yeah, scary game. Valorante is a scary game. My Hero Academia is really bad lately. Damn, it's kind of sick. You stopped because it's neolib propaganda? Wait, what the fuck? There's an actual heartbeat sensor? Wait, no way. Is this actually pay to win? What the fuck? Dude, I got so excited. I thought it was pay to win. I thought it was straight up pay to win for a second. Please tell me you've seen Hunter x Hunter. Yes, of course. Of course I have. Just buy it, you whale? No. I will not be buying it. Okay, I'm gonna play one game. And if we win, I'll play a scary game. How about that? How about that? If we win this one game and I need chat to be rooting for me, pretty hard here. If we win, I will play a scary game. I will play fucking Mortuary Assistant. I don't think people understand, like, I'm legitimately scared. Okay? Like, scary games are the most requested, like, content in this fucking community, I think. Like, people literally request it the most out of anything else. They're constantly asking for more scary game content. And I literally don't like playing. It's not that I don't like playing, but I do get legitimately scared. Overwatch with Pokimane when? I don't really like Overwatch that much. I've played it.
Match found.
I'm not a super big fan.
Yes, I pumped.
What's going on, everybody?
Yo.
Are we ready to click on some heads or what?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I insta-locked. Shut up, chat. It's not insta-lock, it's insta-fill. Yeah. Man, I hate this map. Don't worry, Viper, you got this. I believe in you. Viper said he hates this map. Man, we got a Sage. I just had the worst teammates. Said player 1. Last game. He's got the best teammates now. You got the best now. You're rocking with the best. Oh, why are you playing with randos? For real? Question mark? Yes, for real. Tell them you have 25K watching? No, dude, I don't want to tell them that. That's gonna fucking make him scared, and then that's gonna make him play poorly. Okay, he picked Chamber. Let's go. It's goated. We have a good team comp, except... I'm faded than a hoe. Post your channel link at the end of the game. Yeah, foolish. Competitive US, West California, North California, NorCal. I didn't even look at the other team's comp. Holy shit. I don't even know what's going on. Dude, I am smacking off the Benjamin. You know what I'm saying? Just say you're Carl Jacobs. It's his bit. Yeah. NorCal, you're thinking South Oregon? Oh shit, there's Gamba. There's Gamba. There's Gamba. There's Gamba. Predictions are unlocking. Chat.
Nothing B.
Nothing A. So
Grenade! Get him.
they're all here. They're all A main.
Spike down A.
I mean, that's the best I can do, boys.
Last player
It's a
standing.
5-man push, you know?
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
He didn't walk back, though. Let's go! You're so fucking cracked. Holy shit!
Crazy.
Absolutely insane. Mental.
I am not just your healer.
Damn,
Let's go.
Sage, you do everything. Why are the rest of us even here?
We're buying up, right?
Yeah.
Their team comp is nearly identical to ours. I mean, not nearly, but kind of.
Bomb buddy out.
I think they're coming here.
Grenade!
Oh! 3-man pushed me. What the fuck?
Reloading.
Should I have pre-sprayed there? Fucked it up.
Spike planted.
Uh-oh. That's a bad move with the Marshall.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
That's a crazy push with the Marshall. Nice try anyway. Nice try. Nice try.
Now I know how annoying my healing can be.
I hate buying up and then fucking getting owned. It makes me so upset. Because I used everything.
I'm saving.
I have to do full save.
Full save? Okay.
We can overcome them. Saving. There.
BBB.
Spike down B.
Spotted B.
Grenade!
Spike planted.
Okay.
Opponent killed.
One enemy remaining.
Three down.
Healing you. One here.
No fire.
Reloading.
I hear them scurrying.
That was scary. My heart is racing right now. If you guys knew how much my asshole was clenching on that round. Great round, boys.
Crazy round.
Like I said, I will fucking play, dude. I will.
Wall race.
Chamber flicks back. That means they're coming from there. But I think they're gonna push B again. I think it might be B push.
Yeah,
We're almost there, Reyna.
Spike down B.
Grenade! Get out of my way!
Oh! 114 on jet, 34 on finish. That wasn't that good. I'm not playing that well, chat. I'm playing pretty poorly, I would say. Chamber didn't go that route.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Fuck, Chamber's so low, he's not gonna make it.
A gift. They found my trap.
Good 2v1, not much else you get done.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you
Anyone
forget
have
that.
funds to spare?
Take easier champs, you're so bad at Raze, oh my god. Raze is actually a quite easy champ in my opinion.
Does anyone have funds?
Oh, she's playing.
I must stop
too.
their Reyna.
I don't like being up there. I like being up here.
BBB.
Fuck.
The hunt begins.
Woo! Grenade!
Last player standing.
Fuck! I shouldn't have done that. Come on, Viper, you got ult too.
Toxins going up.
Behind you. Shit.
Their lives are so meaningless.
Don't let your mental.
Will give them to me.
Don't let your mental get rattled. You're right.
Can someone get this?
I don't do a bomb, buddy. I can do a Spectre.
Thanks.
Time to explode.
What rank is he? Switch it up. Go on the other side. No.
Out of charges.
I can't even fucking lob it here. I think they're gonna do that side push maybe. Oh, they're gonna probably come back here, so watch out. They're here, amen. Oh my god! Fuck!
Spike planted.
Bad spray, bad spray.
One
if I had the
enemy
stinger,
remaining.
I could have at least had the kill there, but the stinger is not good for multiple kills in that situation. Making your angles sharper so they have to think more. No, I made my angles sharper. I made my angle, I think, that angle on purpose. I angled it that way so that, I mean, they know I'm there every time now. It's just about out aiming them and pre-firing at this point. See, look, if I'm here, then they have to peel out further, but there's a flash coming. So if I'm here, they don't expect me to be there as much.
B. They're not pushing, they're staying back. They're just spraying. Pushing up, pushing up.
Oh! I got mine in there.
Spike down, B.
Toxin screen down.
There's two on site.
One dead. One enemy remaining.
Spike is B. Sorry, we could not work out our differences. It seems these strangers want me dead. Eh bien, they're not.
Reyna's always first push as a duelist, and it's their best player. Hasan, if you ulted there, you would have gotten 3. Yeah, but they probably would not have moved in the same way that they moved. You know what I mean?
Yo,
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, gotcha.
Kill them.
Fuck, we're late.
This looks like B.
Oh, they're A2. They're A2.
Grenade!
Oh, fucked it up. Oh, Spike's down in A. I took the Reyna down.
Enemy spotted B. Toxin screen down.
Spike's on A main.
Toxins going up.
Their Reyna is their top fragger and their main duelist, so getting the Reyna.
Reloading.
Come on, get that trade, please, please, please.
Last player standing.
Fuck.
One enemy remaining.
Ah! Nice try, nice try. It's fine. Fuck.
Together.
They have
we will bury them
3
unless someone
pushers.
gets this.
So if the fact that we're still, they have 3 duelists on their team. The fact that we are still at 4-4 on defense is actually pretty good. Even though I feel like, I can't tell if this is a defense-sided map or not. I don't know, but you know what? Should I buy our Sage? I'll buy you. I'll buy you. I'll buy you. I'll buy you. I'll buy you.
Oh, thank you. Chris, my pistol. Anything there?
Bomb buddy out.
Jet, they're on site.
The hunt begins.
I have to do this.
Last player standing.
Out of charges.
Spike planted.
I mean, he's fucking opping. I don't know what else to do there.
One bullet per enemy. That should be enough, yes?
Oh, I'm so cooked. I
get a
can't
drop?
buy.
Thanks.
Wait, this is the one round that we're fucking buying. Our Sage is the top fragger. That's why I bought him that.
I'm gonna wall off B right away.
I want to see you crawl.
Enemy A.
Breaking wall on B.
No.
Out of charges. Grenade!
Fuck. Aha! 243, 120 on Phoenix with the off. He's really low. And they're coming from dish too. Fuck! Come on, guys!
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
I had to kill you. Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Brakes? Nowhere in sight.
I don't know if I should play Vandal. I guess Vandal is better. They have 15 kill Reyna.
Me neither, bro. This map. They're in when I install.
5-5. They have 3 duelists, chat. Remember, their duelists are.
Hold me on top.
Motherfucker said election fraud.
Go get him.
Your duty is not over. Back where I belong. They will cover. Enemy spotted me. The rush.
120, bro.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Nice.
Last round before the switch.
We can't take anything with us after this.
Starting go bird.
Anyone have funds to spare? Thank you.
How does Phoenix always have op money? Someone is buying it for him, or he's fragging enough? 7 assists, bro. What the fuck is that? I need to be closing.
Grenade!
They're here, they're in stage A.
One out of charges. Bomb buddy out.
Reyna's
Out of
there.
charges.
Reyna's there too.
Drop, two drop.
Spike down A.
Brim 85, he's low on A main.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Stealing sight.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Don't die, Viper. Please, please, please. Fuck!
Switching sides.
Look them in the eyes when you kill them.
Okay, okay. Got your second? Dude, I have 8 assists. I've never...
Reloading.
Did you want to carry?
Yeah.
Almost got a triple double. What does that mean?
Reloading.
Isolate and exterminate.
Reloading. Bomb buddy out. Reloading. Grenade.
Spike carrier killed.
Oh, sorry.
Spike down B.
Reloading.
I have the spike. Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Where is he?
Well, this suit is ruined.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Let's go A. Let's go A.
Yeah, I'll go drop. I'll go drop.
Who wants to spike? I'm gonna enter.
Run!
Enemy spotted. Reloading. Got out of charges.
Planted.
Jets on sand.
Out of charges.
Jumped up, jumped up.
One enemy remaining.
Come on, get him.
How sad. You're
Almost the
useless.
4K! Almost! Wait, or not really. What did I do?
Trust me. They will
Dude,
make
I'm the
mistakes.
assist
Once
champion.
they do, take advantage.
I say A again. I think A again. You guys comfortable with that?
Yes.
Oh, look at this. The fact that he has to look down for voice comm is the best thing? I think not.
Killing sight. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Killed you quickly.
See? Their
Sure,
team is
they
all
can do
duelists.
better.
Their team is all duelists.
Let's go.
A again? Or you want to go B? You want to switch it up?
Yeah, let's go B.
All right.
They're gonna try attacking it. Or you gonna like fake A?
Oh, I can fake A.
Okay. Stay back for a little bit.
Overwhelm them.
I forgot to buy a fucking... Oh, got a pick. There's one more.
Grenade!
Oh, fucked it up.
Eliminated.
All right, we're coming back.
Spawn, they're spawn.
Jets mid.
They will cower.
Blind. Out of charges. Okay.
Both in both tunnels. They're in both tunnels. Oh! Jet 74.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Let's go! You're fucking cracked.
My city needs me. I
Well
can't
done,
be
Viper.
away for long. Let's
That was
end
great.
this quickly.
Who doesn't hate this one?
I think it's all right.
Not the best though. I'll prefer like a Sen or something.
Wait, do I have the fucking? Oh, I don't. I'm gonna do that again.
Enemy spotted B.
Just wait a little bit for the
Enemy spotted B. Adios. Kia.
Bomb buddy out.
Enemy spotted A.
Grenade!
Here.
A's bear. A's bear.
Enemy B.
Jet 74.
Jet grounded. Enemy spotted A.
Toxin screen down.
Joke's over! You're dead!
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
that's perfect. We did perfectly. I know that. Okay. So
In respawn.
Last player standing.
don't stand on it.
Toxin
Uh-oh.
screen down.
No.
He's there for the bomb. He's there for the bomb.
Yeah, you should have saved one for the bomb. That was a bad move. Why do we know that? Because we watch
don't have a
Valkyrie
single life
lineups.
worth saving.
So we know that you're supposed to save one for the bomb always. Your teammates are so clutch. Yes, and I believe I am playing
Well, I'll try
decently
again.
well as well. My goal is to agitate at A to separate half the team to thinking that we're
You're
doing a
right.
full A push.
You guys can go A if you want. I'll peek B.
I can do a full A push.
Where will I spot first?
Get a pick real quick and I'll rotate.
Here comes the party!
Enemy spotted B.
There's like 4B.
Get out of my way! Out. Grenade!
Squashed. Reloading.
Enemy A. Thrust destroyed.
Out of charges.
Rain him in. Above. Fuck.
Enemy
Why
spotted.
did I fucking...
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Reloading.
How did she not die?
If you lose focus, you
Wait,
die.
did they win that?
Breathe when it's over.
Did they win that? Did they defuse?
Can I get a drop?
Fuck. They stuck on the defuse.
Does anyone have funds?
Does anyone have oh, thank you.
Huh? Survive.
The hunt begins.
Grenade!
Cutting their vision.
Whoa! Behind.
Your duty is not over.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna die. That's a terrible spot to jump me! No!
Spike down, B. Last player standing.
Sage cooked me.
So close. They found my trap.
Fuck!
My priority is their suffering.
You want to keep going there then?
I can do it. I can dig it.
Okay.
Play slower. Just play for picks.
Agreed.
We planted too early 2 rounds ago, and the Reyna ninja defused it.
Together. Erased.
Good.
Wanna go B?
Reloading. Spike's down.
Spike down A.
Ah!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh, my thing is still doing its job.
I have the spike.
Oh, he's gonna be killed. No! No! That's a terrible place to do it. Oh my god, that's a terrible plant. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. There's a bad spot to plant it. It was bad to reload with 66 bullets. But it's all good. It's all good. No, he's gonna defuse. He's just fucking around. He might be watching stream. He's trying to defuse at the last second.
They're nothing but flies.
I don't know why chat acts like snipers are not real. You know what I mean?
They are so dead.
Reloading.
129 so bad. Wait, why?
I need to blow something up.
I think we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Door.
We're 2 on site.
Bomb buddy out.
Edge is low.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Enemy spotted A.
What the fuck?
They will go!
Enemy spotted A. Grenade! Boom!
Colorful kill.
Phoenix is gonna come from above, from the ropes.
Don't push. Stay back.
Oh, Phoenix got me in the far right corner.
remaining.
You're so good, Viper. So fucking good.
Match point.
Time to say goodbye.
Can I get a drop?
Oh fuck, we're depleted in funds.
Can I get a drop? Can I get a drop?
Anyone have money?
Thanks.
Thank you.
What do you want to do this time? I feel like pushing B though. Push A or B?
Oh, let's go B. Fuck it.
B. Always rotate out.
Grenade! Unavoidable. Here comes the party! Satchel out. Enemy spotted. Headshot.
What?
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Oh boy, GG.
Attackers win.
That was a mental fucking. How did that not hit? How did that not hit? That was a perfect fucking raise move. All right, as I promised. Let's see how many fucking points I got on this. 277, 19, 18, 13. 13 assists, dog. 22 RR with a performance bonus. The kid's back at play. Should we do one more or should we play scary games? I mean, I feel like I should do one more. I'm on a fucking roll right now. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm on a fucking roll, dog. What? Hold on. I mean, I'll fucking download Mortuary Assistant, okay? Even if I don't play today, I'm downloading Mortuary Assistant regardless, okay? What is this? Bro, you're gonna lose the next game now that you said it? You'll be a 93 and be sad or lose? No, I wouldn't be sad at 93. I'd be fucking happy at 93. Unless I'm just so cracked, you know what I mean? I'm downloading Mortuary Assistant currently. Oh, dude, that was a great game for both aim and your playmaking. One more? No, I was downloaded. God, you are so much better at Valor when you're not playing with friends. Not in higher rank lobbies. I agree. No, I didn't lie about Mortuary Assistant. I just had not downloaded it on this computer. Lups13, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Let a Joe Schmo run the join the lobby. When I play in ranked lobbies by myself, when I'm solo queuing, everyone's a Joe Schmo. Everyone I'm playing with is a fucking direct Joe Schmo, like the most Joe Schmo. One second. Okay, one more. I'm downloading and it's taking a long time. So one more while I wait for the download to, and I'll definitely, I will definitely play. If I win this round, I'm definitely playing. Listen, dog,
Match
I'm a
found.
fucking addict, okay? I'm an addict, okay? There's something wrong with me. There's something wrong with my heart. I'm gonna fucking lose, I think, this time. I'm sweating.
Yes, I found.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. I insta-locked. I didn't see you were going for it. If you win this, I'll finish the game. I will definitely finish the game once I start playing, okay? What the fuck? Yo, chill. Yoru, Reyna. What are these players? Don't go with a duelist, dog. Don't do it. Oh, fuck. We need like a Sage or something. We got a lot of duelists. Up to you, though. Oh, no. We got no smokes. We have no smokes. We are not going to control. Oh, someone quit. Or did they? Did they quit? Nope. Nope. Locked in Jet. We're so fucked. Their team's
Feels
got
like
a
just
breach.
yesterday I was chopping Tyler at the store. Wonder if that place is still standing.
Okay, I foresee.
Good work.
Okay, at least we have a Sage. B or A? We can go B?
We can play B. I can distract A a little bit while you guys
B.
push it.
Let's do B.
Yeah.
I never chat, but I actually support you today. And you lied in my face, heartbroken. No Viper, no Breach, no Harbor, no Brim. Okay, stop. No smokes versus all smokes. They got... Oh my god, they even have a Harbor. I don't even know how to fucking play with that. Oh no. Do we have a stream sniper?
Grenade! Reloading. Enemy kill.
ZLZR.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Light planted.
The hell? I thought I was.
Oh, nice.
And that's how we do it. Good work. Good work. Good work. Spike's
Yeah,
here.
I don't think that's XQC chat. I think we do have a stream sniper in our midst, though. I fear. Chamber buying a fucking Vandal. Sheesh, second round. Jet said, "Cause I am." Are you throwing? Cause I am? Oh no, dude, don't do that. Come on, Jet, please, dude. Come on, please don't do that.
I would have pushed through that smoke.
He's literally bare.
Here.
They just TP'd.
One down. Enemy spotted B. Here.
One down. Grenade.
One enemy remaining.
God damn, Jet is not throwing, dude. Jet is fucking cracked.
These guns we use are okay, but I will... Does anyone have funds? Merci.
Did Jet just say fucking kidding? Just kidding? I am throwing? Oh, okay, I am. Is your name Asu?
Good work.
Yes. I'm Kaimi, by the
Good
way.
work.
Sorry, guys. Wait, what?
Good work.
What is that even? What?
Bomb buddy out.
Insane.
Here.
Or
What? Why is B's bear again? What the fuck?
Light planted. Reloading.
What are they doing?
One enemy remaining.
Shut him.
Last one down.
What is going on right now? I'm like legitimately
They're
confused.
supposed to be fighting back, right?
Hoppin' Jet's backpack? Oh, I'm already in it, dude. Kaimi? Fuck does that mean?
Gun here.
Average solo queue
Gun
experience?
here.
What? Gun where?
Take everything.
Good work.
Good work. Good work. Watch this. Reloading. Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
Ironic because he blocked me. Fuck.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Return to dust. Barrier created.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
I died.
34, 40. CT.
Oh my god, Arena, what is she doing?
Watch out for breaches impacts. Good work. Good work.
Kaimi is a cracked Marshall only jet. I don't know who what their names are, but I assume that's like a player who's fucking either smurfing. Are they smurfing or the streamer? Okay, well they're definitely fucking trolling. Look at this shit.
Reloading. Satchel out.
Joke's over! You're dead!
That's one. My ult's not.
Oh!
Spike down.
I got
B.
your feet. Here.
All right, let's watch how this jet plays.
Last player standing.
Your game time is seriously underappreciated. I enjoy playing, watching you play games. All right, let's see what he's got. Fletcher kick. Damn, bro. Kick time, sorry.
The enemy only looks composed. Their heart's still a different story.
Ping for me, I win that, not gonna lie. Did you say NGL, not gonna lie? Yo, Sage, you want this?
Push like a little slower.
Spike's there.
Sure.
They are so dead.
Oh, he was lying about who he is?
Enemy spotted me.
Reloading.
Blocking sight.
Omen's here. Your left.
Here.
Spike down B.
Got him.
Loosen up.
Ah! Viper's in the pocket.
Right there, right there, right there.
Viper's in that pocket, yeah. Reina. You see him?
Last player standing.
Dude, what the frick?
Harbor's to your left.
Harbor's directly to your left, and I think so is the... Frickin'!
Deep breaths, everyone.
Okay, we're getting too
Your
cocky.
hearts
We're
are
getting too
pounding.
cocky.
Sorry.
Bro, why are people allergic to the fucking... What's going on here? Why are we... Oh shit, I'm bare after this. We gotta fucking win this one.
Reloading.
Easy. This is free RR, bro. We're just letting them think they're
Who will
good.
I spot first?
Bomb buddy out.
Cutting their vision.
Watch you could TP.
Last player standing.
What the fuck? How? I got scared.
It seems these strangers want me dead.
I got scared.
Yeah, they're not
My
so
hands were
first.
shaking. I choked.
Sorry.
Can we go A? Can we go A?
Sure, let's do it.
Just push it.
Cutting their vision. Down the spike.
Heaven?
Here comes the party.
Shit.
Satchel out.
Bro,
That's-
fucking bumped me into the
That's
TP,
crazy.
bro.
$116 on Viper.
I
up seven.
suggest you move.
Harbor's backside too.
Phoenix flank.
Last player standing.
Bro, how are you not checking heaven,
Message
Reina?
sent.
80 on Harbor.
That Rosa should not have been a Rosa. I know.
Dead.
You can res too.
$30 seconds left.
Lamp from the right side now.
One enemy remaining.
No charges left.
What are you doing? Oh, that's such a sad state. There's...
Anyone have any splints? I may have jammed my fingers. Multiple fingers.
Multiple fingers. Sage, pick up the fucking bomb, please.
Shake them up.
Los Angeles Lakers is what happened. I mean, I'm playing my fucking ass off.
Still in sight.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
Enemy spotted. A. Reloading. Reloading.
For you. Grenade. Reloading.
Someone's in defender spawn.
See ya.
Spike down A.
They're shooting at me from heaven.
Out of charges. Finished.
Last player standing.
68 Phoenix backside. Oh, fuck. Phoenix is right behind him, too.
Still in sight.
Oh, come on! We see the return of One Ball Piker when the new Pokemon comes out, potentially.
Can I get a drop?
Do we have enough? No, we don't. What am I doing?
I'm gonna save.
I'm saving.
I'm light buying. I'm light buying.
Let's make them dance.
Dummy, get out of there. Please play the new Pokemon, my lord. It's open world. Tw 27 on a homie.
Pocket, pocket.
Pocket. Yeah.
Let's rotate, let's rotate, let's rotate.
Why did they rotate so loudly? Please plant. Please plant.
Spike down A.
Dude, what? He's behind on heaven.
Cutting their vision.
Last player standing.
Oh, cook. They're gonna pinch him. Like, we got this, Reyna.
30 seconds left.
I appreciate the gas.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
We are a very, very attack-based team. We need to be cooking them.
We got this team.
Yes.
How you got 2 bad Chambers in a row? I think Chamber subtly is like a noob-oriented character. I think a lot of noobs play with Chamber. I can't talk shit, bro. You saw my spray on that fucking stinger. No way! I'm tilting, and I should not be. I can't watch this right now. It makes me mad.
Last player standing.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Chamber is all about aim, so low rank shouldn't be. Gonna get clapped up.
Last round in the half.
The curse of one more game always coming in so fucking hot.
Oh, you guys are stuck on B. Let's try to push A. Play for picks, maybe like wait 30 seconds before pushing up to a side. Change it up. We're obviously losing.
Why is the 3 intent chamber
Find that
talking
rhythm.
right now? I mean, he's right, but also why is he talking? Last person that should be giving tips on what to do here.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy
55 on
A.
Viper.
Reloading.
Off your feet!
Enemy spotted. You fought
Reloading.
One enemy
78 on
remaining.
Harbor. Nice. Fuck me, dude.
Flank.
Omen coming from flank. Watch Amy. Be short.
Sage, you got hit, Sage?
Healing.
In TP's last round. Bro, res. Anyone, it's the last round.
You don't need it. Oh yeah, let's go.
Last player standing.
Motherfucker said you don't need it, bro. This is why you don't listen to the fucking 3 intent chamber, dog.
Clutch.
I am going to kiss myself!
Switching sides.
I know what
No
must be
tilt.
done.
No tilt. They playing unrated? No! We're playing a ranked game right now. This is life or death!
Sorry.
This motherfucker say you don't need it, dog! You don't need it! That's what he said!
Grenade!
Here. Lost here.
I'm pushing B, huh?
Eliminated.
Trap destroyed. Teleport's broken.
Headshot.
Fuck!
Found you, Viper.
Omen caught me on the swing.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Thank God. Thank God. Oh my God.
Just let them try
Bro,
to catch me.
the chamber is ass. I know, brother. I know, okay? I fucking know that. That's a crazy fucking momentum play from that ass chamber over there. Like, it's just butt fuck.
I need to blow something up. Grenade!
Here. Be faster. Enemy spotted B. Here.
They found my trap.
Spikes down. One enemy remaining.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Good work. Good work. Good work.
They just need to get their shit together and then we're cooked. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, they just need to get their fucking shit together.
Thanks. Thanks.
If they got their shit together, we'd be cooked.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
One of these days it's gonna hit.
Grenade!
Oh, they're here. They're here, they're here, they're here.
Where?
Hey, bro.
Hey.
What do you mean, where's there? Oh, it's the fucking chamber. Oh my God, I'm muting him. No shot. I can't do that. He said, where? Bro, look at the map! Where am I? On the map! If I don't mute him, I'm gonna lose it. If I don't mute him, I'm gonna lose it. I can't do it.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Are you short again?
Still in sight.
Come on, you can do
There.
this, Reina.
It's a shame you had to die, but you...
Yo, that chamber. Oh my god, I just realized that chamber was trying to fucking insta-lock Raze, brother. Could you imagine? Oh my god.
Need a drop. Thanks.
It's like looking in a mirror. Bro, the fucking...
Grenade!
They're here again. $120 on Harbor. Fuck!
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
Please. Make it happen, please.
Here.
I have them.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Spike is B.
Lock in sight.
You don't need to do all that, Jet.
10 seconds left.
Nice.
Reloading.
Let them try to get through me.
Good work. Good work. Good work.
If you play Jet, you have to be extra. Your Jet's crazy, GG? Not really. I mean, she's 20, 14, and 11. It's not like our team is...
Enemy
Gun here.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I've never seen the Viper once this game.
Thrifty.
And they thrifted that round. Fuck.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough. I'm saving.
I have extra money if anyone needs.
Can I get a drop?
Dude, I'm
Let's
playing
make
so
some chaos.
poorly. How did I go from 11 in 5 to like 11-13?
Stay down. On my way.
Fucking chamber, where are you?
One dead.
Spike planted.
Enemy killed.
Off your feet!
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
There's no fucking shot. This dude is also have the audacity to fucking AFK. And the one round he's AFK, we literally fucking we won.
Reloading.
Like the rounds that he's AFK,
Reloading.
we're
I got
winning.
your
I'm
back.
losing it, dude.
Just, you know, here.
If anyone else needs it, I won't take it, but I have last.
Here.
Okay.
Here.
He left. He left now. Like, not only did he
I
fucking...
got their omen. Reloading.
Here. Enemy spotted A.
I just heard footsteps, showers. Yeah, they're getting the orb showers.
Here.
98 on Omen.
Spike planted.
Get out of here.
Fuck is he?
Last player standing.
Viper back corner. Fuck. Wait.
One enemy remaining.
Viper's in that corner to your left. Raider, Raider!
Player standing.
Thank the Lord.
Blasphemous.
That's not enough. That's a Guardian.
Even
Get
with
the...
numbers, anything can still happen.
Woo!
Remember that. Good work.
I think these guys are...
Money if anyone needs.
I think these homies are a little fucking... they're a little nervous. I don't know why, but it does seem like they're fucking nervous, dude. There's no way. There ain't no way that they're playing like this. There ain't no way.
I have extra money if anyone needs.
Watch this. Enemy spotted B. There.
Enemy A. I suggest you move.
Spike down A.
Wait, how'd they fucking spot an enemy B?
120 on breach.
Oh, they're here.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
Here comes the party.
Spike planted.
Oh, fuck. Oh! No! That was an accident.
Bait.
Oh! I had to get half off of that. There's nothing I could have done there. I literally would have been fine if I fucking didn't teleport on accident.
When they do, take advantage.
Oh! Goofy ass ult. I mean, I thought that they would still be near it. I don't think there's that goofy of an ult, to be honest. Himbo, read my wholesome sub. When I started watching, I was jobless, apathetic, and an Omega sad boy. Since then, I've organized with Planned Parenthood, and now I'm a director of the Kansas Stems. Thank you for all you do, Himbo Hassel. Oh, you're welcome, man. I mean, thank you for all you do, my friend. What do you mean?
Grenade! Ciao!
Joke's over! You're dead!
Spike planted.
Welcome to my world.
Out of charge.
Oh! Was that? Who killed me? Oh. We're so cooked on that.
One enemy remaining.
You have to get in there. You have to get in there.
Last player standing.
120.
Directly on it. Directly on the spike.
Is that Hassan, bro? What the fuck?
What? No. Who's this on? Fuck.
What will it be this time?
Fuck,
Have any
dude.
patterns emerged yet?
We got outed.
Sorry.
Bro, I think you just gave yourself up, bro.
Good work.
I don't know who you're talking about. What?
Good work. Good work. They are so dead.
I don't know who this Hassan guy is, but you better be fucking showing off right now.
Here.
2 on sours. Fuck! That's nice, bro.
Spike planted.
Can't go up there, homie.
Last player standing.
Alright, we gotta close this shit. Fuck this.
My power does not ebb. Ask for aid, and you shall receive.
Oh, this is
Can I
so
get a drop?
fucking bad, dude. How do we get here? What the fuck, dude?
Thanks.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Come on, team, let's go.
Wait, why is everybody playing A? Fuck. Sage is so cooked at B.
They found my trap.
Oh, never mind. They're going A.
Off your feet!
Spike down A.
Joke's over! You're dead!
61 on Harbor.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Okay, take a break, guys.
That's a flick, boys.
Reloading.
Seems better.
That's called a flick. Did you
Match
see
point.
Good work.
Like
One
that?
last fight, everyone.
Blah.
Good work. We can do it.
that? Blam. Like that. Didn't even get hit that round. What the fuck?
Does anyone have funds?
Why am I buying this fucking chamber anything, bro? He is so dog shit. I really shouldn't have, but fuck it.
Need a drop. Coward. Run.
Ah, chamber needed it. Or fuck. Coming in short.
Teleport's gone.
Grenade!
Spike down A.
What? Shower.
Last player
Bro!
standing.
No way!
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
You're going
Switching
to scatter
sides.
from my stuff.
Overtime.
Super easy to pick off.
Fuck
Sorry.
our asses, bro. Fuck me. Fuck our asses. Fucking
Here.
overtime. God damn it.
Let's go, B.
Good call, chatters, and no satchels.
Careful. This is gonna be fun.
Bomb buddy out. Grenade!
Left side. Wait, where the fuck am I?
Cutting their vision.
One down. Here. Light planted.
One enemy remaining.
Out of
Apologize to them, but alas, they are dead.
What's this?
Let's
Switching
check
sides.
Good work.
Match point.
Good work.
Good work.
.34 kill Jet.
Stay safe.
Go get him.
There's only one there, but
Teleport's broken.
Phoenix just pushed through.
Removed.
Viper's still here.
Harvest
Dealer.
through. Harvest through shot.
Play harder.
Rotating from mid.
There they are. Enemy A.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Spike is A.
TP.
I'm low. I'm gonna go in first.
Your duty is not over.
Yo, can you heal me? Can you heal me? Can you?
Back where I
I'm gonna go with TP. Go B long.
Spike planted.
Grenade!
Cutting their vision.
He's low. He's low as fuck. He's low as fuck. Oh, never mind. You got it.
Great game, everybody. Have a great night.
Did you really expect that to work?
Defenders win.
I love her, you Hassan. Sage, you played like shit. No, I'm just kidding. You played great. You're 1 kill away from me, Sage. Embarrassing. Holy fuck, that was insane. The entire fucking game is Stream Snipers. Holy shit. 92! Let's fucking go! 1 win away, baby. 1 win away. Oh. Oh. All right, chat. That's enough for tonight. I downloaded Mortuary Assistant, though. I will be playing it, okay? I'm sorry for not playing it tonight. We did 9 hours already. But tomorrow, I will follow through on my promise of playing scary games. It doesn't have to be Spooktober. It doesn't have to be Halloween. It can be whenever you want it to be. Halloween is any day you want it to be. And tomorrow will be Halloween again. Holy fuck. Don't say SCOTUS. Don't say SCOTUS. Okay? I'm not scamming. I'm scared. I'm genuinely scared. And I was downloading. Oh, look at that. It just got downloaded. You know what I mean? That's crazy. That's crazy how that works. This is why I voted for Trump, brothers. Dude, promises made, promises kept tomorrow, okay? That's how that works. That's how that works. You don't know how that works, but that's how that works. I love you guys, okay? Promises made, promises kept tomorrow. I'm so hot right now. Holy shit. You adding holiday emotes? Is it holiday season already? No, you don't. You fuck you and fuck off. Tomorrow you'll be like, it's no longer October, chat. Maybe next year we can do spooky games. Bro, I'm just scared, dog. I'm just scared. What's wrong with you? I'm just legitimately scared. Fuck, I will do it tomorrow. I'm going to play Mortuary Assistant tomorrow, and I will not be pooping in my diapers tomorrow, okay? That's how it be. That was a fun experience. I was clutched up. And by that, I mean, I was clinched up. And by that, I mean, my butthole was like this, okay? Like this. Oh, my Lord. Anyway, love you guys. And tomorrow is a new day. And tomorrow is when I start my contract, my new contract, which means more ads. Leftists are always liars. Communism will never work. Yeah. But hey, at least I'm staying on the platform, so don't fucking complain. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if I went to YouTube and then you would have like, you wouldn't be able to spam appropriately. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.